Peri was an exceptionally beautiful girl, born into one of the most powerful families in the empire at that time. However, instead of living a life of luxury like her brothers, she was banished from her home by her own father when she was just a child. Fortunately, thanks to the Emperor of the Holy Nation, who took her in and raised her, Peri was able to survive until now and become one of the Emperor's close spies. At the same time, there was a girl who impersonated Peri to become a princess in the Exel family. Even more ironically, Peri received an offer to work as a maid for her. How will the real princess treat the fake one? Will her blood relatives recognize her as their long-lost sister? Let's follow the story to find out. The morning air was unusually fresh. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. No. It can't be. My sister, my lovely sister. Is it fake? The man cried in agony. I must be dreaming. This must be a dream. Right now. The man sobbing in front of me is the strongest knight of the empire, the second son of Duke Exel, Fenos Exel. The reason why this great man is drunk and sobbing desperately like this is because he knows the youngest daughter of the Duke's family is actually an impostor. I didn't expect him to be like this in such a public place. Initially, I planned to say goodbye before leaving, but now it's troublesome. There's no way, is there? Whatever. I'll comfort him a bit. The girl forced a smile and encouraged Fenos, please cheer up and take care of yourself. Only then can you do something. However, tears continued to stream down Fenos's cheeks. The girl continued, forcing down her own emotions, take good care of yourself. I'm leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left without a second glance. If I linger, sooner or later I'll say things I don't want to, like, you'll find the real princess soon. There's something wrong with saying those words because the one who exposed the impostor and the real sister he's looking for are both me. The Exel family is one of the most powerful noble families in the empire. There's a secret hidden within this family, and without any slip-ups. They drove their youngest daughter away because they were suspicious of her origins. But then they changed their minds and started inquiring about their lost daughter, but all the news indicated that the child had died. Many years passed, until one day someone came to the Duke Exel's house and claimed to be the Exel's youngest daughter, the abandoned child. Everyone in the Exel family embraced and apologized to her for her return, accepting her as a member of the Duke's family. After that, the girl displayed strange behavior, both enjoying all the luxuries and doing many good deeds for those around her. Her beautiful appearance and unusual behavior gradually became a topic of much discussion. She became the object of everyone's admiration. But this was only temporary. Not long after, the truth that she was an impostor was exposed. By me. My name is Peri, the real daughter of the Duke Exel, and also an intelligence agent for the Kingdom of Roxer. There's a long story behind how I ended up in this situation. The abandoned daughter. This is a recurring theme in plays and novels because it always attracts a large audience, but such a story rarely has a happy ending in real life. After being expelled from the Duke's family, my life was hell. I went through many dangerous and near-death experiences. I was taken in by the Emperor of the Holy Nation, who knew my identity and trained me to be a spy. To repay my life-saving grace, I did my best to survive as a spy for 15 years. After knowing the story, the Emperor gave me a mission. Peri, you've probably heard that the Exel family has found their daughter, right? But you're the one who knows best that she's an impostor. Infiltrate the Duke Exel's house, reveal the impostor's true identity, and prevent the marriage between that impostor and the Western Empire. Peri, can you do it? From that, I accepted the mission and returned to the Duke Exel's house. Peri sighed deeply. Although I also dreamt of my family reuniting and shedding tears, that only happens in plays. I've long abandoned that thought. My second oldest brother, right? He looks quite surprised. Blood ties are so important. Clearly, he doesn't recognize his real sister beside him. But this ridiculous scene will soon end today. I've completed the mission of exposing the impostor and ruining the marriage. I just need to handle my identity here, return to the holy nation, and report to Mother. While strolling, Perry suddenly stopped to eavesdrop. There's some commotion in the main hall over there. What happened? The maids huddled together, whispering, "How could this be?" Perry looked around and witnessed a horrifying sight. That person is dripping syrup. Moreover, it's none other than him. Lyion Exel, the eldest son of the Exel family and former heir to the Duke. Perry quietly stood behind, eavesdropping on the conversation of two maids. While dining, he suddenly smashed a wine bottle with his hand. It seems he was seriously injured. Red syrup is everywhere. It seems the news that his younger sister is a fake has agitated him. Perry thought to herself, how ridiculous. After abandoning me, now you're all in chaos. Suddenly, Lyion turned and saw Perry there as well. She became flustered. What's with that expression? He's looking at me strangely, isn't he? Leaving isn't my problem anymore. But I have a bad feeling. It's best to disappear from here as soon as possible. Footsteps slowly approached Perry. A subordinate standing right behind her called out, "Miss Perry." She turned around, chanting silently in her heart, but outwardly asked curiously, "What is it?" The subordinate relayed a message, "Lord Lyion wishes to see you privately." Inside the room, Lyion was standing by the window, admiring the view. At the same time, Perry hesitantly entered and said, "You called for me." She thought to herself, no wonder I felt his gaze on me was unusual earlier. Lyion said, "Miss Perry, I have a proposition for you. Although I call it a proposition, it's also a request." Lyrion's expression was serious. Perry, however, was lost in thought about something else. Thinking about how he didn't recognize me even when I was so close is truly laughable. There's a saying that, in the face of blood ties, instinct is more accurate than reason. One can answer with intuition. Although I ridiculed this saying as foolish, when I sat in the carriage on my way home after 15 years, in my heart, I still held a sliver of hope. Perry's mind always hoped that her brothers would recognize their real sister, and be happy to welcome her back. Perry asked Lyion, "What is your proposition?" He immediately said, "Stay here. Become our comfort." That sentence extinguished the flame of hope in Perry's heart. She froze in shock. Lyion confessed sadly, "The impostor of our sister has been apprehended. We need someone to fill that void. Someone to pretend to be our departed sister." Perry's heart skipped a beat at the hurtful words. Lyion continued to try his best to persuade her, "Your face closely resembles my lost sister. Stay here and comfort us," reminding us of her. Perry was speechless at this immense pain. It had gone wrong in the worst possible way. He's crazy. They want me to stay here like a doll just because I resemble their lost sister. I was given a real identity by the holy nation. It's understandable that he doesn't suspect me of being his sister. But even so, from Fenos to Lyion, why have things become so terrible? If you chose to abandon me, shouldn't you be living well without me? You were the ones who threw me away. Why are you making yourselves so miserable? After a moment of thought, Perry frankly made her decision, "No, I don't want to comfort you by pretending to be your lost sister. I'm not the person you need, Lord Lyion." As she spoke, she turned to face Lyion. "What you need is a therapist. And don't interfere in my life." Perry spoke firmly, looking him straight in the eye. About 26 years ago, the third child of Duke Exel was born. The Duke and Duchess Exel, already known for their harmonious relationship, welcomed their third joy. Having already had 2 sons, this was joyful news for everyone as they anticipated the arrival of a little princess. But upon seeing the newborn, everyone fell silent. Because the child's hair color wasn't the night sky black of the Duke, nor the brilliant gold of the Duchess. It was brown. And this was the beginning of the tragedy. The protector family of the Eastern Empire, the Exel ducal house, inherited the blood of the dragon. The Duke's family was revered by all. There were two factors symbolizing their bloodline. The first was their inherent force. Force is an innate power like a weapon, and the Exel family can freely control this force instead of magic. The second was their black hair, a color as if dyed by the night sky. Anyone with the Duke's bloodline would undoubtedly have this hair color. But the hair color of the child the Duchess gave birth to was brown. This was malicious evidence proving a single truth: the Duchess had an affair. Everyone gossiped about it, but the Duke's actions were surprising. Ignoring all the rumors, he still trusted his wife. The Duke stood before everyone and declared, "This child is my daughter." He acknowledged the one who gave birth to this brown-haired child, and believed that this child, who couldn't use force, was his daughter. Because he deeply loved his wife and daughter, the servants who thought the Duchess should be prosecuted also remained silent. Thus, I grew up being treated like a princess. Until something happened. The day my mother and I journeyed back to her hometown, including my mother and dozens of knights, servants, and attendants, were all murdered. To find out the truth, the Eastern and Western empires joined forces to launch a search, but they couldn't find any clues. Not here either. But in this tragedy, there was one miraculous survivor. After searching, everyone shouted and informed each other, "We found her. The young miss is still alive." The child survived without any injuries. This meant that my mother had traded her life to protect me. The Duke knew this at a glance. I was only 3 years old at the time. I couldn't understand the Duke's feelings then. I only knew that I constantly missed her. Perry's catchphrase was always, "I miss mother." After that, the Duke fell into chaos. In that chaotic atmosphere, the servants were also caught up, making it difficult for them to care for me. I became lonely. Life was boring, and for the first time, I played with mud by myself. In my mind, all I could think about was my mother. Suddenly, at that moment, Perry felt something. For the first time, I realized I had the power to control Earth. And this was the decisive factor that led to my expulsion. Even though the Exel family can control force, they absolutely cannot use magic. I didn't know this truth, so I used my power to make a doll that looked exactly like my mother. I wanted to show the doll to the Duke. And I didn't know that the man who claimed to be my father was with that person. My ability to use magic exposed the shame that the Duke had tried to hide. So, in a worsening situation, custody was given to the man who claimed to be my father. But I think everyone guessed he wasn't my real father. After that, I had to live in the Magic Beast Research Tower, where the Duke handed me over to that man. During my time in that tower, I was constantly depressed and miserable. I thought this confinement was my fault. Perry curled up against the wall, sadly recalling what she had done. Because mother was so beautiful, and the doll I made didn't resemble her at all, that's why father was so angry. I need to make it more beautiful. Then father will love me again. With this thought, I made countless dolls, modeling them after my family members. Thinking I would be locked up for life, one day someone came. A scream echoed throughout the place. "What the hell is that? Help!" Perry, sitting inside, jumped up to see what was happening. In her heart, she still held hope. "That's right, it must be father. My family has come to find me." But the person before me wasn't my father or my brothers. It was Momen Lox, the queen of the holy nation, who later became my mother. Perry raised her trembling hands and pleaded, "Please, help me." Momen knelt down to speak to her more easily. That was the first time I met someone. Both of them embraced as if they had known each other for a long time. She told Perry, "Come with me." And to this day, I still clearly remember that warm moment. It was the first time I received help from someone else. From that moment, I decided to live for her. When Windham assigned me the important mission, "Perry, can you do it?" That mission made her sob for days. So, for the holy nation of Lox, exposing the impostor's true identity and destroying the marriage between the Eastern and Western empires is a crucial mission. Before infiltrating the Exel ducal house, I was in the capital of Lox City. Currently, our kingdom is trapped between two powerful empires, so maintaining sovereignty has become difficult. It's like, when elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. The question is how to infiltrate the ducal house. Perry walked while pondering. I'll go to the Eastern Empire first and then figure it out. Having just taken a bite of bread, Perry started to notice something strange about the taste. Wait, is this taste a sleeping drug? She started to lose her balance, staggering like a drunkard. In an instant, the drug took effect, and Perry lay unconscious on the ground. A group of mysterious people appeared and surrounded her. She's asleep. Blindfold her and put her in the carriage. Hurry up before the drug wears off. They quickly wrapped a cloth around Perry's face. But they didn't know that she had already woken up. First, I have to act like the drug is working. If I accidentally reveal that I'm fine, it will arouse suspicion, which won't be good at all. But I still don't know who these people are. A voice spoke, all right, I'll remove the blindfold for you, my lady. Perry was shocked. My lady. More formal than I imagined. No matter the situation, I have to see who's behind this first. Perry was stunned by the mysterious person sitting directly opposite her. And this person is Lesser Exel, the great duke of the Exel family, the father who threw me into hell. What is this man doing in the holy nation? No, why did he kidnap me? Lesser Exel, even after relinquishing the title of duke, is still the most influential person in the empire. A master who has reached a high realm to this day. He maintains his prowess like a monster. But why did he kidnap me? Does he know that I sneaked into the mansion to stop the impostor's marriage? No matter how hard Perry racked her brain, she couldn't find the answer. Lesser said, first, forgive their rudeness. I am Lesser Exel. I give you my family's honor that bringing you here wasn't to harm you. Perry feigned ignorance and asked, the Exel family? Is that the Exel family from the Eastern Empire? What business does a nobleman like you have with me? Lesser made an announcement, I have a special proposition. Perry was extremely surprised. A job offer. After a moment of thought, Perry began to decline, thank you, but I. Lesser interrupted her, saying, 25 years old, from the holy nation, family and relatives deceased. Graduated from a prestigious school in the Western Empire, currently just messing around with trivial matters. Perry was extremely surprised that Lesser knew so much about her. This is publicly known information about me. He planned to investigate me beforehand. Lesser got straight to the point, I know your information very well, so I'll be blunt. Come work as a maid for my daughter. Perry was stunned by this offer. He wants a good maid for the daughter he worked so hard to find. But why me? Why kidnap me and offer me a maid position? She voiced her question to Lesser, if it's to be a maid for the Duke's daughter, that's a prestigious position. Why me? He calmly replied, of course, there are many reasons. If we chose someone from the Eastern Empire, people wouldn't just pay attention to that girl's background. They would also calculate her relationships with relatives and friends to guess the Duke's family's intentions. Whether it's to strengthen that family's power, or to restrain someone, they would make all sorts of assumptions. But someone from a declining Viscount family in the Holy Nation is very suitable for us. But there's another reason why it has to be you. Are you familiar with the custom of the shadow double? Perry started to feel uneasy. Her hands clasped together, as she answered Lesser's question, I know. Shadow double is finding someone with a similar appearance and physique to act as a stand-in. This custom helps the person being doubled escape assassination by assassins or rebels. But this method is probably only suitable for the past, when communication wasn't prevalent and people weren't familiar with each other's faces. Perry asked for confirmation once more. The job offer is for me to be a shadow double. But finding a double for the young miss has already. Lesser reassured her, don't worry. We have a family heirloom that can change someone's appearance without leaving any magical traces. The more he spoke, the more confused Perry became. If you have this, why seek me out? Lesser stammered before this difficult question, that this treasure can only be activated if the caster and the target have a certain degree of similarity. Perry wondered to herself, a family heirloom that can only do that. Lesser used all his sweet words to persuade her, it's certainly a wonderful treasure. Even ordinary people without magic power, just activating it once can maintain it for several months. Anyway, with your appearance, it will certainly be easy to activate it. Now, all that's left is your answer. Perry sat in silence for a long time. Then she politely declined the offer, I know my place. Being a young miss from a noble family, becoming a maid for the princess is too much for me. Serving as the princess's maid is too great an honor. What you really need is someone who can impersonate the princess in case of emergency, right? In her heart, she firmly believed what she said was correct. That's right. Someone who can sacrifice themselves for the princess if necessary. So, among the girls who resemble the princess, I was chosen because I don't have a family or any power backing me. To object. This is just picking a replacement to be a tool. But thanks to this, infiltrating the Duke's mansion will be easier. Perry could only force a smile, but her heart ached. To protect the fake daughter, they are using the real daughter as a double. How pathetic was my childhood self, looking forward to seeing my father. Not only did he not recognize me, but he also spoke such lofty words and made such a disgusting proposition. Perry asked further, but do I have the right to choose? Lesser smirked in amusement, of course you do. We need someone to volunteer to work for the princess. Forced doubles are difficult to utilize in crucial moments. If you want to refuse my offer, then drink this tea, and we'll end our conversation. Perry looked at the teacup with suspicion. Tea? Is the tea poisoned? Lesser carefully explained, the tea is mixed with sedatives and hallucinogens. It will erase your memory of the past 5 hours after drinking it. It's just for confidentiality. Don't worry, the ingredients are safe. Although he said that, Perry felt it wasn't safe at all. Perry carefully considered, right. What is the right to choose? He went through the trouble of kidnapping me just for this. The Duke is making a proposition about having an anonymous replacement for his daughter, something that can't be revealed. In reality, instead of expecting the effects of this drug, killing me would be less troublesome. Despite that, he intentionally used this method. So, drinking this tea and losing my memories is to repeat that offer again until I voluntarily agree to it, no matter how many times. Of course, this drug is useless against me. Moreover, if I want to leave, I can escape from this place anytime. But isn't this a chance to sneak into the Duke's mansion? On the contrary, I am very grateful to him. Perry smiled brightly and said to him, I didn't think the Duke would personally negotiate something like this. It seems you love your daughter very much. Lesser's expression suddenly changed, looking like a murderer. Words can't express it. For her, I could become any kind of villain. And conversely, if you work for the princess, I can give you anything. Meaning, you can negotiate any reward you want. So, what is your choice? A few days later, at the Holy Nation's palace, Perry was packing her clothes into a suitcase. A voice called out, What did you say? The girl casually replied, Of course I agreed. It's a bit uncomfortable, but the offer is very lucrative. The man could only sigh in exasperation. I don't understand what you're thinking. Perry asked irritably, What? Why are you here causing trouble? This is a mission from His Majesty. Don't you understand that very well? And the man talking to Perry was Merlot. Merlot Rox is the sole heir of the Holy Kingdom. Growing up with me since childhood, he's more like an older brother than my actual one. Therefore, I also understand Merlot's genuine concern for me. Rox repeatedly asked, Perry, are you really okay? You said you didn't want anything to do with the Exel family, so why are you accepting a mission to sneak into the Duke's mansion now? Perry chuckled and asked him, "What's this? Are you worried?" Merlo was angered by her calm demeanor. "After all, is that all you can say? Actually, our relationship wasn't good at first, because Merlo opposed my stay in the Holy Kingdom. 15 years ago, when I first met Merlo, he was extremely unhappy with my staying in the Holy Kingdom. The reason was that at that time, the Holy Kingdom was surrounded by the Eastern and Western empires, and it was difficult to maintain sovereignty. In that situation, the Holy King secretly taking the child of the Eastern Empire away from home like that was very problematic. I remember Merlo explaining this to me back then. And that would be the reason for the Eastern Empire to declare war on the Holy Kingdom. At that time, Merlo was just an 11-year-old prince. He crossed his arms and asked Perry in a loud voice, "Do you understand? Your existence will bring trouble to the Holy Kingdom, so if you have any self-respect, live the rest of your life in silence, as if you were dead. Do you hear me?" Merlo's words frightened Perry immensely. So, if someone finds out, will something big happen? Merlo paid no attention to her feelings and directly declared, "Not only will something big happen, but the Holy Kingdom, which has maintained its sovereignty for 2,000 years, will be in danger because of you." Perry asked him again, "So what should I do?" "Because of me." Merlo immediately replied, "What else can you do? I told you to live in silence for the rest of your life, as if you were dead." Only then did he notice Perry's unusual expression. Her throat tightened, making it extremely difficult for Perry to breathe. This made Merlo panic. "Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong now?" He rushed towards Perry and caught her fainting body. "Hey, wake up." Everything around Perry gradually darkened until the afternoon of that day. Perry seemed to have fainted from fright, and continued to have a fever in bed. She opened her eyes when she heard a familiar voice echoing in her ears. This voice is His Majesty's voice scolding Merlo. Bullying the weak is not the image you want to project as the heir. Merlo knew he was wrong. The boy lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." After that, His Majesty said to him, "You go out first." In fact, His Majesty sensed that Perry had woken up. He turned around and asked softly, "Are you awake?" Knowing she couldn't continue pretending, she slowly sat up. "Yes." Perry hesitantly asked His Majesty, "Why did you bring me here?" "The person just now said I shouldn't stay in your country, because it will bring trouble to your Majesty." Perry mustered up her courage and said, "If that's the case, you can send me back to the tower." Despite that, the girl couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing this, His Majesty sighed. "It's all because of my good son." He walked gently to the bedside. "That's right, just like that brat said, you have to live in secrecy. You can't use your real name, and you have to use a false identity for the rest of your life. However," he knelt down beside the bed and took Perry's hand. His Majesty spoke in a soft voice with a gentle smile. "Your life is not fake." He squeezed Perry's small hand. "In this world, there are positions where we have to disguise ourselves, and there are positions where we have to hide in the shadows to protect the kingdom. Our Holy Kingdom stands firm thanks to the strength of such people." Perry looked at him with teary eyes and asked, "So I can help you too?" Her sincerity softened His Majesty's heart. "Little one." He smiled and asked her back, "Do I look like I brought you here to help me?" Perry honestly replied, "No." His Majesty explained it to Perry simply. "The reason I brought you here is simply that I couldn't abandon a child who was being abused. Saving you was my choice. You have no responsibility for this, so you don't need to worry. Just be healthy and grow up. That's enough." This was the gentlest request Perry had ever heard from anyone. The next day, Merlo actively sought her out. "About yesterday," he sincerely apologized to Perry. "I'm sorry. I went a bit too far. It won't happen again." Perry hadn't blamed him from the beginning. She then asked Merlot about what she had been curious about all day. What does it mean to hide in the shadows and protect the country? What? Merlot was surprised to receive such a strange question. She told Merlot that His Majesty had said there were people hiding in the shadows to protect the kingdom. He thought carefully for a moment and then replied uncertainly. Could it be referring to the intelligence team? Are they spies? That was the first time Perry heard the word spy. Afterward, she engraved it in her heart. Hiding in the shadows to protect the kingdom, I can do that too. Even if I have to live under a false identity. Forever, as long as I can help His Majesty, the person who saved my life. So it's all right. The now grown-up Perry was no longer afraid. While arranging her clothes, she said to Merlot, anyway, I don't have any reaction to the Exel family anymore. Moreover, you also understand how important the mission to stop the marriage of the two empires is. Merlot knew everything, but he was still worried. Of course I know, it's just. He fell silent. Her attitude, that attitude makes me uneasy. It seems like she has completely detached herself from Exel. It looks like she has escaped the past, but now she has to go meet the family that abandoned her. I can't imagine her not being affected at all. Perry must be bothered by something. Merlot ruffled his hair. And in this state, infiltrating the Duke's mansion is. After thinking, Merlot felt that it wasn't so bad. No, wait. Thinking about it carefully, this is a good thing. It might be better to end everything herself. His Majesty must have considered that. So, Merlot made his final decision. Just exposing the impostor's identity is not enough. Perry looked at him in surprise. Merlot's expression became more mischievous. Supplementary order, the time limit is half a year. You have to thoroughly humiliate them before returning. Do it dramatically, like the plays you enjoy, so they lose all face. Perry looked at Merlot, puzzled. You're clearly worried about me, and yet you're adding to the mission. He must trust me and not consider the possibility of failure. Although a wise ruler shouldn't blindly trust the abilities of their subordinates, if the subordinate is me. The story is completely different. Because I am the Holy Kingdom's strongest spy. Perry smiled confidently and accepted the order. All right, you can count on me, Merlot. The smile on her lips, besides confidence, also held another meaning. Because this mission was also mixed with personal feelings. Lesser Exel, I'll show you very soon. That the daughter you cherish is an impostor. The moment you realize that the daughter you've struggled to find all these years is a fake, you'll probably find it hard to even think about searching for your real daughter anymore. So I thought, even if I lose my life, it wouldn't matter. And if that happens, I'll definitely drag you down with me. Ultimately, it will be a great misfortune for you. Although this is an unexpected turn of events, this might become a rather meaningful mission, wouldn't it? A few days later, at the border of the Eastern Empire, Perry's train was slowly arriving. She sat quietly, looking at the scenery outside the window. Finally arrived at the Eastern Empire, huh? So I'm almost at the Exel Duke's estate. She remembered her friend again. That idiot Merlot, the heir to the Holy Kingdom, he's the one who caused this big disaster. How could he give such a foolish order? It means he must trust me a lot. With my abilities, there's nothing I can't do. Perry thought to herself, the reason I can be so confident is thanks to my earth magic from when I was at the tower. The earth magic I developed to survive is extremely suitable for espionage activities, as it can absorb nutrients from the soil or mud, allowing me to live for many days without eating or drinking. And it can also shape dolls that look like people. The clay dolls I constantly made of my family were because of loneliness and guilt. Before I knew it, they stopped crumbling when they came into contact with my tears. After a while, they started to gain color. They could move as if they had joints, and their rough surfaces became smooth like real skin. Just like that, I could shape a whole person, like a passage in the Holy Book where God created man from clay. At that time, I didn't think I was a special being like a god, but the moment I created a person with my own hands, the feeling was unbelievable. I also discovered another power, and the way I discovered it was quite simple. When I was imprisoned in the tower, I wanted to go outside more than anything. So I started shaping clay into shapes and sending them out instead of me. I told them through my tears, "You guys go out there and live in my place." And at the moment of that wish, I unlocked the ability to link my hearing and vision to the clay dolls. After that, it went beyond just sharing senses. I figured out how to transfer my consciousness into a body made of earth. This happened when I was seriously ill. I wished I could stop feeling pain, and that's when it happened. Ever since I mastered all these abilities, the cold and lonely tower was no longer scary. When I felt pain, I would transfer into a fake body, and when I was curious about the outside world, I would send a clay figure out to look at the sky. When I felt lonely, I spent time with the family I created from clay. They never treated me harshly. That's how I survived in that tower for 8 long years. The more she remembered, the heavier her heart became. Perry quickly stopped her wandering thoughts. "I'm thinking about that useless tower again. Have we arrived yet?" When the train stopped, Perry stepped off. After a while, she finally arrived in front of the vast Exel Duke's estate. Looking at the estate in front of her, Perry didn't feel much emotion. She just tightened her grip on the suitcase handle. "I've really come back here." Suddenly, someone approached Perry. "Are you the young lady who's coming to work as a maid for the princess? I received news that you would be coming, so everything has been prepared. You can come in now." Perry nodded to the woman who came to the gate to greet her. "Oh, thank you." She silently thanked that everything went quite smoothly. "Luckily, I don't have to wait. I'm quite tired too." The journey here wasn't difficult at all. As the Duke promised, I received adequate treatment and the people who accompanied me were very friendly. Only, along the way, people kept whispering about me. "Have you seen her face? Oh my God, have you seen it?" I was so shocked. Perry just pretended she didn't hear anything. "We can't stop people from talking behind our backs. After all, I used that treasure, so she must look almost identical. Do they think I can't hear them gossiping? But I know everything that's happening outside the train thanks to the clay dolls I placed around since I boarded. This was part of the plan, so Perry didn't mind. Anyway, I can't blame them. Only a few people know about the decoy plan. In their eyes, I'm just a strange maid who looks like the princess. I guess I'll hear things like this many more times from now on." After settling into her room, late that evening, Perry was led by a servant to a brief introduction of the spaces in the mansion. "This is the princess's reception room." The servant led Perry into the room and instructed, "Please wait here. The princess will call for you later." Perry bowed and replied, "Thank you for guiding me." According to her deductions, this person must be Lucia Estelba, the second daughter of the prestigious Estelba family, assigned to be the princess's maid from birth. Perry rubbed her chin and thought, if I had grown up here, perhaps we would be friends. But it seems now she's the maid of the fake princess. Lucia continued, "And there's one more thing I need to tell you. Right now, the princess is with Duke Lyion. Please be especially careful when you're near the Duke." The name Lyion surprised her slightly. "Older brother, Lyion Exel. I thought I'd meet him at some point during my stay at the mansion, but he's in his sister's room at this hour." She wondered, the prestigious Exel family is a place where even the way of addressing each other must follow etiquette and rules. So even if they are siblings, it's quite unnatural for them to be in each other's rooms at this hour. Naturally, she felt a chill. Moreover, the way Lucia said it seems like they are always together at this hour. Could there be something between them? After thinking, she felt uneasy again. What the heck am I thinking? Surely they just have a better than normal relationship. I shouldn't be watching those kinds of plays anymore. Enough of the nonsense. Peri sat down on the sofa in the room and calmed herself down. Before I meet the fake princess, I need to prepare myself mentally. Peri focused on recalling the information she had been provided. During the 4 years the Duke has been searching for the princess, many young girls have visited this place with the dream of gaining high status. However, deceiving the eyes of the Exel family is not an easy task. Candidates are often exposed as fakes and immediately sent away. But there's one person who has passed that test and hasn't been discovered for over a year. This isn't something a person with clever intelligence can accomplish alone. There must be a group involved and intervening, helping her deceive the Exel family. I think. At that moment, the princess appeared in a bathrobe and smiled a greeting to Peri, surprising her. I'm not sure this is the fake princess. She's greeting me so calmly. This time, Peri was the one who awkwardly greeted her. Oh, hello. The princess casually sat down on the chair opposite her. Nice to meet you. I'm Peri. I heard you came from the Holy Kingdom. You must have had a hard time getting here. These actions of the princess were completely unexpected. This image was different from what she had imagined. The princess continued to talk while someone from behind slowly dried her hair. You must have heard, since I grew up outside the family, I'm not good with etiquette. I hope you understand. Peri could only reply, yes. The fake princess smiled and introduced, all right. The person who had been constantly drying her hair behind her back, this is my brother, Lyion Exel. Then, she simply gave a flimsy excuse to explain this excessive intimacy between the two of them. You know, he cares a lot about me. This naturally didn't escape Peri's notice. Lyion. So he's really here. But no matter how caring, why would siblings help each other dry their hair? And how could she be wearing only a bathrobe like that? Things like this are usually done by maids. But she's dismissed all those people. Although the princess always appeared natural and smiling, Peri always had a bad feeling about her. And at this hour, only the two of them are left, and he's taking care of her. This is. The more she thought, the darker Peri's face became. It's clearly not a fake romantic relationship. The relationship between the fake princess and the person who should be acting like her brother seemed a bit unusual. The supposed brother didn't even recognize his real sister standing before him. Peri was speechless, stunned. She had imagined the moment of sibling reunion, never expecting it to be like this. Forget the father not recognizing his daughter. It's normal for the brother not to either. The fake princess sitting opposite suddenly turned and asked Peri, by the way, what's your name? My name is Peri, miss. The fake princess was surprised, repeating her name. You're Peri. She burst out laughing. How strange, it's the same as my name. Peri was confused. Why? The fake princess continued, you should change to a different name. Let me think. Peri froze, unsure how to respond appropriately because she was so casual. She was still immersed in the task of giving Peri a new name. Your hair is brown, so. That's right, brown. Let's call you Brown. Peri was dumbfounded, but still had to act enthusiastically. Okay, what an honor. This was truly difficult. It was hard to adapt to this kind of personality. Regarding future work, Peri got to the main topic. The fake princess also remembered. That. She replied nonchalantly, I don't think it's necessary. You can go out now. Peri was taken aback. Why? Doesn't she know I'm supposed to be a stand-in in case of emergency? Peri stood up and also asked, didn't the Duke say anything about me? The fake princess replied, I heard about it, but it's not necessary. She asked again, do you think I'm in that much danger? Peri thought and replied, probably not. If I'm in danger, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. There are many more elite knights here than you. Besides, She touched the Duke's hand and smiled. There are also my brothers here. I know father worries about me, but using magic tools just for this, I don't think it's necessary. Inwardly, Perry had been speechless for a long time. I'll go talk to father. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, Perry sighed. He won't let it go that easily. Is there anything else? The fake princess's eyes suddenly became more menacing. Then go out. The door closed, and the fake princess frowned. That girl is my substitute. Saying that, the fake princess no longer had a gentle appearance. She looks too much like me. I can impersonate the Duke's daughter because this appearance makes people think of her. Smooth brown hair that shines with gold, with purple eyes that sparkle like jewels. But do you think this face is natural? To have Perry's appearance, I paid a very high price. The fake princess recalled the dark times before. But now, another girl with the characteristic appearance of the princess has appeared. What if she steals my position? Brother, the fake princess called softly. What is it? Lyion Exel immediately replied. She turned around, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her brother. I really hate her. That girl just now looked a lot like you, right? Lyion Exel nodded. Indeed, very similar. I don't know where father found her. Her expression immediately fell, and he tried his best to comfort her. But she's the substitute father found for you, so don't be sad. If it really bothers you, should I prevent her from getting close to you? She shook her head. That's not it. Lyion Exel suggested again, or should I leave a scar on her face? She shook her head and protested. Then she'll no longer be of value as a substitute. This is the substitute father worked so hard to find for me. But the fake princess smiled. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. Lyion Exel soothed her. You're worrying too much. She's just a substitute. There's no need to be concerned. Perry. He suddenly called her name, and she happily responded, yes. The question was like a bolt from the blue, and the fake princess froze for a moment. When you were little, you could use magic. Can you still use it now? That earth manipulation ability. The fake princess, of course, didn't know how to use magic, so she tried to avoid the question. That? Probably because of the shock. I can't use it anymore. She pretended to be regretful. How could you ask me about that? Lyion Exel immediately apologized to her, and the fake princess acted sullen. But inside, she was feeling uneasy. Why suddenly ask about that ability? I don't even know any magic, how can I imitate it? But even without that ability, the Exel princess is still me. No one suspects anything. Right now, isn't Larry apologizing just to please me? She was feeling complacent. But Larry's eyes were no longer affectionate. He had become colder. Everything will be fine. Back in her room, Perry collapsed onto the bed. I'm so tired. She felt exhausted. On the first day, she was given the name Brown because of her hair color, and she was pressured, not allowed to work. Moreover, she said there's no work for me to do. That's not concern, it's the intention to get rid of me. Seeing her act coquettishly with Larry was also her showing off her status to me. Just with that face, she has secured the position of princess, so having a maid who looks like her must have made her anxious. Perry was deep in thought. At first, she was extremely cheerful, and I was a little scared. Now it seems she's not someone who does meaningless things. It doesn't matter if she doesn't give me work. Perry sat up. Anyway, with my abilities, there's no intelligence I can't investigate. Mud and earth may seem dirty, but no one can live without the ground. Dust in the door cracks, mud under the soles of shoes. Even the soil in the flower pots and the soil on the trees in the grounds. Wherever there are people, there will be mud and earth, and I can influence all of that. Perry was satisfied. She smiled mysteriously. Doesn't want me to work. Doing so only gives me the opportunity to freely investigate. Just try to obstruct and control me. I'm the one who lived in harsh conditions in that dilapidated tower. So, Peri stretched, regaining her vitality. The strongest spy of the Holy Kingdom. Still safe today. Nighttime in the Holy Kingdom. This dilapidated tower always produced strange sounds at night. Footsteps were approaching. A young man was walking closer to the gate. He observed silently. Really? He touched the door. Every time I see this tower, I feel uncomfortable. The expression of the young master of the Exel family became more uncomfortable. Just like the fake princess. Princess Peri, the impostor, has been at the Duke's mansion for a year now. Perhaps finding the princess is a difficult task. The recent atmosphere of the Duke's mansion has become. It looks incredibly harmonious, but in reality, the legitimate heirs of Exel have been completely disrupted. First, Exel, the former duke who held all the power, suddenly left the duchy one day and went into seclusion. I'm afraid of father. It was after hearing his daughter say those words. Sensitive to power and discipline is the eldest son, Lyion Exel. Just to please the princess, he broke the rules and his perception. The excellent and noble knight, the second son, Fenos Exel, has become addicted to alcohol since the princess appeared. From that moment, he's even been so drunk that he's lost all his composure. Just because. The young man remained silent. Because the princess's appearance caused such commotion. He opened the door and entered the castle, slowly walking inside. It's truly laughable, the real princess died a long time ago. His face was grim, right in front of me. He is Pandarian Exel, the Duke's first adopted son, and currently the acting Duke. A family like the Exel Dukedom, which values bloodline above all else, adopted a son and handed over the title of Duke. His achievements and extraordinary abilities have almost been forgotten because of this. He's famous for his arrogant and eccentric personality. Even after the princess returned, he didn't waver. Replacing the declining legitimate heirs, he brilliantly led the dukedom. But this doesn't mean there weren't issues between him and the princess. Lyion Exel brought the fake princess and introduced her. This is your third brother. The fake princess smiled brightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother. I'm Peri Exel. I'm glad we are family now, she said, but Pandarian responded with indifference. Princess Peri, she tilted her head looking at him. Disgusting, Pandarian's frightening gaze stared towards her. The fake princess was also frightened. Brother. How could you say that to me? The fake princess, scared and trembling, huddled closer to Larry, her eldest brother. Since then, the atmosphere in the ducal residence had always been tense. Larry, the eldest brother, would unconditionally obey anything the princess said. He started competing with the Duke because he hated the princess. Duke Pandarian thought to himself, in the eyes of others, I'm probably being too harsh. But seeing that impostor, I could only say that. Because Peri is a special existence to me. Everyone in the Eastern Empire knows that I was adopted by the Exel family to become the Duke. But very few know the reason why I was adopted. Actually, I was adopted because they needed a husband for Princess Peri. At that time, Duke Exel, longing for the abandoned Princess Peri, found the only way to bring his non-blood-related daughter back. Adopt a son for her to marry. Making the princess his daughter-in-law. And I, Pandarian, was one of the puppet candidates prepared for the princess. I was exhausted from the competition and oppression. So that day, wanting to escape, I ran into that tower. I just wanted to confirm. The princess that everyone in the Exel family yearned for, the sole existence who could pull me out of this hell. Because I thought that if I were chosen by the princess, all my suffering would end. All my efforts would finally bear fruit. But before Pandarian, there was a terrifying end. His eyes became even more shocked. The person in front of me. His feet seemed to touch the bloodstains from that year. Pandarian frowned. Although it had been more than 10 years, Due to the tower's magical power, the bloodstains were still fresh. From the gloomy atmosphere to those bricks on the ground, everything seemed unnatural. In these unfavorable circumstances, Princess Peri truly existed. He reached the room where Princess Peri had been confined. He glanced over there, slowly walking towards it. The scratches, as if clawed by fingernails, and the low vantage point, these were marks left by a child. Pandarian knelt on one knee, recalling unpleasant memories. She must have cried here. He reached out towards the wall. If only I could have done something for her back then. He fell silent, retracting his hand. No, it's better this way. I should be glad she died back then. He clenched his hand. Even if she had returned to this strange house, she certainly wouldn't have been happy. I know she is dead. Making this assumption is meaningless now. The me back then couldn't save her. I became a doll without a master. So, there's no reason to come to this tower anymore. He covered his face in pain. It's all futile. Whether it's the Exel family refusing to acknowledge her death, or me being obsessed with a girl who no longer exists in this world. Pandarian gently touched the scratch marks on the wall, silently calling Princess Peri's name. If you were still alive, would things be better now? It's been a week since I met the fake princess. I'm also getting used to the life of a maid. Peri is diligently doing her maid duties. From the beginning, I was excluded. Everyone acted as if I didn't exist. But Peri pulled herself together. Who am I? The world's strongest spy, an agent capable of blending into any group. So, I cleverly explained that there had been a mix-up in the assignments when I arrived to work as a maid. A man appeared outside the door. Brown, you're here. Peri cheerfully turned to speak. Hello, uncle. Because I didn't shy away from difficult tasks and always volunteered to take the lead, incidentally, the man chatted with Brown. Thanks for helping every day like this. I'm really grateful. I prepared lunch today, including your portion, so I'll count on you. Peri smiled, but inside, she was even more excited. Everyone has opened up to me. Even though this is just part of my strategy, working hard like this is meaningful. And I get to eat delicious food too. Today's not bad, huh? Peri was moving through the grounds. That girl was invited to be a maid, wasn't she? 3 Exel family knights appeared in the corner. But why is a maid doing that kind of work? I heard the princess didn't accept her. That means she has no backing. One of them gloated. So she's easy to control. Today, I'll drag her to bed. The blue-haired knight grinned and moved towards Peri. At this moment, she was still nonchalant, thinking to herself, I take back what I just said. She screamed internally. I'm being targeted by these unscrupulous knights. I can hear you, you know. Good morning, the blue-haired knight stepped forward to greet her. Peri also cheerfully responded, hello. He offered to help. It looks heavy, let me help you. Peri shook her head, refusing. No need, thank you. He casually took the handle. Come on, let me help you with this heavy work. Peri felt annoyed. So presumptuous. The knight, delighted, grinned. It's not far from the waste disposal area, let me help you carry it over there. Peri tried to politely reply, thank you, while muttering to herself. He says that behind my back, but pretends to be nice in front of me. He dumped the garbage bucket. There, all done. She coldly replied, thank you. He still acted friendly, returning the bucket to her and then invited her. What's with the thank you? Have you adapted to life in the duchy? You came from the Holy Kingdom. So it must be difficult to adapt. If you have time, how about we have a drink and chat? Peri pondered how to refuse politely. She smiled naturally. Thank you for your offer. It's difficult for someone in my position to go drinking or socialize with anyone. Inwardly, however, she was disgusted. What is he thinking, wanting to have a drink with me? Anyone? He frowned, displeased. Hey, maid. He immediately showed his disgust. Because you're new, I treated you with courtesy. Do you think you're some high-class lady? I helped you wholeheartedly, and you call me anyone. It was just a small gesture, yet I have to hear these words. Perry frowned. He's already revealing his true nature, after just a little test. The two knights behind also stepped forward, equally arrogant. It seems this maid doesn't want to play with you. She has high standards for a maid. She looked at the knights with annoyance, unworthy of their title. Brown is just a maid in name. A servant who only does chores, and yet I'm treated with such disdain. I've known this for a long time. Brown sighed. Even though it's just in name, I'm still a maid. My work is different from ordinary maids. Plus, I'm the close aide of the noble princess, a status not inferior to a noble. But these people treat me like this. I don't know whether they are stupid or just brainless. Nameless small fries are all the same. The brown-haired knight agitatedly said. Looks like we have to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, he broke out in a sweat. Sir Fenos. Why are you here? The knight, frightened, didn't dare look directly at him, his voice becoming stammering. What? Fenos. Perry's heart jumped. Why is Fenos here? Perry turned around. His indifferent expression glanced towards her. So it's the Exel family's second son. It really is Fenos. When did he? She gritted her teeth. I didn't notice him at all. Moreover, he's holding a bottle of alcohol in his hand. Perry observed and was surprised. Not only his footsteps, but he can also completely mask the strong smell of alcohol. It seems the rumors about him reaching a transcendental realm aren't baseless. Hey, you guys, leave. Fenos ordered, and the knights immediately obeyed and ran away. Perry was still wary. He sounds sober. So, he's not drunk. She was a little surprised. She turned back to look at him. I didn't expect to meet him in such an unexpected place. But why is he? Perry, finding the silence a little awkward, spoke up first to express her gratitude. Thank you for helping me. Is there something you wanted to say to me? She couldn't understand why he was staring at her without saying a word. He tilted his head and replied, You resemble my sister very much. Does he think I look like the fake princess? Perry smiled and replied, I often hear that from others. So, do you need something from me? He turned and walked away. He walked towards a nearby tree, sat down, and then said, Continue your work. Perry was taken aback. Ah, yes, what was that about? She glanced back at Fenos. I heard that he often drinks after the princess returned, but I didn't think it was to this extent. It's none of my business anyway. That day, I met Fenos after more than 20 years. He kept staring at me until I left, as if he was seeing someone else in me. I thought that was the last time I'd see Fenos, but contrary to my expectations, Fenos started following me every day. The first day, I thought it was just a coincidence, but afterwards, he would suddenly appear near me for a while and then leave. Perry was certain. With all these instances, how can it be called a coincidence? Perry showed her annoyance as Fenos trailed behind her every day. Not just for 1 or 2 days. This is making me uncomfortable. She decided, today, I have to talk to him. If it was someone else, I wouldn't mind, but there's a reason to pay special attention to Fenos. Right now, I'm just doing menial tasks like a servant, but I haven't forgotten my mission. I haven't neglected the internal surveillance of the Duke's household. Being able to live my daily life, while monitoring everything, is one of my specialized intelligence gathering and infiltration abilities, called Mud Doll. It's a simple figure resembling a snowman. Made of earth, but it can do things beyond imagination. First, they can relay to me what they see and hear in real time. Thanks to that, I can easily monitor everywhere in the mansion. Not only that, but also the whispers of the maids. That girl from the Holy Kingdom took the position of close aide, she's got some nerve. Proactively helping everyone, I heard about it too. There was a mistake in the process of assigning her as a close aide. Poor thing, she was scolded a lot at first. They record what they consider to be the most intense moments and convey them to me. It's just that the standard for intense moments is entirely up to them. Perry sighed. They witnessed a horrific murder, but in the end, they showed me the mating of ants. But this skill is useful in some aspects. Like other types of magic, mud magic also has its limits. For people like Fenos, with their sharp senses, it's very easy for them to detect it. And in front of this man, the abilities of the mud dolls are greatly reduced. Finally, I've identified the mansion's defensive magic and the knight's patrol routes to strategically place the mud dolls. But Perry glanced behind her. With such a dangerous person following me, the use of magic will be restricted. I have to get rid of him. Perry went out to the flower garden and spread a rug on the grass. Please come and sit next to me. We need to talk today. Fenos casually sat down. Perry grumbled under her breath, even the way he sits is annoying. Perry asked directly, So Fenos, are you following me because I resemble your sister? If so, wouldn't it be better to go directly to the princess? Is there a problem with a brother looking for his sister? Fenos coldly replied, I'm not going. Fenos' expression suddenly became frightening. No? If you have a conscience, you shouldn't go, right? If you have a conscience, you shouldn't go. Perry stared at him for a long time, but he said nothing more. Their conversation ended just like that. Perry walked through the castle, pondering. Something about that conversation feels off. I still can't shake Fenos off. Found her. A pink-haired knight suddenly stepped out. Hello, you're Brown, the new maid, right? Perry looked at her in surprise. What is this? There's still someone in the Duke's mansion who welcomes me like this. Just like the rumors, you're the spitting image of the princess. Like an angel. Perry was startled. Who is she? Suddenly appearing and saying these things. Perry tried to recall. This hair and pink eyes in night attire, could she be Berry? Berry, one of the people I knew about while investigating the Exel family. In the East Empire, where only nobles could become maids, she relied on her swordsmanship and became the princess's maid. Even climbing to the position of assistant manager of the Knight Order. Because the selection of maids considered background, usually they would choose from noble families to maintain amicable relationships between families, like Lucian's case. But there were exceptions, and Berry was one of them. But why is she looking for me? Are you Lady Berry? Berry excitedly said, You recognize me. And you can speak casually. We are both maids, completely equal. Also, your skin is so beautiful. Perry was bewildered. My head hurts. Miss Brown, Berry asked eagerly, I heard you don't have an official job yet. Do you want to go with me today? Berry smiled warmly. I think it would be nice if we became closer. Perry was puzzled. What? She came to me just for something this trivial. I thought she would hate me since she's the princess's closest maid. Perry looked uncomfortable, but she still smiled and agreed. Certainly. Let's go together and see what she's really up to. Berry led her to her office. Perry breathed a sigh of relief. She's simpler than I thought. She's being so nice to me because I resemble the princess, right? She's clearly expressing her affection for the princess. It would be strange if I didn't realize it. But it makes me even more suspicious of Berry. Perry slowed down, observing her from behind. According to my intel, Berry is unlikely to have good intentions towards the princess. Because... She frowned. She's the one who was demoted because of the princess. After meeting Berry and talking with her for a while, although I tried to look for suspicious signs, I couldn't sense that she was hiding anything. Perhaps she simply likes the princess, which is why she treats me so well. Perry was glad for her presence and regretted her initial overthinking. Perry smiled as she looked at the beaming Berry. Anyway, I'll be leaving this place soon. As long as she doesn't hinder me, it's fine. Moreover, maybe I can learn more information from Berry. Being close to her during my time here probably won't be a problem. Suddenly, one day, Berry asked her, "By the way, Brown, you said you often go to the brewery, right?" The two were sitting in the dining room, chatting. Producing so much beer and alcohol, it must be a large place. Do you find it tiring? Perry shook her head. It's all right, I'm quite strong. She even boasted. I look like this, but I attended the night course at the academy. Berry's eyes sparkled. The night course? That's amazing. Berry showered her with praise. So you're in a command position. Perry laughed. Although most of my background is fabricated, this part is true. I enrolled not to complete a mission, but because I wanted to learn. And I was forced to wear a mask and live under different identities. So, none of the identities I use can be linked to Perry. Melo and His Majesty felt sorry for me, and wanted me to use my real face, and the name Perry at the academy. Thanks to that, I was able to expose the Duke and successfully infiltrate. Perry was surprised that her father had even investigated her attendance at the academy. Berry was admiring her. So, did Berry participate in the engineer course? Berry became even more excited. What about swordsmanship training from Sir Fenos? Being instructed by him is already an achievement. Hearing this, Perry felt awkward. That? What's wrong? You said he often follows you, didn't you? Perry didn't know what to say. It's just that it must be a bit overwhelming. Right there, at the next table, stood Fenos. Perry turned around and was stunned. Sir Fenos. Why does this person always have to appear at the right moment? I've told you several times. Perry's expression was still icy. She didn't care about Fenos' explanation. At that time, I had business with Berry, not you. Perry shouted angrily, You've said that many times. You know what? I know, so stop following me. Fenos replied, I'm not following you. It's just that you always appear where I go. Perry compromised. The incident at the dining hall was my fault, but after hearing those words, he should have some pride and stop following me. But this guy is following me even more closely now. The man carrying a crate saw Perry and said warmly, Brown, you're here. The man looked over in a panic. Sir Fenos. Behind her, he stood firmly, never leaving. This kind of situation happened every time. The maid's screams echoed whenever Perry arrived. Oh, Sir Fenos. Everyone was panicking. Perry didn't know what to do. Strictly speaking, it's not my fault. But seeing everyone so scared, I feel guilty deep down. So, I can only decide. Must I shoulder this burden called Fenos and sink alone? Perry cried inwardly. Please let me work somewhere where there are no people. The maid manager nodded. All right. Pristine white towels were hung on the clothesline. Perry felt comfortable as she worked. Not having to hear everyone screaming is a little more relaxing. And Fenos was muttering, Perry sitting there, her back like a small cotton pillow, that appearance is too adorable. If other people see her, she'll be kidnapped. Perry thought to herself, although I have to listen to his nonsense, it's still a bit better this way. One day, I gave her some ice cream. She couldn't finish it before it melted. My older brother and I thought the same, so we took a big bite. Perry quietly asked, How many bottles of alcohol did you drink today? And Perry gave us a critical look. She muttered, I should bring some snacks or something here. From that day on, Fenos started talking about Perry's childhood, with similar content, talking about how cute, adorable, and obedient Perry was. Every time Fenos mentioned his sister, his face lit up with happiness. But she's very kind. Even after what happened, she would always share her food with us. Sometimes, she would even put food from her mouth into ours. She's truly kind. Perry turned and looked back. Surprisingly, he remembers a lot of things from our childhood. My kind little sister. Perry looked at the present Fenos without saying anything. But all these things are meaningless now. Exel family mansion. Finally, Perry got to rest. She collapsed onto the bed. Today was so tiring. Because of Fenos, there was a little trouble. Even so, I've gained a more comprehensive understanding. It's time to think about how to expose this deception. Actually, the simplest way is to demonstrate my mud manipulation abilities, but that will definitely not happen. Oh right, actually I am Perry. The matter is resolved, I'm returning to the kingdom. Thinking about this possibility, she sighed. That can't happen. They won't let me leave. Moreover, I don't just have to worry about the fake princess, but also expose the forces behind her. Perry was deep in thought. Fortunately, there are the mud dolls. Although I've narrowed down the suspects, I still need a quick and easy way to expose her. At this moment, in the princess's room, Perry suddenly opened her eyes. Mud doll, check the princess's room. Find something. Inside the princess's room. What's going on? She should be in the room now, but she's nowhere to be seen. Is she in the bathroom? I placed a mud doll in there, switch scenes. Perry finally found the fake princess. Ah, there she is. Perry was astonished. What is that? The fake princess was doing something to her eyes. Blood and tears were flowing. Perry was shocked. What the hell is she doing? Perry panicked. How could she touch her eyes like that until they bleed? Could it be that she's applying it to the thing in the box in front of her? Judging from her reaction, that thing is definitely not normal. Even though it's so painful, she's enduring it and applying it. Perry frowned. So, that's something indispensable to impersonating the princess. Could it be something that changes her eye color? After all, violet eyes aren't easily inherited. Except for one situation, only women, who have reached a certain level of magic or swordsmanship, have a chance of giving birth to daughters with violet eyes. That's why they are so rare. At first, I was a little suspicious looking at her eye color, and indeed. The biggest characteristic of Perry is her eye and hair color. It's understandable why she's doing this. Perry suddenly realized. So I can take advantage of this weakness. That's right. Just tell them about the fake princess's natural eye color. That way, they'll definitely realize that this princess is an impostor. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to expose the person behind this, the one giving her the medicine. Perry smiled mysteriously. This is killing two birds with one stone. I have a plan. But Fenos was still engrossed in talking about Perry's childhood. Our Perry especially loved the jam on this spot. This isn't even a finger, but she kept sucking on it. I forgot about this annoying person. Perry was annoyed. Fenos continued reminiscing. So, to stop her, I applied bitter fruit juice on my hand. And then, you know what? She definitely would have stopped. Perry replied, "You're wrong. There's no way that happened." Fenos laughed loudly. Perry is someone who can even eat bitter things. That was the first time I learned that. Anne? Perry was puzzled. Is that it? Fenos casually replied, "That's it. It's ridiculous that I have to put up with him." Perry continued hanging out the towels. "Sir, do you like Princess Perry that much?" Perry directly dismissed him. "If you like her that much, why are you here every day bragging to me? Why not go directly to the princess?" Perry was annoyed. He misses her so much that he seeks out this substitute. Tell me the truth. Fenos remained silent. My father and brother, he hesitated. How can they be so deceitful? Fenos's face was serious. They clearly abandoned her themselves, and now they put on this fake act of being relatives. When they should have cherished her the most, they chased her away, turning him into what he is now. That child. Perry observed from behind. It seems. She pondered. Fenos always talks to me about the time before Perry was abandoned. It's all about the past. He has never boasted about the grown-up fake princess who returned, even though the whole continent praises and loves that benevolent princess. But it's definitely not because he knows the current princess is fake. If he knew, he would have punished that impostor long ago. If I'm not mistaken, Fenos is still stuck in the past. Stuck at the moment when the family was happy. Burying that memory, pretending to be calm until now, the moment the princess returned must have thrown him into a state of dissonance. If I expose the princess as a fake now, Fenos might go crazy and harm her. Hey, you. Seeing Perry lost in thought, he called out to her. What's your name? Perry glanced at Fenos. He finally asked, didn't he? My name is Brown. Fenos frowned, showing no sincerity. Who gave you that name? She screamed internally. It was your fake sister who gave me this name. But he asked her name. He finally didn't see her as a nobody, right? She truly anticipated, hoping that next time he wouldn't follow her anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Perry stood up and left. Hey. He called her back. What's your name? Perry was speechless. He forgot that quickly. If you are Perry. Fenos stared at her. Can you still eat and live well after being abandoned by your family? Perry remained silent, not responding. I can certainly answer this question quickly and concisely. Perry hesitated. That? Mr. Fenos, Miss Brown, there you are. The captain of the Royal Knights, Herrick, appeared from afar. Fenos saw him and asked, Herrick, what's up? Perry also looked over. Herrick, the strongest knight of the Eastern Empire and the captain of the Royal Knights. Is he looking for Fenos? Herrick hesitated. The thing is, Duke Larry would like to invite you both to dinner. Fenos frowned and stood up. Dinner? Perry was also surprised. My brother. Inside the mansion. Larry was already seated in the room, waiting. Miss Brown, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for accepting my sudden invitation. I heard you are having trouble with my horse-like brother. I invited you today to express my gratitude. Perry glanced to the side. Yes? Fenos was embarrassed. What do you mean, horse-like? So, how about unruly? Perry still remembered the first day they met after 20 years of separation. She looked at him indifferently. Lyion Exel had always disregarded her since that day. But suddenly he invited her to dinner today. What did he want? Moreover, the Duchess wasn't here, and only the two of them were invited. Was it really because of Fenos' matter that he wanted to thank her? I didn't expect the two of you to have such a good relationship. Perry also sat down. Normally, in noble families, relationships weren't good because of factional struggles. How can they be so fake? She clearly remembered what Fenos had just said. Hearing him speak like that, she even thought their relationship wasn't good. Perry smiled. After all, they are family. The scene of the three of them sitting around the dining table was like returning to the past. A fork clattered against a plate. The fake Duchess panicked. Are you talking about my brother? What are they doing? The maid replied respectfully, the other side has informed us that the Duke is having dinner with Mr. Fenos and Miss Brown. She panicked. Impossible. Why didn't they invite me? And lately, Mr. Fenos has been constantly following her, right? The maid respectfully replied, yes. I heard he's also drinking less. The fake Duchess was even more shocked. Oh my. Isn't it enough for them to have me? The maid's heart skipped a beat. Duchess. It's nothing. Let's eat. She forced a smile. Duchess. The maid still felt like she was crying. But in reality, the fake Duchess was furious. Brown? She repeated the name, driven mad. How dare you use a face identical to mine to seduce my brothers? She screamed frantically in her mind. Don't you know your place? I won't let you off the hook. Absolutely not. When asked if she was all right, the fake Duchess was still looking down at the ground. She reassured herself, calm down. I need to focus on playing the role of the Duchess. Right now, there's something more important than Brown. She pretended to ask Lucian, how's my engagement going? I heard Duke Hotine reacted very well. So, when are Duke Hotine and my third brother arriving? Probably have to wait another month. Hotine Windham will have to come to the Duke's mansion soon. Although I wasn't very sure at first, I didn't expect this marriage to succeed. People often say that the Eastern Empire has the Exel family, and the Western Empire has the Windham family. Exel and Windham are the two families representing the two empires. Grand Duke Hotine is the successor of the Windham family. But until 6 years ago, the relationship between the two great families was very bad, to the point that it wouldn't have been surprising if they started a war. Relying on a marriage to establish an alliance, from the current perspective, is impossible. Thanks to the Duchess, the Exel family is captivated, and everything can proceed so smoothly. It seems I've played my role well. I deserve this kind of reward, right? Marrying Hotine, becoming the Duchess of the Windham family, enjoying the rest of my life in bliss. Receiving healing potions and admiration from everyone for the rest of my life. But to achieve this dream, I have to deal with Brown. I need to prevent Duke Hotine from meeting her when he comes here. If that little girl meets Duke Hotine and gets other ideas, it'll be very troublesome. The question is, how do I deal with her now? While thinking, the side effects of the medicine hit her again. The servant said in a panic, Duchess. While she was clutching her face and screaming, it hurts. As if fingernails were scratching her face. Why do I have to suffer this pain? It's all because of that Brown. Since that little girl arrived, nothing has gone smoothly. Lyion and Fenos, those people. Maybe even Duke Hotine. How dare she have the same face as me? I can't let her continue like this. I want to crush that bitch under my feet so she doesn't dare covet my position anymore. I'll cruelly trample her to death. At this moment, in another palace. That's right. There's something I've been curious about since earlier. This is the first time I've seen you call a maid miss and treat her like a lady. Those words caused Exel and Brown to look towards him. Exel further explained, Miss Brown isn't a servant, but my sister. What? You said she isn't a servant. That's right. She's the one father invited to be Perry's attendant. An attendant. So that's how it is. No wonder they look so alike. Brown thought to herself. Judging by his reaction, it meant he knew absolutely nothing. It makes sense. Fenos is more upright than anyone. If he knew, he would definitely object, so he didn't tell him. Fenos spoke, Perry doesn't like anyone who resembles her, so she separated, right? So, is she working as a servant? You should have mediated from behind. You're spoiling Perry too much, that's why there's a problem. Exel just laughed. This kid can't even speak properly in front of Perry, can he? I sincerely apologize, Miss Brown. I'll talk to him when the former Duke returns. Brown thought, he used to treat me as invisible, but now he's pretending again. Exel asked his brother, by the way, Fenos, are you very comfortable around Miss Brown? But Perry is cold towards her. Fenos also had to confirm one thing. I'm much more comfortable around Miss Brown. It's ridiculous. He latches onto someone who resembles his sister, and then brings up old memories to chat. Really? But I'm terrified in front of Perry. Exel didn't understand what he was afraid of. I only remember the moments I liked. After that incident, I'm now overly protective, as if trying to erase that painful past. If so, you're too cruel. Brown now knew why he kept following her. I understand you. Exel placed his hand on his brother's shoulder. But time will heal everything. What we should do is always love her. What has been lost will gradually be filled. Just be good to her until everything is completely filled. Indeed, it should be like that. I can't avoid it either. Now, whenever the topic of the Duchess is brought up, both of them treat me like I'm invisible. It's ridiculous. The real sister is right in front of them. This is the first time the three of us brothers have had dinner together. Forget it. I'm leaving anyway. Let's consider this the last time we have dinner together. At this moment, Brown slammed the door shut. So annoying. Talking about that in front of me made the atmosphere so weird. Forget it. These things aren't important right now. Let's see. Now, I've successfully obtained the ointment. The secret agent is truly amazing. She started to examine the Duchess's ointment. The small medicine box in the Duchess's bathroom contains a red ointment. So, while everyone was at dinner, I used the sad doll to take some. Let me see what kind of ointment this is. Brown brought it closer to her face. Wait a minute, this smell. Could it be? I kept hoping it wasn't this. There's no mistake. This is the scent of a monster. A monster product made from a portion of a monster's flesh and blood. It can give the user tremendous power, but it also has side effects that make people cruel and violent. Moreover, the processing of this medicine is known to be unethical. So it has long been banned. The Duchess can't obtain this on her own. The person behind her is definitely not simple. To become Perry, to the extent of using something like this. What's the reason? Monster products have huge side effects, so let's confirm it. Perry was on the other side, clutching her face in pain. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Surely, she was about to call someone through the communication orb. Yes, Duchess, what do you need? I'll call a servant right away. And also, quickly bring Brown here. Her eyes were filled with hatred and malice. Brown was a little surprised. Looking for me? She couldn't stand the pain and acted impulsively. This must be a side effect. Then I should cooperate with her a little. Why are you treating me like this? Let me go. Brown pretended to be weak to put on an act. As you wished, Duchess, I've brought Brown here. Duchess, why did you suddenly look for me? Brown put on a pitiful expression. What did I do wrong to anger you, Duchess? Perry, with an arrogant expression, slapped Brown without saying a word. No way, she just slapped me like that. And in front of the other maids, is this inability to distinguish right from wrong also a side effect? How could someone like you, Perry began to speak. With our face, aim for this position. What are these things? It's my personal information. It seems she investigated me behind my back. Your behavior was too suspicious, so I investigated your information, and then discovered. You're just someone with no family, no friends, no job, just a diploma from the academy. I heard you were almost expelled for violence, right? How dare a social insect like you use a face like mine to seduce my brothers? Perry said with scathing words. Ever since coming to the Duke's mansion, everything has been ruined by you just because you're running around carelessly. And now you're starting to play dirty. Brown pretended to apologize. I'm sorry, Princess. Although I don't feel any remorse, I still have to bow my head. All right, looking at you like this, as your master, I also have a responsibility because I haven't paid attention to you lately. So, Perry placed her arm on Brown's shoulder. From now on, You have to come here every day for me to check on you. I will be responsible for managing you, understand? Yes, princess. Making me meet her every day, what the hell is she planning? Very good. I am doing this for your own good. Be grateful. So, see you often, Brown. Brown finally escaped from this place. I had the feeling that the mission was going quite smoothly, but suddenly the wind changed direction. Saying she is doing this for me is such nonsense. Clearly, summoning all the maids was just to humiliate me. But Yelbury's expression just now wasn't very good. Being ostracized by the princess like this, will it be difficult to be close to her later? Forget it, she liked the princess from the beginning. It's normal for her not to be close to me. Do the people in this house not want me to rest or something? Suddenly, someone's arm reached out towards her. It turned out to be Yelbury. She hugged Brown tightly. This surprised Brown greatly. What's going on? I thought I wouldn't be close to her anymore. And Lucian also joined in. Lucian was holding a tray of tea and cakes. They know clearly how the princess treats me. Is it okay for them to still come here and heal me? Lucian helped Brown bandage her wounds. Such a thing happened, and you guys are still being nice to me, is it okay? That? Lucian and Yelbury looked at each other with concern. Actually, every month, the princess goes crazy. She becomes very aggressive, everyone suspects it's a frenzy. Is that so? Brown understood the problem. 1 month. So the side effect of that ointment makes people become violent, unlike usual. Probably the cycle of applying the ointment is 1 month. But normally, she's very close and friendly. Because she went through a painful childhood, perhaps this is her way of releasing the long-suppressed hatred. It seems the princess has managed her image very well all this time. She's like this not because of an unhappy childhood, but because of the side effects of the monster ointment. But even if we make excuses, Miss Brown must be very upset at being insulted. So, Lucian bowed his head and apologized. As the princess's attendant, I can't say she's wrong for doing that. I am truly ashamed. I know this can't be resolved with just an apology from me. I also know it's shameful to apologize to you on her behalf. But please understand the princess. Brown sat there, recalling the scene. Clearly seeing the princess's outrageous behavior, he could bow his head before an ordinary person like herself for her sake. Yelbury worried about her so much, but didn't say anything in front of the princess. I once again feel how much these people love and cherish Perry. I also used to dream of this scene, that miraculous scene when I returned as the princess, and everyone loved me. But that kind of affection has become a thing of the past. Now, even when the person who hurts me doesn't reflect on themselves, there's no dramatic storyline. I've also experienced moments of joy with the people I cherish, and faced their indifference. So now, seeing the princess, I don't feel affection. I just want to complete the mission and don't want to condemn her. But using products from monsters is a different story. Because monster products require human bodies to be made, this is a terrible crime. 700 years ago, when monsters first appeared, humanity struggled for a long time to successfully protect their base. But after countless sacrifices in exchange for victory, the joy didn't last long. Humanity was forced to deal with the flesh and blood of the monsters, a mountain of rotting monster products. However, due to the toxicity of the monster products, the processing failed repeatedly. Finally, a blacksmith succeeded in turning them into weapons. However, this method has a serious problem: it requires human bones as a material. Each method of using monsters and the final result are different. To serve that purpose, unnecessary killings began to take place. In the end, the Empire considered monster products illegal, one of the most serious crimes, and prohibited their use. Not only the eyes that look like mine, there must be countless other byproducts from monsters besides the ointment. Who is behind that impostor? I have to investigate quickly, otherwise, there could be greater losses. Also, I'll throw out some bait. Brown came up with a way to cope. Things like sleeping pills and other medicines don't work. Brown also has the ability to neutralize monster products. Although I don't know the principle, His Majesty and Merlot couldn't figure it out, but it's good anyway. My blood can neutralize products and also degrade side effects. So what if I use a mud doll and mix my blood into the princess's ointment? The next time the fake princess applies the ointment, she will definitely go crazy. Actually, the princess goes crazy once a month. From Lucian's words, it can be inferred that she applies the ointment after a month. At that time, the current Duke, Pandarian, and her fiancé, Hotine, will also be here. I want the impostor to go crazy in front of everyone. So now, all that's left to do is wait. At this time, at the palace in the morning. A month later. A voice said, "That's great. If the two of them get married, the political situation of the two empires will become peaceful thanks to the princess, right? She's really like a miracle. Don't dream anymore, it's clear they are also hopeful. The lovely princess, who herself is a miracle, a blessing." With Windham's visit to discuss the marriage approaching, the manor is bustling with excitement inside and out. Such a joyous atmosphere. Seeing Yuri standing dazedly, Brown started to invite her, now that she knew the princess's true face. This atmosphere of praising the princess just makes me sick. Regardless of how she thinks. I feel like the princess has completely gone mad. It's been a month, and it's getting worse and worse. The princess has suffered so much. I just have to endure it a little. I don't understand. She's not from the Eastern Empire, so why does she protect the princess? Is it because she's been here a long time, and, like the people of the empire, has come to love the princess? The maid, Yuri, felt indignant for Brown. She's not from the Eastern Empire, she's a mage from the Western Empire. Yuri thought to herself, if it weren't for the money, I would have quit long ago. Moreover, for a whole month, she followed the princess's orders to heal my wounds without anyone knowing. Looking at her current state, she's become hostile towards the princess. To prevent the mission from going wrong, I didn't resist. But having so many people worried makes me feel a little guilty. Yuri asked irritably, "So how long do you plan to attend?" "You don't have to worry about me, I'm fine." Brown was certain that there weren't many days left. That's right, because of the marriage, Duke Lesser will soon return from the tower. Surely then he will start to continue his retirement. At that time, you're not allowed to attend, understand? I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. Brown said in a formal tone, "Thank you for treating my wounds." Although Yuri always complained, she was a very good person. Always saying it was because Yelbury was worried that she treated her wounds, but she disobeyed the princess's orders to help her erase the pain. It's ridiculous. I finally returned to my family, but the people who truly care about me aren't my relatives, but these friends. My relatives saw me being beaten, and didn't react at all. They don't know what happened in the room. Only that idiot is jealous of being called by the princess every day. And the person who fears the princess so much that they've hidden themselves in the tower is really not worth mentioning. These hopeless people. The sky began to turn black. The house filled with spiritual energy. Someone was stepping inside. Pandarian stumbled in, holding his head. He thought to himself, finally, I'm here. Because of that hateful impostor, I had to negotiate with the Western Empire and keep Hotine in the city. It's such a hassle. But it won't be long before that impostor is dealt with. Stepping outside, he saw a brown-haired girl standing there. That nauseating thing, why is it here? How dare it set foot here without knowing its place? How impudent. Brown was startled when a man grabbed her hand. Do you know where this is? How dare you be so careless? He hadn't finished his sentence when their eyes met. Pandarian only then realized, dumbfounded, that it wasn't the impostor. She was equally dumbfounded. Duke Pandarian. For a moment, they stared at each other, neither looking away. The air hung still and silent. Pandarian, uncharacteristically, said nothing. Are you Duke Pandarian? Do you have something to say? Brown breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Appearing out of nowhere without a sound. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. It's all right, no problem. So, you must have mistaken me for the princess. Although she often heard that he was the only one in this mansion who hated the princess, she didn't expect him to be so hostile upon their first meeting. Pandarian asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have nothing else, you may go." Clearly, he was being like this because of her. How dare he be so brazen? I arrived here first. With that thought, Brown turned and left. This woman looks like that impostor. Perhaps she's the maid that Duke Lesser forced to come back to protect his daughter's life. That maid was chased away by the princess and treated as invisible. She's been tormented every day since. Let it go, it's none of my business. Anyway, after the impostor Pandarian is dealt with, this woman will quickly disappear. That's right, it's clearly none of my business. But what is this inexplicable feeling? Brown returned to her room and slammed the door shut. I never expected to run into Pandarian at a time like this. According to the itinerary, he should be in the Western Empire. How did he return so quickly? Everyone in the Duke's mansion acts so arbitrarily. There are already enough people here that annoy me, and now there's one more. Although there's no reason to avoid Pandarian, seeing him makes me unconsciously think of my childhood, and it feels very uncomfortable. Because when I was young, I was very self-conscious when facing Pandarian. To be more precise, it was because of him, because of those jade eyes. Legend has it that people with jade eyes can repel evil and see the truth, but it's always been considered a children's fairy tale. But this rumor appeared because Lesser Exel adopted Pandarian. For the Exel family, and for the future of the Eastern Empire, a pair of jade eyes was absolutely necessary. If I also had jade eyes, perhaps I wouldn't have been abandoned like an outsider. When I escaped from the tower and was still sensitive, I heard that news, and then I buried myself in a deep hole. Because I really did dig a hole in the ground and crawled into it. Fortunately, there was Mello. Now, I'm no longer self-conscious. The Jade Eyes story is just a legend. Besides having exceptional eyesight, there's no other ability. But even so, people still gossip and suspect that Pandarian can see the truth through his jade eyes. It's all due to Pandarian's miracles. In an era where the path ahead is unpredictable, embarking on such long journeys is unbelievable. He crossed the sea filled with ferocious sea monsters. In a family that only values bloodline, he even overcame public opinion and achieved success early on, as if to prove that he had the qualifications to make achievements. This is the current Duke of the Pandarian family. Of course, the discovery of the new continent wasn't due to his jade eyes, but his own abilities. But that's enough to make people believe. For someone from a city-state without talent like me, it's truly heartbreaking. Of course, I can't fully interfere with his abilities. But this is precisely the strange point. Why would such a capable and arrogant man promote such an absurd marriage? He even personally went to the Western Empire, where diplomatic relations have been severed. And even accepted the compensation for Exel. Although the people of the Eastern Empire praise the princess's loveliness and feel that she brings peace to the two continents, Pandarian and Hotine, the leaders of the two Eastern Empires, couldn't possibly do this just because she's lovely. So, I can't help but suspect Pandarian's marriage is just a pretext. They must have some kind of deal. Perhaps I need to investigate this a bit. The evening was bustling at the military camp. To think that Duke Exel would return to the duchy alone. After all, no matter how much of a genius he is, he still has an unclear background. So please don't be heartbroken. Duke Hotine, hearing these words, could only chuckle. Me? Heartbroken? Well then, that's good. I'm fine. You just need to ensure that there are no errors in the subsequent itinerary. Understood. Then we'll excuse ourselves. With that, Pandarian turned and headed back to his room. A bunch of fools. This marriage is nothing more than a highly profitable business deal. It certainly won't be destroyed by such a small matter. Furthermore, Hotine held a piece of paper in his hand. That child is still in the duchy. I thought it would be difficult to see her, but I never thought I'd meet her again like this. Princess Perian's maid. What are you thinking, becoming her maid? Indeed, someone as extraordinary as her, encountered by Duke Pandarian. He's bound to sense something special. I wonder how he will react. How interesting. I am extremely curious. In any case, it's all just entertainment. Dinner was ready. The two sat opposite each other. It won't affect the predetermined future. Just a moment for this piece of entertainment. Everything will eventually find its rightful place. Fenos thought, it'll all work out. I'll eventually succeed. The palace was now shrouded in darkness. Brown thought to herself, to investigate what they are plotting, I must observe Pandarian first. Those precious jade eyes, with their superior perception and eyesight, are a bit intimidating. Anyway, I still have the sorrow doll I placed earlier. Observing from a distance, I shouldn't be detected, right? Because I made it too small for emergency response. Observing through the screen, she saw the man sitting opposite was Lyion. Why is he here at this time? His hobby is nighttime visits to his sister's room. Let's see what he wants to say. Fortunately, everything is going smoothly. As expected of his brother. What's the situation? The atmosphere seems okay. I heard they are always competing because of their different attitudes towards the princess. It's not as bad as I imagined. Forget those kinds of rumors, it's not that bad at all. So, Pandarian began. When are you planning to deal with that impostor? Brown was extremely surprised. What? Wait, if it's cut off here. What did I just hear? Did he just say impostor? Let me think, the impostor being referred to can only be Princess Perian. If that's the case, then both of them know the princess is a fake. How could they possibly know when there's no way to distinguish? Connecting the pieces. I should have placed more sorrow dolls earlier, or maybe made them better. There's no other way. I need to sit down and calmly think this through. According to what I just heard, Lyion clearly knows Peri is an impostor, yet he treats her like a beloved younger sister. Why? I can't understand. Wait, there's something suspicious here. If they know the princess is a fake, then including Fenos and the former Duke Exel, everyone knows the fake princess's true identity. No, think again, Peri. First, Fenos. Judging by his recent behavior, the possibility of Fenos knowing this is very low. Because he always carries a heavy sense of guilt towards the princess, to the point of becoming her shadow. As for the former Duke, if he knew the princess was a fake, he wouldn't need to kidnap and threaten me to be a stand-in. He even calmly gave me medicine back then. So the possibility of him knowing is also very low. So both Fenos and the former Duke don't know the princess is a fake. Then why didn't they say anything? If it's just suspicion, they should at least mention it, especially during such an important discussion about marriage. Moreover, knowing that the princess is an impostor, they still pushed for her marriage with Windham. How could Pandarian turn a blind eye to all these dangerous matters? If that's the case, perhaps Hotine and Windham also know she's an impostor. Although I guessed correctly that the marriage is just a pretext, the situation is worse than I thought. Exel and Windham are the true power holders of the two empires. If they didn't respect the other families and directly interacted, and if their relationship isn't one of conflict but collusion, then it could be a disaster. The damage to our holy kingdom could be as high as 5,000%. The mission to expose the fake princess's identity seems to have completely gone haywire. But if I'm not mistaken, perhaps people don't know the princess is using monster products. No matter how capable the Exel and Windham families are, if they are involved with monster products, which are considered taboo by the entire world, they can't escape punishment. If that's the case, then good. You think the world revolves around you. But as long as I intervene, you won't be able to cover the sky with one hand. Exel and Windham, I will make your families taste bitter fruit. I'm sure Fenos and the former Duke have been notified. Why are they still letting things slide? The problem is, it's not easy to speak up, because Fenos definitely wouldn't be able to accept a fake sister like that. Father also needs to enjoy a bit of the joy of his daughter's return. Stop talking nonsense. If you truly cared for them, you would have known the truth long ago, Pandarian said. Isn't it just that you want to continue this disgusting sibling game? If I could, I really would want to continue it, to be honest. After all, the real child is dead, never to be seen again. I want to experience what it would be like if she were still alive. But it's thanks to his skillful persuasion of the impostor that the marriage hasn't encountered any major setbacks. The alliance of the powerful families, Exel and Windham, has been able to proceed without any obstacles, thanks to the marriage of this young couple. Especially because that meeting was arranged by the princess, who doesn't understand the intricacies of the nobility, so she can be freer from scrutiny. With this, we can also establish a direct line with Windham without any other country interfering. So, I just need to be patient a little longer, and then I can eliminate that disgusting impostor right before my eyes. Finally, we are almost there. What? Really? The Duke has returned. He returned suddenly yesterday. All right, the Duke is very strict. If you don't want to be punished, hurry up and work. Why? Perry's hands trembled. Why isn't the ointment working? It's been 2 days since I applied it, but could the ointment really have gone bad? It hurts so much. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with blood, a gruesome sight. Perry collapsed on the floor, exhausted. Why isn't the ointment working? I was warned that if I applied it too often, controlling my emotions would become difficult and dangerous. Why now? When Pandarian and Hotine, both important figures of the Empire, are here. Why is this only happening to me? Why is everything trying to torment me? What did I do wrong? Suddenly, a voice called out to Perry. Opening the door, she saw it was Lyion. Why are you only here now? I've been waiting for you for so long. Perry ran and hugged Lyion tightly. Before the watchful eyes of many maids. Why isn't he saying anything? He should be comforting me with a gentle tone. Perry felt something was strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? That third child said you shouldn't be like this. What? Shouldn't be like this? What are you talking about? Is it because I'm embarrassing myself by acting like this? I won't do it again next time. And I don't fully understand aristocratic etiquette. As you know, brother. Pandarian wants to drive a wedge between us. Actually, it's worse than that. What did he say? He said we shouldn't have anything to do with each other anymore. That's what happened, Perry. Don't cling to each other anymore. Upon hearing this, she asked, what are you talking about? What do you mean don't cling? He replied, you know, I don't have any right. If the Duke doesn't want us to have anything to do with each other anymore, then all I can say is okay, I understand and stop. No matter how much fun we had before, right? She responded, bewildered, brother, I don't understand what you're saying. She thought to herself, he's not acting like himself. Something's strange. Why is he suddenly like this? He can't possibly have discovered my true identity. He gently lifted her chin and said, don't cry. It hurts me to see you cry like this. Perry quickly pushed him away and said loudly, stop joking around. I'm not in the mood today. He replied, why aren't you happy? The person you wanted to see today has arrived. Tears streamed down her face. She thought, something's definitely wrong. Why? Where did it all start? Then he turned and left. The Duke will be here soon. Get ready. He left her standing there alone. Perry looked at her suspiciously. Why abandon me so quickly? Didn't you act so loving before? Were you just toying with me this whole time? And saying those things in front of so many people. Suddenly, while walking, she became his next target. She cursed, "It's all your fault." The atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. Everyone out, except Brown. Brown's face darkened, knowing what was about to happen. The sound of shattering cups and glasses filled the air. "It's all your fault, Brown." Brown knelt down and pleaded, "Princess, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Despite her pleas, her eyes remained filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth. Why is my brother acting like that? She slapped Brown across the face, sending her sprawling backward. Everything's been messed up since you arrived. Do you know how important today is? Brown propped herself up, thinking, how is this my fault? She covered her face and sobbed. If this girl hadn't come here, then my brother. Brown looked at her, thinking, it must be the side effects of the medicine, making her unable to think straight. Because she applied it too often, it's natural for this to happen. Suddenly, she said, I understand. This is fine, isn't it? She turned and left. Brown didn't understand what she was planning to do. She couldn't possibly have gotten bored that quickly. There was a knife on the shelf. So that was her target. Brown was a little surprised. All you can do is disappear. Slowly, she stepped closer. Brown tried to think, no, she's completely lost her mind. If this continues, she'll stab me with that knife. Of course, to prevent the princess's reckless actions, I've always been prepared to protect myself. Even if I'm stabbed with a dagger, it won't be a problem. But if I'm stabbed and remain perfectly fine, it will arouse suspicion. There's only one way. At that moment, she raised the knife above her head, ready to strike. I can only try to dodge it, avoid any fatal wounds. Suddenly, the door burst open. She flinched. The man grabbed her hand and pulled it back forcefully. Then he threw her to the floor hard enough to make her cry out. Brown looked up at the man. Duke Pandarian. Why is he here? Why is this person here? Footsteps approached from afar, a cheerful voice calling his name. Why did you suddenly enter Perry's room? Seeing her sitting on the floor, he was quite surprised. His eyes widened further when he saw Perry lying unconscious on the floor. Wait, that knife. Could it be that Perry attacked Brown? Brown thought to herself, yes, he definitely wouldn't have dreamt of this. The little sister he always cherished was about to harm someone else. Although I don't know when they returned, it's perfect timing. I just need to perfectly portray myself as the victim. Suddenly, Pandarian spoke. I had a feeling this might happen. He bent down close to Brown. In any case, I can't ignore the incident caused by my trashy sister. Miss Perry, I will take responsibility for now. Fenos stood by, watching the whole scene, thinking, what did you just say? Miss Perry. Lying in his arms, Brown felt embarrassed. I didn't expect it to be Pandarian who stepped forward, not Fenos. Well, it doesn't matter who it is. By now, Fenos must know my name isn't Brown, and that his sister gave me this name just to torment me. Now everyone knows. It'll be hard to go back to our previous comfortable relationship. Just like that, Pandarian carried her to another room. A place with warm lighting. He gently set her down. She said, thank you for helping me, Duke. He just stared at her for a moment without saying anything. She wondered, but how does this person know where my room is? I didn't tell him. Something strange, from him deliberately carrying me out and knowing exactly where my room is, to the strange silence all the way here. I guess the situation is a bit awkward. Right? But I thought he wasn't the forceful type. Suddenly, he reached out and touched her cheek. Don't move. This action surprised her. This man. So that's his intention. Contrary to her expectations, a magic circle appeared on the back of his hand. He was using healing magic to treat her. But thinking about it, he really approached without hesitation. It didn't feel like physical contact, but more like dusting off dirt. I misunderstood him. After a while, the healing process finally ended. It's done. I've only temporarily treated the external injuries. Does it hurt anywhere else? She replied, no, it's fine now. Thank you. Suddenly, a scream echoed from outside. That sound. Is it the Western Empire's delegation? They've finally arrived. Although I anticipated it, it truly is a grand scale. Both the leaders and the merchants, how could they possibly bring all of that? Pandarian said, it looks like Hotine's side has arrived. She replied, I understand. No, this isn't good at all. Now is the time to officially establish relations with the nation we've cut ties with, but why is he, one of the key figures, here? She said, it seems the guests from the Western Empire are waiting for you. Shouldn't you go down and see them, Duke? He replied, it's fine. I'll see them at the main banquet anyway. Hearing that, she couldn't understand, thinking, even so, shouldn't you go out and greet them? Isn't that basic courtesy? Of course, if there's conflict between the two empires. The people of the Holy Kingdom will surely be pleased. Pandarian said, right, speaking of the main banquet, Miss Perry will also be attending. After all, she is the princess's maid. The main banquet Pandarian mentioned was the welcoming party for the nobles from the Western Empire today. Although it was to welcome guests from another nation. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed. It was considered a formal occasion related to the princess's marriage. Even I, a maid in name only, had to attend. Though I have to attend, this is actually the perfect opportunity. This banquet will be the best stage to expose the princess's true identity. Seeing her sitting silently, he said, you don't need to worry or feel pressured about the princess. After all, Princess Perry will disappear soon. So, please attend the main banquet without worry. Hearing this filled her with conflict. Both Lyion's attitude and Pandarian's words just now that relations with the Western Empire have been officially established, is the princess no longer valuable? But why reveal such important information to me? She suddenly spoke, Duke, may I ask you something? Why are you treating me so well? Treating my wounds is one thing, but the matter of the princess would never be revealed to a mere maid like me. Could it be that he knew the real Perry was her? Or that she was a spy from the Holy Kingdom? Even if it's a risk, I have to press him. She clenched her hands. Hearing this, he slowly parted his lips to answer. It's because when I look at your face, Her face was full of question marks. Her face. Did he hate everyone who resembled the princess? He stopped mid-sentence. It's nothing. Don't talk nonsense. Prepare for the main banquet. So you don't have to go out looking beaten up. See you after the banquet. He turned and left. She touched her face. What's wrong with my face? It's not hate, but his reaction seemed strange. Could it be that he saw the truth through those jade eyes? Does he know I'm the real Princess Perry? That's impossible. He's not someone I'll be seeing long-term anyway. I shouldn't bother thinking about it. By the way, I look so disheveled. Like Pandarian said, I can't go to the main banquet like this. It's probably time to get ready, right? Meanwhile, in the princess's room, she was like a different person. What should I do? I look like this, and my brother hates me. And it's all because of that brown girl. The woman beside her comforted her, please don't worry, princess. We are almost there. Just be patient a little longer. And the princess's achievements will be reported to Duke Rox. As long as the marriage goes smoothly, I'm sure you'll be able to kill Brown with your own hands. A sinister look returned to her face. I'll get rid of her myself. Really? I can. The woman replied, of course. Now, princess, Please hurry and change your clothes. We need to get ready to welcome Lord Hotine. He's here to see you. Her mind was filled with murderous thoughts. I can harm her. I really can, with my own hands. If I complete this task well, I'll eliminate that brown girl. Inside, the real Perry was getting ready. The main banquet, the day to expose the fake princess's true identity, was finally arriving. After hearing the conversation between Lyion and Pandarian, she had chosen today as the day to act. Moreover, not only Hotine, but also important figures from various nations would be gathered. Today was the perfect time to expose the impostor. After exposing the fake princess, she would definitely have to leave this place. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It was Yuri, holding a gift box. Perry was surprised by this. Looking at her expression, it seemed she had heard about what the princess had done. It was true. With all the commotion and the Duke taking her away, the rumors must have spread quickly. She said, "What's up, Yuri? And what's with that box?" Yuri replied, "It's almost time for the main banquet. Since it's an important event, we maids have to attend as well." So, the princess had sent a maid to help her prepare. Actually, she had already prepared some things beforehand. Perry was delighted. "You prepared something for me?" Yuri replied, "Such as a dress, jewelry. I chose things I thought would suit you. How about it? May I suggest a few items?" Since she had been continuously observing the princess through the mud doll, she had known about the princess's schemes for a long time. The princess wasn't happy about her attending the Western Empire's banquet, so she had prepared an outfit resembling a servant's uniform to publicly humiliate her. Yuri must have felt sorry for her after seeing that. Perhaps she had spent her own money to prepare this dress. Although Yuri cherished the princess, she had done so much for her that it could displease the princess. Perry enthusiastically replied, "Of course I'd like that. What does it look like?" She thought to herself, "Actually, I don't feel bothered by the princess's shallow schemes. On the contrary, I'm happy about Yuri's sincerity." Hearing her answer, Yuri was overjoyed. "Really? Wait a moment. Here's the dress, and these shoes too." After a while of trying things on, they finally found an outfit that suited Perry perfectly. It highlighted her pure beauty. "Yuri, what do you think?" "I'm worried the dress is too short." Yuri rushed over and hugged her. "This style is trending now. It's really beautiful, brown. You'll definitely be the most beautiful at the main banquet. I'll touch up your makeup to make you even more stunning. Let's see, where are the cosmetics?" Looking at her, Perry sighed. "She's even happier than I am." Seeing this, you can tell Yuri really cherishes the princess. After the main banquet ended, it would be the last time she saw Yuri, so she needed to ask her the questions she'd always wondered about. "Yuri, sit down here for a moment. Actually, there's something I've always wanted to ask. Why do you like the princess so much?" Hearing this, Yuri froze for a few seconds. Seeing the awkward situation, Perry quickly said, "I didn't mean it seriously. I'm just curious because you're always kind to me since I resemble the princess. Can you answer?" Yuri seriously replied, "Do you have someone you admire?" Hearing that, Perry thought, "Someone I admire? Why so suddenly? I don't quite understand the intention of this question." She replied, "The first person I think of is, of course, His Majesty. And now, although the memories are fading, the person who held me in her arms and passed away was the Duchess and my birth mother, Alice." Yuri said, "For me, that person is Lady Alice. Of course, there are many bad rumors about her, but they are all fabricated. No one is as wonderful as Lady Alice." Perry thought, "Since I'm related to those rumors, I understand them best." From the beginning, Yuri was from another country, so she probably didn't know much about this empire. "But how could she know about my mother?" I never thought I'd hear my mother's name in a place like this. She said, I also think the Countess was a wonderful person. Yelbury replied, yes, Lady Alice is the hero of all the female knights here. All of us who followed her are indebted to her. But that's not the only reason I admire her. The truth is, I'm not from the Eastern Empire. I was born in one of the countries ravaged by the war. Hearing this, Perry thought, right, I've always wondered why someone like Yelbury cared about the princess of the Eastern Empire. Usually, it's only those who idolize the princess. Yelbury continued, after the war ended, the place I lived was occupied by the enemy, and the new lord neglected the land, causing many people to starve. At that time, I was just a child who had lost her parents. If I had been left like that, I would probably be dead now. But then she appeared, Princess Perry's mother. And one of the Emperor's 7 swords, Lady Alice. One day, I was really hungry and had to run away after stealing food. There were more patrolling guards in the village than usual that day. But I was too hungry to care about them. So when I stole a piece of bread and ran into the alley, I ran into the guards. Even when they raised their hands to hit me, I just thought that I was unlucky that day. Suddenly, something swiped past their hands so quickly, blood splattered everywhere. The guard looked back in shock. Who did that to my hand? Yelbury was released and fell to the ground. It's not completely severed. With a little healing magic, it'll be fine soon. I'll spare you this time, so be grateful for this lesson. The person who saved Yelbury at that time was Alice, one of the Emperor's 7 swords. Someone who had heard the commotion came running over and said, Lady, what do you think you're doing? Causing a disturbance in my territory without permission. Don't forget that all authority in this land belongs to me. She didn't even look at him and replied, of course I know. A sharp glance. But when I came here, it was clear that your land was in a terrible state. He was confused. What do you mean? Let's decide with a sword fight and wager this land. Yelbury's eyes widened in surprise. No, the Lord is the strongest knight in this region. And it's all because of me. He angrily replied, did you just suggest a duel? Are you so arrogant just because you're one of the Emperor's 7 swords? I've heard rumors that you only got there because of the Exel family's influence. Are you that confident in your abilities? Alice replied, why don't you see for yourself if the rumors are true? If you defeat me, I'll relinquish my title as one of the Emperor's 7 swords. He shouted, I can't stand by and watch you disrupt my land. I accept your challenge. Your false reputation, I'll crush it right here. He thought to himself, I heard she hasn't participated in any battles since having her 2nd child. This is where her position changes, right? I'm also a renowned knight throughout the war. If I take her down, I'll not only get this dilapidated land, but also the title of one of the Emperor's 7 swords. Young Yelbury was still filled with anxiety. What should I do? It's all my fault. Suddenly, he cried out. Yelbury slowly opened her eyes. That voice, is it the Lord's? By then, the battle's outcome was clear. To think that a female knight could easily defeat the Lord. She truly is extraordinary. Alice said, with such pathetic skills, you dare to spout such nonsense. How despicable. Perry was surprised. Wait, you must be mistaken. The Duchess couldn't have said such things. Yelbury replied, why not? Isn't it wonderful? Perry thought, of course it's interesting, but to me, my mother, Alice, is a sacred figure. I've seen records of my mother's boldness and extraordinary feats. But this is the first time I've heard such a crude story. Yelbury smiled brightly. Anyway, Lady Alice won and became the new lord of the land. Perhaps thanks to the authority of the Duke Exel family. Things went so smoothly. After that, my life became much better. Lady Alice personally sent me both daily necessities and food. Actually, my name was also given to me by her. I wanted to do something to repay her, so I brought her golden berries, the most delicious thing I could find at the time. Alice picked them up with delight. These little berries are so cute, just like you. Lady Alice said that and ate them all. But later I learned that golden berries are actually a bitter fruit only fed to livestock. Even though it was something she would never eat, she ate all those bitter things for me. From then on, my name became Yellowberry, and over time, people shortened it to Yellberry. Perry thought, this is the first time I've heard such a detailed story about my mother. It's quite different from my memories. But my mother really was a wonderful person. Perry smiled gently. I'm glad that there are still people who remember my mother's kindness. Yellberry said, you see, I really wanted to be friends with her daughter. That's why I tried to connect with the princess. But I was wrong to create those illusions. Just because Lady Alice is an outstanding person doesn't mean her daughter is the same. After that, I was disappointed by my own expectations. I tried to get closer to you because you look like her. Perry sat beside her, thinking, so Yellberry's blind loyalty is because of my mother. I apologize if that made you uncomfortable. Perry smiled radiantly. Not at all. I'm really happy to have you to talk to. I'm truly happy to hear stories about my mother that I never knew. We should go soon. You need to touch up my makeup. All right, let's fix it quickly and go. Right, this is an important banquet. We mustn't be late. Today will be a meaningful day. When the truth is revealed, the fake princess's actions will end today. I will expose her identity in front of everyone. Let's go crash the party, she thought. This is the most beautiful castle among the Exel duchy's structures. Normally, entry is forbidden to preserve the interior, but today, it's being used as the hall for the banquet to welcome the distinguished guests from the Western Empire. Brown looked down from the upper floor and thought. They opened this place, so this banquet must be really important. Seeing the water flowing upwards right before my eyes is truly amazing. Furthermore, the structure allows you to see everything from the ceiling to the floor. That must be why important people sit high up. As maids, we've been assigned to sit right below the top floor. Although the atmosphere is relatively relaxed, I still feel incredibly pressured. Suddenly, someone called out Brown and Yellberry's names. She turned around and guessed it was Yuri's. Yuri's approached and asked, "You two are here. But Yellberry, what's wrong with your eyes? Have you been crying?" But what made both Brown and Yellberry gasp in worry was the bruise on Yuri's cheek. They anxiously asked, "What happened to your cheek?" Yuri shyly covered it with her hand. She recounted, "I just told the princess that I was quitting my job." Before Yuri's could finish, Brown guessed the rest and interrupted, "The princess hit you just for that." Now Brown understood. The princess would be in pain from the drug's side effects, but her strength would also increase because of it. "Yes, she slapped me, and it hurt quite a bit. Anyway, that's how it is. I'm sick of trying to please the princess, so I'm planning to return to the Western Empire and find a different job." Then, Yuri's asked, "But what about you two? If you leave the Exel Duchy, it will be difficult to find work in this Eastern Empire. Why don't you try looking for a job in the Western Empire?" It sounded reasonable, but Brown still had some concerns about the money needed to stay in the Western Empire. Suddenly, the commotion outside caught their attention. The nobles were talking about Hotine's presence. Brown suddenly thought, he's the main guest today, and he has a neat and refined appearance, so he'll definitely attract attention. But she remembered her difficult childhood. When she was sobbing from hardship, Hotine had appeared. From her experiences at the academy, the only good thing about him is his face. His personality is terrible. A sharp look from Hotine made Brown snap out of it. She quickly hid her surprise. "Are you all right, Brown? You saw Lord Hotine, right?" "Indeed, he looks like a perfect person on the outside. But if things continue like this, I fear there won't be a good ending for the princess," Yuri said. Yellberry asked in confusion, "What are you talking about, Yuri's. It's nothing. I was just mumbling to myself. But look again, this banquet hall is really beautiful, isn't it? Only Brown noticed something. She guessed that Yuri seemed to know something about Hotine's dark side. It didn't seem like she had accidentally heard bad rumors, but rather that she knew the whole truth. But the fact that Hotine is connected to a criminal organization isn't something everyone knows. How does Yuri's know? Could Yuri's be like me? Thinking this, Brown reassured herself, no, it's impossible. It must be because she's a talented mage from the Western Empire that she knows. Don't overthink it. What I need to think about now is how to get to the upper floor. To complete my plan, I need to be next to the princess. But then, Hotine's guard approached Brown. He said that Hotine had summoned her to the upper floor, which made Brown extremely anxious. I wonder why he's calling me up there at this time. It's the perfect timing, but I'm just an academy classmate with Hotine. We are not close enough to be summoned like this. Whatever his reason, if I don't take this opportunity, I might not have any other way to reach the top floor. Finally, Brown agreed. She left, surprising the two noblewomen beside her. They were stunned by the name Perry, thinking that Brown was her real name. Moreover, they were particularly interested in the fact that Hotine and Brown knew each other. Having no other choice, Brown risked going to the top floor. She was getting closer and closer to her plan. As she had anticipated, the atmosphere on the top floor was completely different. But among the people there, the most prominent was Hotine Windham. Yes, the man in front of Brown was the center of attention. He was wearing clothes woven from rare fabric from the Western Empire, spotless gloves, and carried an intimidating aura that seemed to be in his blood. Brown pouted. He's still good at manipulating people as always. Of course, when he wasn't, Hotine saw Brown. He immediately left the noblewoman he was talking to and rushed over to Brown. It's been a while, Perry. Even though he still wore that friendly mask, he had manipulated people like this since their academy days. Receiving a response from Brown, Hotine said, "So how have you been?" "It's been a while. You've gotten much taller. It feels like just yesterday we were at the academy, and now you've grown up." What Brown noticed was the woman Hotine had been talking to behind him. He completely ignored her. Such blatant disregard must mean Hotine knew she was the fake princess. Otherwise, it would be hard to justify such disrespect. This engagement was definitely just an excuse for the two families to establish a relationship. Hotine spoke again, "But Perry, it must have been hard for you having to put up with Princess Pandarian all the time, right?" Brown froze. She stammered, "What? What do you mean?" This sudden question, what was his intention? Could it be that he had realized she was being mistreated by the princess? Hotine chuckled and explained, "Haven't you received a lot of attention for resembling her? But you don't like being the center of attention." Brown quickly covered up, "It's my honor to resemble the princess." She was startled. There was no way Hotine could know these things. But to ask such a question in a crowded place like this, it's definitely not unintentional. Could it be that he's trying to provoke the princess? Noticing that all eyes were on them, Hotine suggested moving to a more private place, such as that closed room over there. The fake princess intervened, "Wait, Lord Hotine. That girl may look like me, but she's not worthy of standing next to you. And she's just a maid who does chores, even disgracing her master like me. She's not worthy of being on the top floor." "Is that all?" Hotine questioned. The fake princess started to panic. "Not only that, she knows I secretly admire you, but she cunningly kept our relationship a secret. Just because things aren't going her way, she gets angry in an instant. Perhaps it was due to the drug's side effects." When the fake princess was about to say more, Hotine stopped her. "Wait a minute, princess. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. First of all, in my opinion, Perry doesn't resemble you. You're the flawed copy of Perry. She's a bit clueless, but she definitely wouldn't care about you admiring me. That's Perry's charm. Unlike you, princess, I don't see anything that would disgrace me by being next to her. Now then, if you'll excuse us. The fake princess gritted her teeth in anger. You told me she was just your classmate. How can you be so close to her? Do you even know what she did at the academy? According to her, Brown was almost expelled for assaulting someone. Brown was stunned, not expecting her to say these things. The fake princess continued shouting, keeping such a lowly person by your side will lower Duke Hotine's reputation. Hotine heard but didn't care. He replied, if you're talking about that incident, I'm well aware of it. Then, he spoke seriously, but that child, Perry, did that to protect me. I hope you won't interfere. Let's go, Perry. They left, as everyone watched. She was furious that Brown dared to sit next to the Duke. Not only my brother, but you want to steal the Duke away too, Brown. I'll kill you. The main hall continued to bustle with activity. Inside a private room, Hotine and Brown had already entered. She began, but we're not close, are we? And you know that the near expulsion incident was due to something else. Then why did you lie about it? Hotine smiled. Well, there's no particular reason. There's just something I want to ask you. Do you have any questions for me? Perry, do you know why Pandarian was adopted? Brown was puzzled. The reason for adoption. Why is he asking me about this? After a long silence, Hotine stood up. I understand. So you don't know. Then there's nothing more to say. If you want to know later, ask the Duke yourself. I'm sure he'll answer you. Hotine left the room. Brown was left with many questions. He acted like he was about to tell me something. I've always been curious about that, but no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find the reason. Why did he say that Pandarian would tell a maid like me? What is he basing that on? And why did Hotine give me this information? To get to the bottom of it, Brown decided to chase after Hotine to ask him. Just in case the party ends. I'll follow him right now, but where did he go? Just then, a familiar voice called out. The fake Duchess grabbed Brown's arm. The Duchess? I'm startled. When did she get here? She glared at Brown. Did you sleep with Duke Hotine? What are you talking about? Look, your eyes are unfocused. She's completely lost it. The fake Duchess continued her accusations. How did you seduce Hotine? Your face clearly resembles mine. So you used your body to seduce him, didn't you? Brown purposely shouted to attract attention, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to either of them. I swear, I have no relationship with Duke Hotine. Please believe me. Stop lying. If that wasn't the case, why would he only treat you so well? She tightened her grip on Brown's arm. She's behaving so rudely in front of everyone. It seems like it's over. According to the plan, Brown began to proceed. 2 other noblewomen approached and tried to calm the fake Duchess. One of them brought her a glass of water. Please have some cold water, Duchess. Drink slowly and calm down. She snatched the glass from the noblewoman's hand. How dare you order me? Give it here. The first step of the plan is complete. Now is the time to begin the main plan. Those maids are signaling me. They are actually members of our Holy Kingdom's intelligence division. Following Brown's signal, they will give the Duchess a glass of water mixed with her saliva. Brown's bodily fluids have the ability to neutralize the effects of demonic products, and cause demons to go into a state of frenzy. For her, who is already half demonized due to continuous use of the product, her true face will quickly be revealed. If the Duchess's true identity is discovered at a party with so many powerful figures gathered, things will get lively. A few screams echoed, and the party started to become chaotic. Because of the interests of certain powers, this can't be covered up. Moreover, there's the spirit beast from the Western Empire that Hotine brought. This means that if the Duchess starts to demonize, the spirit beasts will sense the demonic presence and immediately attack her. A pair of wings unfolded. Then a hawk appeared in the middle of the royal banquet. Why isn't the spirit beast wearing a control device? The hawk aimed directly at the motionless fake Duchess below. Its screech caused a commotion, and nobles fled through the doors. The royal guard arrived. The spirit beast suddenly flew to the highest floor. What's going on? Wait, these spirit beasts seem to be targeting the Duchess. Seeing the hawk leave its initial position, after a single flap of its wings, it dove straight towards the fake Duchess. Fenos screamed in terror. At this distance, even launching a sword attack won't be enough to stop it. If this continues, it's too late. Brown's nimble feet suddenly appeared. This was the final step of her plan. Brown used her own body to shield the fake Duchess. Pandarian was horrified when he saw this. The hawk pierced through Brown. If even a single drop of her blood landed on the Duchess, it would act as a catalyst, accelerating the Duchess's demonization. Now that the Duchess's use of demonic products was exposed, she let out a terrifying scream, and her eyes turned bright red. Brown collapsed from the fatal wound. This was the moment the plan was complete. With this, even the maid Perry will be considered dead, and it'll be easier for me to return to the Holy Kingdom. The knights successively detected the user of the demonic product. Through this incident, the Duke's family's deception by an impostor will also be exposed. So, there's no way Exel will be suspected of colluding with the demon product user to endanger the Western Empire and its powerful figures. Now, Brown's mission is over, and our Holy Kingdom won't suffer any damage. In the urgent situation, Pandarian rushed over. He kept calling Perry's name. Brown was puzzled by his desperate expression. She couldn't figure out the relationship between them. Now that I think about it, I haven't asked about what Hotine said. It doesn't matter anymore since we won't meet again. Yes, this fate is truly frustrating. This is the end. The fake Duchess screamed a monstrous scream, blood splattering everywhere. Chaotic screams erupted. Don't come near. Everyone, be careful. Fenos knelt beside Perry's pool of blood, shaking her repeatedly. Miss Perry, please wake up. Lyion Exel stood behind him, his face ashen. How? How could things turn out like this? Why my daughter? Why? The Exel dukedom is the most powerful noble family in the Eastern Empire. I was born there and grew up wanting for nothing. Therefore, everything I desired was within my reach. I was also certain that my life from now on would continue to be this perfect. Until, the royal floor was stained with blood. On that day, 26 years ago. Duke. A servant anxiously glanced at his younger self. The Duchess's hair color. When I saw the child's hair color, my face turned grim. A deep, distinct blue-black, like a clear night sky. That's not simple heredity. This trait appears due to an ancient pact with dragons. In other words, if it's Exel blood, it's absolutely impossible to be born with brown hair. So, the wife I love. He walked towards the Duchess, lesser Exel. Alice Exel, the Duchess, happily showed him the baby. Look at our child. Isn't she adorable? She gave birth to another man's child, not mine. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. The Duchess, Alice, continued to smile. How fortunate. I've always hoped for a daughter. As our family is full of sons. He forced himself to reply, indeed. But, that child has brown hair. Tell me the truth, Alice. Admit it to me and beg for forgiveness. If you apologize, I... The Duchess looked surprised. Why are you acting like this? Lesser Exel was stunned. What? Why? You should understand this better than anyone. Do you know what you've done? How could you embrace such a disgusting thing? Alice brought the baby closer to lesser Exel. Come here. You should hold her too. He held the baby, but his eyes were full of suspicion. Oh my, she looks just like you. He frowned in displeasure. Alice, do you still not understand the gravity of this? Every moment this child shows her face, people will gossip about your immorality. Larry and Fenos' reputations will also be affected. He held the baby tightly. If we deal with this child before that happens. No. Lesser Exel struggled internally. If I deal with the baby or continue questioning Alice, she might leave me forever. Alice is a kind woman, she isn't bound by the position of Duchess but is a very free spirit. If that's the case, then this child is my daughter. He declared. I will protect this child so that no one can doubt that. Father. Both his sons were delighted to have a sister. Alice, listen. He called his wife affectionately. I love you so much that I can pretend not to know your flaws that everyone knows. I will protect this child so that no one dares to question her hair color. I will pretend to love her even more than Larry and Fenos. He announced, from now on, I will take care of her. Alice was also stunned. What? You by yourself? Taking care of a child isn't easy, you know. Of course it's not easy. He glanced at the sleeping Perry. But I will take good care of her. So, watch carefully. Lesser Exel meticulously cared for Perry, starting with feeding her. I sacrifice these days of mine for a child who isn't mine, for your honor and reputation. I will raise her with all my care. Lesser Exel, exhausted, slumped over his desk. Perry continued to play with him. Look at me struggling to raise a child I don't love. Father. Perry ran over happily. Lesser Exel was taken aback, unsure how to react. Finally, he extended his hand. Perry, come here to father. It wasn't until much later that I realized, the moment I decided to raise that child, I had already lost. After accepting her as his own, Perry drew a picture and gave it to him. No one in the Duke's household dared to mention her hair color anymore. Hey, kid. He caught Perry sneaking sweets. I told you only one sweet a day. It seemed like everything was fine. But the invisible cracks only grew wider. Perry, be careful, it's heavy. Her two older brothers handed her a wooden sword. Finally, Perry reached the age where she could use a sword. Alice is skilled with the sword, so I had hoped Perry would have some aptitude too. Even if she's not a prodigy like her two genius older brothers, I still hoped she'd have some potential. Perry excitedly swung the sword around. Perry, that's dangerous. Those days kept repeating, days where I was clearly aware that she wasn't of my blood. Even though Perry seemed like my daughter, I swore I would never waver. No matter what happened. Duke? A knight rushed to his desk. What is it? The Duchess. He felt as if struck by lightning. All the attendants escorting the Duchess are dead. The Duchess fought to escape the overturned carriage, but was killed in battle with dozens of fatal wounds on her body. And Lady Perry emerged from the overturned carriage without a scratch. Perry clutched the paper in her hand. The Alice I know wouldn't die so easily in a sudden ambush like that. So Alice, she wouldn't have died if she protected herself. She died protecting Perry. After that, the story everyone knows became clear. A man appeared claiming to be Perry's real father, and revealed that Perry wasn't of Exel blood. And the family gave that child's father a tower, and confined the child there until she reached adulthood. However, what no one knew was that the tower was a magnificent structure, completely different from its outward appearance. It was built for monster research with state-of-the-art equipment. Luxury amenities on the lower floors for the leading researchers, including a garden, and a pool with clean water. After all, Lesser Exel thought, I provided ample care compared to her betrayal. I left instructions that when Perry wanted to leave the tower, she had to come to me for permission. Even though it pained me not to be able to hold her now, by then. When she becomes an adult, everything will be all right. Yes, Lesser Exel's expression grew colder, by then. Now, he looked at the bloodstains spreading across the floor. Former Duke Lesser Exel's expression became unreadable. Perry was indeed lying in bed, sleeping deeply. Finally, she woke up. Where am I? According to the plan, I should be dead. Why am I still alive? She sat up in alarm. This voice. Miss Perry. It was Lesser Exel. Why is he here?
Pandarian angrily grabbed Perry's hand, pulling her slightly closer. You're a spy. Perry was slightly stunned. Perry, with a puzzled expression, said, a spy? Why are you saying such scary things? Outwardly, she said this, but inwardly she was thinking, what? When did he notice? What did I do to get caught? Pandarian replied concisely, his face grave, yes. He continued, you are a spy sent from the Western Empire. Perry couldn't believe her ears at Pandarian's words. What? Perry waved her hand, putting on a bewildered face as she explained, the Western Empire? That's completely wrong. She muttered to herself, suddenly mentioning the West, what is he thinking? Pandarian continued to question, then why do you know Hotine? You two seemed quite close. Perry recalled the scene of her happily talking with Hotine. Ah, so he saw me with Hotine at the party and... That's what he thinks. That's not fair to me at all. Back in the present, Perry, whose hand was still tightly held by Pandarian, tried her best to make him understand, Duke, you might think this is a lie, but I really don't have any relationship with Hotine. Perry added, it's just that when a noble person greeted me, I followed suit. Hearing her words, Pandarian's eyes narrowed as he thought, looking straight into her eyes. She doesn't seem to be lying. He was still thinking, but his hand still tightly gripped Perry's wrist. I don't feel a sudden change in her heart rate or body temperature. So, she really doesn't have any relationship with Hotine. Pandarian's face was extremely cold at this moment, but his hand had probably loosened. However, her being from the Western Academy is still something that concerns me. After thinking for a while, Pandarian finally spoke, then, when you went to a private room with Hotine, what did you two talk about? Perry was slightly surprised by Pandarian's question. Does he think I gave Hotine information about the Eastern Empire? But if it's about that conversation... Perry recalled that at that time, Hotine sat on a chair, crossed his arms, and coldly said to her, if you want to know how Pandarian was adopted into the Duke's family, then just ask him directly. I'm sure he'll give you an answer. Remembering Hotine's words at the time, Perry slightly lowered her head and thought. The truth is... Pandarian was slightly surprised but still maintained a cold expression on his face. Perry hesitated, looked around, and said, he said I would get an answer if I asked you. Pandarian, expressionless, blankly looked at Perry as she spoke. Ah, of course, you don't have to answer. I'm just telling you the truth because you asked me about that conversation. Perry said awkwardly. But very quickly, Pandarian replied, all right. His face became slightly sullen. Pandarian looked up, his gentle expression returning. He smoothed his hair and said, there's no need to make a fuss about this, because I can tell you. Perry listened intently, but couldn't help but wonder, what? He's going to tell me right away? Could it be just for some insignificant reason? The space around them seemed unusually quiet, only Pandarian's voice could be heard. The reason I was adopted. He looked directly into Perry's face, his voice echoing. Because I was prepared, as a high-end doll for the princess. Perry couldn't believe her ears. Her eyes widened and her whole body froze in place. What? A doll? What do you mean? Pandarian quickly continued, exactly as it sounds. It's impossible to know what Pandarian's mood was like as he told the story, but he was probably a little depressed. I am what is needed for the princess to return to the duchy. I am a long-term pawn to pass everything on to the princess. His voice continued to echo in the space. So. Perry was now dazed, surprise evident in her eyes. What is he saying? What the hell? The image of two men and women in formal attire holding hands seemed to appear with Pandarian's words. I was adopted into this place to marry Princess Exel. As he said this, he placed his hand on his chest. There were always strange people following behind Pandarian, his white hair making him stand out. I always thought it was strange. Duke Exel, who values bloodlines so much that he could abandon the Princess, why would he adopt Pandarian, who has no blood relation to him? Perry put her hand on her chin and lowered her head to think. So, he's here because Duke Exel wants him to marry me. Suddenly, Perry realized something in surprise. Pandarian, could it be that he was adopted knowing everything? These thoughts kept running through Perry's mind. If so, how would he have felt all this time? Pandarian, his face grave, said after a moment of silence, of course, everything started like that. Perry looked at Pandarian in front of her with a slightly puzzled expression. As he spoke, Pandarian recalled that time. A black-haired man with disheveled hair said something to Pandarian. Then, the previous Duke also said words like he wanted me to live the life I wanted. Or was he regretting something? But those things are not important. Back in the present, Pandarian smiled brightly. His voice was full of confidence. Anyway, once I enter the duchy, eventually, everything will go the way I want. Perry, seeing his expression, paused slightly. Such confident attitude. Perry lowered her face, smiled gently, and said, so that's how it is. She said to herself, how much confidence does this person have in his abilities? Even I, who am not involved, feel distressed. Pandarian, seeing her thoughtful expression, asked, what's that expression for? If you're planning to comfort me, then don't bother. I'm not hurt at all, he said calmly. Hearing Pandarian's words, Perry looked up and smiled. Perhaps it's fortunate for me. If this person felt distressed, then conversely, I would be the one who had to apologize. Perry was still standing there, suddenly wanting to ask Pandarian something. But, Duke. From a distance, Perry could be seen still maintaining a polite demeanor, looking directly into Pandarian's eyes to ask, why did you share this with me? I'm just a maid. Pandarian smiled with amusement and replied to Perry, even if you found out, it wouldn't affect me at all. If rumors spread, I just need to deal with you first and deny it. Pandarian's answer made her sigh helplessly, closing her eyes and saying, I really don't understand what the Duke is thinking. Suddenly, Pandarian continued, actually, I don't know why I told you either. Maybe. Pandarian's words surprised Perry slightly. Is it because you resemble Princess Periand? The figure of a gentle girl with flowing hair seemed to appear behind Perry. Perry innocently asked, you said I resemble her? But have you ever met the princess before? Perry stared intently at him, her eyes wide. Suddenly, Pandarian asked Perry back in a cold voice, what's wrong? What do you mean? I have met the real princess before. Perry's eyes widened in extreme shock when she heard Pandarian's answer. In her mind, she wondered, when did he meet me? While she was still immersed in thought, I don't remember, suddenly a soldier rushed in from outside in a panic to announce, Duke, we have a big problem. Pandarian immediately turned around. What is it? The soldier's voice was extremely urgent. The dungeon under the ground has collapsed. The impostor princess imprisoned there. Pandarian was shocked to hear this and asked the soldier for more information. What? So the impostor has escaped? Perry, standing behind, was also a little worried. Pandarian spoke as he quickly left, let's stop our conversation here. Perry frantically reached out to grab him, why do you have to talk about something important at this time? If I had known. Tears streamed down her face as she frantically scratched her head, messing up her hair. It should have been destroyed a little later. I didn't think we would talk about something so important like this. The one who destroyed the prison with the earthquake was Perry. Perry was now extremely helpless. Is there no other way? In another place, recalling the moment earlier, the impostor princess was wearing a prison uniform. She was muttering something. What? How the hell? The impostor princess's expression was extremely dazed, unable to believe the reality that was happening. Where am I? She was now locked in a solid prison. The impostor princess sat inside, hugging her head in thought. I was really imprisoned in the underground prison until just now. But suddenly a strong earthquake happened that made me. Now, her face was joyful, her eyes full of hope. Someone attacked the prison to rescue me? In her mind, she was certain, firmly believing, that's right. This area has never experienced a major earthquake. It must be a fake earthquake. So the organization has come to save me. But suddenly she became worried, her hands tightly clutching her chest. Thinking somberly, I was worried that everything would go wrong, but thankfully I wasn't abandoned. Anyway, I'm different from those who were only used once and then discarded. I achieved this position with my own hands. I worked hard for it instead of just being lucky to be born. From the darkness, someone's feet were slowly stepping out. The impostor princess, with a joyful expression, immediately turned her head back. You're here? Come on, hurry, my. But very quickly after seeing the person, she immediately froze in place. Her eyes now became soulless and a little scared. You. The person who appeared was none other than Brown. Brown stood with her arms crossed, her haughty face looking down. Brown, what are you doing here? Said the impostor. The woman impersonating the princess was still sitting on the ground. She looked up and said loudly, that thing, what kind of thing are you daring to appear here? Brown still that cold face glared at her and replied, the greeting is a little cold. Brown said heavily, even so, don't panic so much. Brown then called out the name of the woman impersonating the princess, Cecil. Cecil was frozen in place, her eyes were full of horror. How did she know her real name? Cecil shouted out of control, who are you? Brown stepped back to her place and answered, now I realize I haven't introduced myself. Brown reached out and grabbed a black string in the air, let me tell you my real name. Light from outside began to shine into the dark cellar. Cecil looked in the direction of Brown and was stunned. I am, Brown was still saying word for word. Brown turned around and smiled brightly with very gentle eyes, Perry and Exel. Cecil was stunned in place after hearing this, her eyes were full of suspicion. Impossible, that hair color is exactly like the Exel family. Brown was still smiling with her arms crossed staring at Cecil, while she was still in shock. Brown is the real Princess Perry and. After a moment of silence, Cecil didn't believe it and said loudly, no, impossible, the real princess has died and, moreover, people say that she only has half of the bloodline. It is impossible to have black hair, that's why she deliberately disguised with brown hair. The more Cecil spoke, the more agitated her voice became, so why do you have that hair color? Brown's face didn't care much about what Cecil said, she looked to the other side with her hand playing with a strand of hair. Then as you said, keeping the brown color is probably better, but because it is innate blood, so every time I use power it returns to this. It's troublesome. Cecil didn't know what to argue, she bit her teeth angrily, thinking in her heart, the color that everyone craves but she finds it troublesome. What is that arrogant attitude after all? Unexpectedly Brown suddenly took steps closer to Cecil. Let's skip those useless words, I will go straight to the issue. Please cooperate with me. Cecil was confused. Cooperate. Brown continued to say, don't expect someone to come and save you, Cecil, it's useless. It seems that you still don't understand our organization, Cecil said a little somberly. Then she looked up, her eyes as crazy, her voice was very confident about her organization. They are the ones who will definitely find me, even if only to confirm whether I have revealed secrets or not, so even if you try to seduce me, it won't work. Cecil was so confident that she said countless things. Moreover, you foolishly revealed that you are the real princess, then I can guarantee my life if I give that information to the organization. Brown was not afraid at all, she looked and then thought, indeed, as I predicted, there is someone behind this case, it seems quite large, I should send Melayer to investigate further. Cecil was still continuing to speak, and for you, until the truth is proven, you will be taken by the organization to be experimented and tortured. Brown was speaking when suddenly Brown covered her mouth and chuckled. Cecil didn't understand what her expression meant, and asked uncomfortably, are you laughing at me? Brown stopped laughing and calmly replied, no, the members of the organization that you seal here. Trust. Brown smiled very brightly, I think maybe these people. At the same time, along with her voice, a few bodies fell from above. Cecil looked wide-eyed. No, those people are members of our organization, right? In her head there were countless questions. Brown smiled, but it was a savage smile. You were saying that I foolishly revealed the secret, the fool here. I'm afraid you are the one. What is the reason I revealed the secret? What do you think? The space in the cave was very quiet and dark. Only the voice of Brown could be heard. This is an artificial cave, located about 500 meters below the ground. This is a place where no one can come to save you, Cecil. Every word of Brown seemed to escape. Even when she dies, Cecil will not escape from here. Cecil's eyes were full of vagueness, she only knew how to sit still stunned. Brown's eyes were still curved because of the smile. You heard a secret that you shouldn't have heard, right? The stones on the artificial cave began to fall into small fragments, then. Brown didn't say anything more, she began to use her power to prevent those small fragments of stone from falling into her body. Cecil still sat like that, only knowing how to stare. The members of the organization suddenly fell, and the sound of vibration was exactly like what she had heard in that prison. So that's it, the earthquake that I felt in the prison. Cecil didn't care about the pieces of stone that were falling more and more, it was all done by her, Cecil thought. Brown spoke, so the negotiation failed. Cecil suddenly fell down and lay prostrate on the ground unconscious, good unconscious. Brown stood still watching Cecil lying unconscious on the ground. Now just move the entire cave and send it to the kingdom, that's it. She thought and began to act. Brown bent down and grabbed the skirt of Cecil. But first I need to check a little. There is nothing in the princess's room, then it must be somewhere on her body. Very quickly after that, Brown found something on the body of Cecil. Her eyes widened, found it. On the palm of her hand was a box. Inside it was a white stone shining brightly, the legend of a treasure that can change appearance. The thing inside the box, but like a tiny shield, on top of it are carved extremely solemn images. If the impostor continuously keeps this treasure, she can change her appearance to escape. So I need to keep it. Brown looked intently at the box in her hand and muttered in her heart, change appearance, I don't need it because I can change my body without limits, but if I keep it, it may be useful for Melior and His Majesty. Brown reached out and slowly touched the sparkling object inside the box. I heard it is a precious object, but it is more normal than I thought. The item inside the box was so shiny that it flashed small rays. Brown seemed to have discovered something. She stood up in surprise, surprised to see the source of power from that item taking over her body little by little. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? The light of the treasure, why is it entering my body? Unexpectedly Brown suddenly knelt down on the ground, holding the treasure box tightly in her arms. I feel a warmth. Is this the power of the treasure? But that precious treasure at this time had begun to crack into pieces. Its sound echoed in the space. Brown heard this and her face went blank. She smiled blankly. It just cracked, so unexpectedly. Moreover, the faint light that was spreading has also disappeared. The space was now terrifyingly quiet. Cecil was still lying unconscious on the ground. Brown was still thinking, could it be this? I just broke it. Her hair was a little messy, her mouth still trying to smile brightly, and her hand slowly closed the treasure box. I don't know anything about this, I'm not involved. I don't know, let Melior handle the rest. Suddenly Brown's eyes became gloomy. Now it's almost done here, I must move on to the next step, it's time. Brown thought, this is the time to end with Exel. Outside the castle at this time, the full moon above shone down on the quiet castle. Brown began to recall old memories. Fenos once sat leaning against the tree with a comfortable smile on his face, but then he cried with tears falling miserably. Even Fenos, a person who once treated me well, when he found out that the princess was fake, he was disappointed and was gradually falling into a state of collapse. Or the image of Lyon's scary face slowly lifting the terrified face of Cecil at that time. Even Lyion, who knew that the princess was fake. I don't know what happened, I only know that his hand was dislocated and blood kept pouring out non-stop. I don't know for what reason. It seemed that he had suffered a big psychological shock. Back in the present, unexpectedly calling me over and saying, Lyion dressed very solemnly and gently reached out his hand. Please stay here and become a comfort to us. He said such crazy words. Perry was very confused at that time. What's wrong? Lyion still calmly said, the fake of my sister has been arrested, so isn't there a need for someone to replace that position? He put his hand that was bandaged up in bandages out towards Perry. Please stay here with the same face as my sister, so that we can remember the dead child and find comfort. Perry stood right at the door with a dark face. It seems that at this moment you can clearly see Perry's hesitation, even though he thought that the princess was dead, but he still wanted me to be by his side like a doll just because I looked like her. After a moment of silence thinking, Perry also began to speak. That's strange. Lyion closed his eyes and said very calmly, no matter how you feel about me you will eventually adapt. Because we will be together for a long time. Unexpectedly Perry also replied. Why do you have to adapt? She still stood there, continuing to say, Duke Lyion, I don't intend to comfort you instead of the princess. What you need now is not me. Perry said strongly, but it is a psychologist. Her eyes looked forward. Lyion was a little stunned after hearing this and didn't know what to say. Perry also silently looked at his strange appearance and guessed, because I was so uncomfortable that I acted out of control. But why didn't I say anything? If it was Lyion, he would definitely say I was rude and kill me. Suddenly a thought came to Perry's mind. If I die at the hands of Lyion, then at least the identity will be clear, she was thinking when suddenly Lyion suddenly called her. There is something to say. Lyion's slant was very classic. He was not angry at the words Perry said but remained calm. Perry is always a good child. please remember that for future actions. As he spoke, he turned around, go out. Perry looked at Lyion uncomfortably with hostile eyes, as if she didn't listen to people. She turned around but her head was still facing Lyion, and suddenly said something. I said clearly that I was leaving. I hope there will be no complaints later. I'm leaving, I wish you good health. Just like that, Perry slowly walked on the corridor of the palace. It's really unbelievable from Fenos to Lyion, why is it so bad after all? Her expression at this time was a little sad. If you have abandoned me, then at least you must live well for me to see. You are the ones who abandoned me, but that's it. Perry walked and looked at the distant castle, exposing and handling the fake princess. My job is finally completed, the rest, everyone must overcome it themselves. The image of two boys with blonde hair together with a girl dressed very solemnly standing together. I am also, over time, will abandon the regret and remorse naturally. Perry used to be a naive princess happy smiling innocently, because I was able to find myself as I am now. Perry was still thinking, okay, so I have checked Fenos and Lyion, now I have to go meet the people in the mansion to say a final goodbye, thinking, suddenly there was a sound from the side. Perry turned to look. Two women appeared, the pink-haired woman came forward with a slightly panicky look. Perry, she was confused, huh? The pink-haired woman was so happy when she saw her that tears welled up. You are here. Behind her the blonde woman also came forward waving her hand smiling happily. Perry unexpectedly, Yellberry, Yuri's. Yellberry said while bowing to Perry continuously, is it okay for you to wander around like that? Have you recovered completely? Yuri's beside her also worriedly continued. Really, you should rest more. Perry smiled slightly and replied, I'm okay now. Perry asked, but, what are you two doing here? The princess is no longer here. There is probably no work today. Yuri's glanced to the side and then said, Yellberry said she would resign. So I also went along. Yellberry was about to resign but was still very happy smiling. I have also decided to resign, so now I am on the way to get approval, and I also received a fairly generous retirement money. Perry looked at Yellberry's appearance and was curious, how much retirement money are you so happy? Yellberry then leaned close to the ear and whispered to Perry. I don't know what they said to each other, but Perry's voice was very surprised after hearing, what, they pay so much, enough to live a lifetime is what I always wanted. Yellberry was still smiling so that she couldn't open her eyes. Anyway, I still have to find somewhere to work. Perry's eyes widened thinking, wait, then, Yellberry will rest freely for a while. If Yellberry comes to our kingdom, it will be a great help to our kingdom, which lacks talent. Yuri suddenly spoke, don't be too humble. Yuri said but her eyes glanced in the distance, you have received many invitations from famous knightly squads. Perry was startled to hear. She lowered her head slightly to continue thinking, indeed, Yellberry is a talented knight, she must have received invitations from all over, I should have thought of this. Thoughts about Yellberry kept appearing in Perry's head, that's right, keeping Yellberry a young knight staying with such a small country, is unfair to her, thinking for a while then Perry also said. To Yellberry, Yellberry, she turned to look at her, whatever Yellberry decides. Perry smiled very brightly her cheeks blushing slightly, please calculate carefully and choose with the best conditions, I really hope you will be happy. Yellberry also smiled back at Perry, her smile made thousands of flowers bloom, of course, I will choose the best conditions. Unexpectedly Yuri's turned to ask Perry, so what about you? Perry, now the princess is no longer here, staying here and continuing to work is not bad, after all it is difficult to find a job in the holy country. Perry put her hand up to pretend to think, actually, I have also decided to resign. She continued, I just announced that I will resign and I am on my way back. I don't know if there is anything clear. Perry was speaking when suddenly something flashed and broke the pieces of glass on the ground. The three of them turned to look in the direction of the breaking sound. Fenos was standing right there. The bottle he was holding at this time was broken on the ground. What's that sound? Yellberry asked. Seeing Fenos, Perry was a little surprised. Fenos. Her face was a little uncomfortable looking at him. Why did you appear suddenly? It feels like something similar has happened before. Fenos spoke mumbling, resign what? His face at this time was a little shocked and a little distracted. She will leave this place. Perry replied a little hesitantly, Fenos that thing. She looked at Yuri's and Yellberry. The two of them understood and immediately left. Perry at this time said clearly, yes, the princess is no longer here and my mission has also ended, with what happened at the party. What am I doing here anymore? Fenos slowly came closer to her. It is impossible to see what his mood is like at this time. Do you really want to resign? Perry turned to look at Fenos with a confused look. Phenox, why did you appear right at this time? It's troublesome, but even if he keeps me, I don't intend to change my decision. It's better to take this opportunity to tell him clearly. Phenox's face was still very dazed. He asked Perry confusedly, what are you thinking after all? You Perry, you will find a job in the principality easily. Perry was a little surprised and innocently asked back, what's wrong? What, the job, is that what surprised him? Phenox at this time crossed his arms and seriously advised Perry, you are still young, please listen to my experience. I say this because I want what is best for you. Both people stood not too far apart. Phenox, maintaining that posture, continued, do you know how big the difference is in the lives of the people of the Holy Nation and the great empire? I'm sorry, but I still have to say that the Holy Nation is not a place where you can succeed just by trying. He was now like a father explaining to his daughter, of course, you might think that you can overcome it just by being persistent. Perry listened intently in silence. Thinking to herself, so, Phenox is worried about my future? Phenox was still attentively focused on speaking, unaware that Perry was looking at him with a jumble of thoughts in her head. But does that really stem from him worrying about me? Or is he trying to keep me in the duchy in a way that's completely different from Lyion? I really don't know. Whatever the reason, I don't intend to change. And there's no need to listen anymore. After a moment of silence, Perry said with an unconcerned expression, thank you for the offer, but I've thought it through carefully. This concern, I accept the sentiment, but more than that. She suddenly changed the subject, looked at Phenox, and unexpectedly asked, how's your mood? You've suffered a lot because of the fake princess. Her appearance at this moment was extremely gentle. Perry raised one hand to smooth her hair, her mouth still constantly concerned about Phenox. After crying. Did you feel any better in your heart? Phenox's eyes darkened slightly, reflecting the sadness within. How can I feel relieved? The image of the fake princess kept being imprinted in his heart. It was like a chain tightly binding Phenox's soul. Regardless of the truth, I always thought that impostor was Perry and. Even though she's different from the Perry I know, feeling disgusted is my fault. Perry stood still, listening to all of Phenox's confessions. But, in the difficult time when I couldn't dispel that feeling of disgust, someone who looked like Perry and appeared. What a strange coincidence. The more he spoke, the darker his face became. Then, actually, compared to meeting that impostor, I saw the image of a young Perry and in you more. Perry was extremely surprised when she heard Phenox's thoughts. The image of a young Perry appearing? I resemble the young princess? She then started thinking. Although I had guessed this, hearing it directly like this is really quite surprising. Phenox was still standing there, his hand raised tightly clutching his chest. I keep wondering why I see you, Perry, and my younger sister as if the two of you are one. Phenox always watched Perry from afar when she stood and spoke with the other brothers. Then, I understood. I once thought that father and my older brother seemed to have erased all sins and only cared about Perry and, ignoring the past was disgusting. Phenox would also occasionally stand by the window attentively looking at something below, but actually, I'm no different. The person walking below at that time was none other than Perry. She wore a large hat, carried a suitcase, and looked up. The moment I saw you, I never committed any sins. The melody I don't have to regret or be careful when I'm near you. As a child, Phenox had been very happy with Perry. The two siblings played happily together. Because I could see the image of Perry and in those happy days without a feeling of guilt. Back in the present, Phenox was still speaking, but his face had become strangely serene. Even though I act like I don't understand father and my older brother's obsession with my younger sister. In the end, I'm also being comforted by you, Perry. Now that I think about it, that action is really offensive to you, Perry. I'm really sorry to you. A hint of worry flashed across Perry's face. It's too late to regret it now, but since we've shared emotions all this time, I guess I'll comfort you a little. Thinking this, she immediately spoke to him, it's okay. You're not the only one, Phenox. Perry's voice echoed in the space. Everyone is like that. They all have illusions about others. They all live with expectations and find comfort in them. Phenox stared blankly, listening to every word she said without missing a single one. Perry smiled, her eyes also becoming gentle. I don't mind that, so you don't need to apologize. The space at this moment was frighteningly quiet. Perry continued, perhaps, the princess really thought that way. After she said this, both of them stood silently looking at each other. Fenos was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. But then very quickly, he smiled, a smile full of gentleness and warmth. Is that so? I really hope she thought that way. I miss my little sister very much. The last words Fenos said were, "Thank you, Perry, for all this time." Perry still stood there, listening to him speak, feeling relieved. Now, everything with Fenos is truly over. It was late at night outside. Perry took each step. She walked on the silent corridor, thinking in her head as she walked. So, I've said goodbye to Fenos. And now there's nothing left to do. I need to prepare everything so that I can leave as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. Perry kept walking and thinking. Finally, the day to leave this place has really come. Suddenly, as she was thinking, she caught sight of someone standing in front. It was Lyion. He had a pensive expression, his arms crossed as he leaned against the door, looking far away. Lyion? Is he here to make another ridiculous offer? How persistent. Perry still calmly walked over. I have a bad feeling about this. As she got closer to Lyion, she spoke. Hello, Duke Lyion. I thought our conversation ended last time. Why did you come all the way to my room? Hearing her voice, Lyion started to turn his head to look. He was silent, not saying anything. Then, he unexpectedly asked a sudden question. Are you really going to abandon us? Perry was slightly surprised by his question. Perry and her eyes became more and more fearful, mixed with worry. He's crazy. Really, he's crazy. Does he see me as Perry and? But Perry pushed that worry aside to answer Lyion. Yes, I'm leaving. Lyion replied briefly, I understand. He unexpectedly walked quickly past Perry, what a pity, and then didn't say anything else. Lyion just walked away like that, not turning his head to look even once. Perry looked at his departing figure, confused. What's going on? For someone who often acts crazy and is willing to leave so easily like that, I thought he would do something because he called me Perry and. Perry kept thinking in her head. Her hand slowly opened the door to her room. Although it's a bit confusing, it's enough as long as he doesn't cause trouble. There's no need to worry about that anymore. I'll leave this place tomorrow morning. Time passed very quickly, the sky had already brightened. Sunlight shone down on the castle from above. Perry carried the suitcase that she had packed up. I've finished preparing. She slowly walked out of the room. Now, it's time for me to leave. When Perry just stepped out of the door, a maid rushed over with a panicked voice. Perry, Perry. Her face was extremely worried, and she was holding a newspaper or something in her hand. It's a good thing you haven't left. Have you seen this? Perry replied, seen what? What's going on? That maid then started telling her about what was on the newspaper. It's about the news in today's newspaper. The picture on the newspaper is of a very chaotic house. A giant wyvern collapsed my house? What the hell? Why are they sending that through a residential area? Perry sighed after reading the news on the newspaper. The maid worriedly asked, Perry, are you okay? Perry replied tiredly, I'm okay. Fortunately, my retirement salary was deposited into the Holy Nation Bank yesterday, so I can probably find somewhere in the Holy Nation to stay for a while. That maid suddenly said something else. Do you want to see more on the newspaper? Perry heard this and flipped through to the next page. On it was a picture of a bank being closed off with tape preventing people from entering. The Holy Nation Public Bank is frozen. Perry crushed the newspaper in her hand. Transporting a giant wyvern through a residential area, and the first time the Holy Nation Bank is frozen. The only person with enough influence to cause such a ridiculous event is. The person she thought of was none other than Lyion. No wonder he silently let me leave like that last night. From the beginning, it was his entire plan? Lyion with a dangerous look as if he was looking back at Perry. Perry was extremely angry but still tried to smile. Her hand unconsciously tightened around the newspaper even more. So, is this how it will play out? At this time, in a formal room. Perry, with an angry face, immediately threw her suitcase straight onto the bed. She sighed helplessly, looking at the suitcase in front of her. I really wanted to leave today. Perry recalled what she said to Lyion yesterday. Even though she refused to stay here, he wouldn't force her to stay but would use such vile means. Perry smiled wryly, but her face still showed clear frustration. Although money and a house aren't a big problem, being framed like this, the situation is different. I'm going to leave anyway. I have to go and explain clearly to Lyion. There's a limit to everything. Her eyes seemed to light up, clearly seeing the determination within. But to do that, I need to find out where Lyion is. Perry, through her earth doll, started looking for Lyion. At his office, it was extremely quiet. Let's look through the earth dolls I scattered around the castle first. He's not in the office. She then immediately switched to another room. Then check in the room. Unexpectedly, Fenos said loudly with an angry tone, "What the hell is going on?" Perry heard this and could recognize. This voice is Fenos. Lyion also stood right there, facing Fenos. He didn't show any emotion, only silently looking. Perry thought to herself, I've never seen Fenos so angry before. Why are they arguing? Fenos frowned uncomfortably, questioning his brother. It turns out that the beloved younger sister was a fake. It should have ended there. Why take out your anger on other people's lives? Perry understood after hearing this. Fenos knows about Lyion's matter. Fenos, not knowing what Lyion wanted to do, asked him clearly, why did you do that? Lyion now smiled, replying to Fenos's question, why are you asking why? Aren't you also relying on Perry? Surely this is also a good thing for you, so why are you so angry? He spoke with a very casual expression. What's there to be angry about? I didn't do anything. Fenos's hand involuntarily clenched tightly. That's right, you didn't do it directly. You must have instructed your subordinates to act like that. Fenos wholeheartedly defended Perry. But because of that, Perry now has nowhere to go. Because of you, she will have to suffer later. Lyion returned to his cold demeanor. Fenos. Lyion asked Fenos back, you're now getting angry with me just because of an unrelated woman? Fenos became more and more agitated, his voice also becoming more and more irritable. You're still saying such words now. Fenos helplessly raised his hand to cover his face, lowering his head as if he was thinking. Why after all? Lyion still stood there, coldly listening to the words that Fenos said. My brother clearly wasn't such a person. Why have you become like this? Fenos now had many questions to ask Lyion. Explain it. Why are you going crazy? The strangest question that Fenos asked Lyion was, when you were there, what did you see after all? The image of the entire castle seemed to be transmitted into the darkness. The surrounding space was gloomy as if it contained full of secrets. Lyion didn't want to answer, only closed his eyes and turned to the other side. If it's about that matter, I've already told you clearly. Fenos gritted his teeth angrily. His face seemed to darken a few shades. You're planning to hide it like that forever, right? Fenos clenched both hands tightly, speaking as he walked past Lyion. I really don't understand anymore. Do you really see me as family? Lyion didn't even glance at him. The door was slammed shut by Fenos's anger. Lyion was silent and thoughtful. Perry had also heard all of their conversation through those dolls. She was very confused. What's going on? So that means Lyion isn't always crazy like this. She stood inside the room rubbing her head tiredly. According to what Fenos said, he became unusual after seeing something. What exactly is it? Is there something else that I don't know? Perry seriously turned around. In her head was still thinking, with this situation, questioning Lyion will have to be postponed, looking at the way he treats Fenos like that. It is impossible to know what he will do to me. If that's the case, going to meet Fenos, the person I can at least talk to, will be better. Outside the space was very peaceful, gentle sunshine shone down on the lush green grass below. Fenos was sitting leaning against a tree thinking something. Perry stepped back not too far from him, looking at Fenos attentively. I was still thinking after arguing with Lyion where he would go. It really is here. Fenos is really easy to understand. Thinking, and then Perry began to speak. Fenos, her face was full of innocence. Fenos was a little surprised to see her. Perry, what are you doing here? I heard you can't go home. Are you still okay? Perry smiled shyly, then didn't know where she got 2 bottles of wine and put them forward. That's right, I'm looking for you for that reason. I'm not in a good mood. Can I drink a glass of wine with you? Fenos's eyes were full of suspicion glancing at Perry. You want to drink? Perry pretended to be tired, sighed and said to him, I feel that I have to drink some wine to soothe my melancholy mood. Phenox looked at it and guessed the reason. It must be because of Lyion's matter that made her feel so depressed. The two of them just sat under the tree. In the hands of each person was a bottle of wine. Phenox spoke to ask her, "Then what are you going to do next?" Perry didn't answer immediately but thought a little. Her eyes were full of sadness, looking down at the ground and answering, "I still have family in the holy country. I have to trouble my family first." Phenox looked over, happy home. He didn't notice that Perry was carefully glancing over and secretly thinking in her head, very good, starting the story with the topic of family, continue to find opportunities. Perry again continued to speak to Phenox, "I told you before, didn't I, although I lost my relatives because of the accident, but there are still people who treat me like family." Phenox innocently listened and then believed, "I think they are all good people." Perry again with sad eyes continued, "Yes, they are all good people, but," suddenly she paused a little. The image of a blonde woman smiling gently looking at Merlot beside her seemed to appear with the words of Perry, "Sometimes I am jealous of their relationship. Not just having the same blood as a good family, but I still wonder if I was born into this family from the beginning what would happen." Back in the present, Perry just spoke and slowly looked over to Phenox, "Sometimes they say it is because of me that they hide important things, but I hope they will share their difficulties with me. So sometimes I feel a little distant." Phenox was stunned by what Perry said. As if he saw himself in it, he asked, "You Perry too?" Perry asked Phenox back, "Nay, Phenox also has such an experience." Phenox had a heavy face. He seemed to have something difficult to say. "I never thought that you Perry also had the same worries as me. In fact, sometimes I also feel like an outsider." Seeing Phenox's appearance like that, Perry had secretly guessed, "Indeed, if I open my mouth first he will say it." Phenox with a melancholy expression began to confide in Perry, "Especially my brother seems to hide something very important from me." Perry with an innocent face turned over, "Nay Lyion, what?" Remembering the time before, Lyion was always the one who cared about Phenox, but the last time when we had a meal together, I saw that the relationship between you and Duke Lyion seemed very good. Perry asked. Phenox without thinking immediately replied, "That's right, older brother always treats me very well." His eyes at this time contained a lot of feelings in them, but something has changed compared to before. Older brother has definitely changed, and the reason he became like that. Phenox bit by bit told everything to Perry. It was after he knew Periand had disappeared from the tower. The excuse for the secret to be revealed was very small. In the transaction report of the waterfall that the man claiming to be Periand's biological father discovered a suspicious point, remembering at that time there was a letter written by hand placed on the table next to a black feather pen. The father of both took that letter and read it without missing a word. His hand uncontrollably caused the paper to wrinkle in several places. The father discovered something unusual with the unknown traitor, and the entire amount of money was unusual. He decided that he needed to investigate. The footsteps of someone just walked on the ground, and the head of the investigation team sent to the tower was. In that investigation team many people including Lyion and other close soldiers. Lyion Exel, my older brother. Phenox at that time stepped forward and asked him, "Then will they bring Periand back?" Lyion turned to smile happily and replied, "They will have to clean the tower to conduct an investigation." So currently, that's right. The father of both at that time walked over from somewhere and called, Lyion. Hearing his father call him, he immediately turned over, "Father." The father at that time only said a few short words, his face without any emotion, "I'm counting on you." Lyion heard and then smiled happily and nodded. Phenox next to him, the smile was exactly like his. Me and older brother both knew, covering up the investigation team details of the tower transaction. In fact, that was the excuse to bring Periand back. Lyion received the order from his father and then left. "Then I'm going now, father." Phenox and his father just stood there looking at the carriage gradually moving away. No one noticed that Pandarian was also standing nearby behind them. He stood silently with his arms crossed leaning against the pillar. Then slowly looked over. Just like that, the investigation team led by my older brother. Every word that Phenox told was very clear, excitedly moving towards the tower. At that time it was dark. The entire tower became frighteningly quiet. No light escaped from the inside. I don't know what happened. I only saw Lyion and his guards come there. Seeing what a terrible scene, they were stunned in place. What my older brother and a group of people who came to the tower saw was, on the floor at that time, countless dolls with human-shaped bodies were lying all over the ground. What was more frightening was that the blood was extremely smeared. The scene of the dolls was like corpses, being thrown everywhere like garbage. Periand was not there. No, there was no one alive, including humans. Back in the present, Phenox still kept that melancholy look and said, "It's like, no one has ever lived there." Perry listened carefully to everything that he told. "So Lyion has changed after returning from that tower?" she asked curiously. Phenox answered immediately, "That's right." Perry still had many confusing things in the story that Phenox told. But, if you have witnessed such a scene, then being mentally shocked is obvious, right? But Phenox's thoughts are not the same as her. No, maybe the problem is not like that. His face showed worry, just kept looking in the indefinite space and telling, "In fact, this is a story that no one knows." The voice of Phenox was still echoing in the space. At first, older brother entered the tower alone. Perry was stunned when she heard Phenox say, "Duke Lyion entered alone what?" She secretly thought in her head, "This is also the first time I heard it. I thought the entire investigation team had entered together." At the same time Perry began to ask for more information from Phenox, maybe because he wanted to meet his younger sister first, so Nye entered alone, right? Phenox once again remembered the scene at that time. At that time the guards outside were very worried, knocking on the door continuously. If that's the case, then all that's left is just a good story. But I heard from the investigation team that after older brother entered the tower alone, then he locked the door from the inside. In Phenox's eyes there was full of contemplation when telling, because in the investigation team there are many complex relationships of interest. Older brother said he locked the door to protect the scene. Perry and Phenox, no one moved, just sat next to each other telling everything. That's really suspicious, right? Phenox wondered. The fearful eyes of Lyion at that time seemed to clearly show, and it also contained worry and astonishment. So I think my brother definitely saw something when he entered the tower alone. Something that could make the calm and mature older brother go crazy. Lyion sat on the floor. From behind his back you can see him holding something in his hand, something shocking, to the point of causing him to lose control. Still those fearful eyes. It is not clear what Lyrion's mood was like at that time. I think when my brother entered the tower alone, he must have seen something. Lyion still stood stunned there looking at the corpses of the dolls lying scattered on the ground, something enough to make such a calm and mature older brother go crazy. Something that has a strong impact. Perry, after listening, was thoughtful. Indeed, as Phenox said, the door has been locked for a long time, making everyone feel uneasy. She turned to gently say to Phenox, "But I think this is the reason why Lyion became strange. Is the reason a little unconvincing? Other people have also entered the tower after. Aren't they all living normally?" Phenox replied with a hesitant look full of caution, "Yes, of course you can think that way, but in fact, the truth no one knows is not just this." What Phenox said next made Perry more and more astonished. My brother, after entering the tower alone, stayed in it for 3 days without coming out. Perry wide-eyed, full of surprise. What, 3 days? She seemed not to believe it and asked Phenox again, "That place is full of dolls that look like corpses, what?" Phenox replied, "That's right." Perry's eyes at this time were full of suspicion, glancing to the side. At first I quit my job, claiming that the story in the tower made him become strange only because Phenox was exaggerating. But staying in it for 3 days, it's really suspicious. She just kept thinking, Lyion after all, but without letting her continue to think, Phenox again told more. "My brother in that tower, what exactly happened?" Again remembering the scene of the dolls lying scattered on the puddles of blood all over the floor, and Perry, and what has experienced in that damn tower, what are those dolls like corpses? Perry, and in such a scary place, must have been very scared. He suddenly raised his hand to cover his face, gritting his teeth tightly because of pain. "I also have the responsibility to find out what happened. I don't understand why he ostracized me like that." Perry coldly glanced over to look at Phenox. "In fact, I have met the bad things in that tower, but different from Phenox's worries." She bit by bit recalled that time. Little Perry was very lonely. Around her there were a few shadowy people with unclear faces standing. "Those dolls were all made by me. At first I made them because I missed my family." Little Perry disheveledly sat smoothing her hair, looking at the dolls lying on the ground. "But later, I made them to soothe the pain to my body. Having many dolls in the shape of girls is also for this reason." Perry's back was now looking very lonely. A gentle wind blew through her bangs, slightly fluttering. "That's right, it's that simple. There is no terrible conspiracy. I can't tell this truth to Phenox, but other things I can say." Perry began to silently speak. "I understand that that thing may have affected Lyion, but..." Phenox turned over to attentively listen to her speak. Perry continued, "I think that Nye didn't talk to you about the things that happened in the tower, not because he wanted to ostracize you." Phenox was a little startled when Perry said that. "You said he didn't ostracize me, what?" Perry sighed helplessly and began to explain to Feenox so he would understand. Feenox, look, when the fake princess appeared, didn't you recall her as a child? And besides the point, Feenox looked confused and puzzled. What does that have to do with this? Perry sighed and calmly analyzed for Feenox. Lord Lyion is surely the same way. Even though Lord Feenox is now a monster who can kill two-legged dragons with just one hand. Little Feenox, holding a wooden sword in his hand, happily waving and smiling blissfully. But in Lord Lyrion's eyes, you are still his little brother. Not only because of Princess Periand but also out of concern for Lord Feenox. She said in a serious tone, looking straight into Feenox's eyes, because you are his only younger brother. Feenox froze, worried. His mouth moved, but he didn't know what to say. He recalled just now, I couldn't control myself and angrily walked straight past my brother Lyion. Because I've only paid attention to my brother becoming strange. Never thinking in this direction. I just thought he was hiding it with bad intentions. Now, after hearing Perry's words, Feenox's eyes widened in realization. If my brother and I switched places, what would I do? Imagining the scene of Lyion turning back, trying to reach out, wanting to say something to Feenox, but he didn't care and just kept walking. Maybe I wouldn't want my brother to worry either. Feenox pondered thoughtfully, struggling in his mind. I always felt that our home was broken beyond repair, but actually, if my brother still has a chance to change. Perry continued, therefore, Lord Lyion did everything to protect his little brother. As soon as she finished speaking, Feenox suddenly stood up without saying a word. Perry cried out in surprise, startled, her face a bit surprised at Feenox's sudden action. She asked him in confusion, what are you planning to do? Feenox turned on his heel, answering, I want to go find my brother right now. And just like that, he immediately ran off but didn't forget to say to Perry, thank you, Miss Perry. Perry helplessly watched his back. We just finished arguing, and he's already acting so fast. But then she took a light breath and smiled, what a troublesome guy. Hopefully, they'll reconcile like this, and I can return to the holy nation smoothly. Very quickly after that, the door to the room suddenly opened. Lyion, inside the room, looked out the window lonely. Feenox walked in and called, brother. Lyion turned around with a gentle expression, you left angrily just now. What's the matter now? Feenox, with a slightly guilty expression, then said, do you remember when Periand left? The scene from when he was a child appeared once again. Little Feenox was turned away and couldn't participate in his father's conversation with Lyion, at that time. I was too young. You made a decision without considering my opinion. So, I understand that there must be a reason I don't know. You must blame yourself even more than I do. Feenox unconsciously clenched his palm, but Feenox patted his chest firmly, affirming to Lyion, I've grown up a long time ago. You can lean on me. He said with a sincere expression, no matter what you encounter, if you do something wrong, it's okay, because I don't want to keep hiding alone anymore. Lyion was stunned. He listened silently, not missing a word that Feenox said, from now on, let's share the burden together. So, let Miss Perry go. Feenox stood not too far from Lyion. He continued, brother, you know, no one can replace Periand. Lyion was now like a statue, just standing silently. It was unclear what his emotions and mood were now. Lyion turned his head to look out the window and said, you've become flirtatious ever since you played with that maid. What do you mean by sharing the burden? Feenox hurriedly tried to explain to Lyion what he meant, I mean I have to change too, so you also. Before Feenox could say more, Lyion interrupted, don't say any more useless words. He was now strangely cold, sternly reminding Feenox, it's best if you don't see that woman again. Maybe it would be better to do as you say and chase her away. Feenox was happy to hear that he would let Perry go, so, you're planning to let Miss Perry go, right? Lyion didn't turn his head even once, whether you send her or not is up to you, but it's best not to let her appear in front of me again. Feenox's face clearly showed helplessness toward his brother. He secretly rejoiced in his mind, really, he finally agreed to give up. Lyion closed his eyes, all right, leave it like that. Then he opened his eyes again, gazing through the window, his eyes lifeless but full of thought, we can also change little by little. In the courtyard, Perry was gently walking in the soft sunlight, even though Miss Perry is no longer in the Duke's mansion. A carriage was speeding along the forest road. Perry gently touched the window pane, I didn't expect to leave here so smoothly. It's hard to believe. She recalled Feenox's bright smile as he waved goodbye, I don't know if Feenox really reconciled with Lyion after talking with me. He convinced Lyion to release me. In the end, he didn't forget to see me off. Perry sat in the carriage, silently thinking, even though he's from the Exel family, he's still somewhat useful. She was now in a relaxed state, calmly closing her eyes and leaning her head against the carriage window pane. The sunlight outside shone in, making the space warmer. Finally returning to the holy nation. When I arrive, I must go see His Majesty first. Perry wanted to see His Majesty because, not to mention giving up my Exel status, but about my real family. Scene change, a Merlot with a scowling face said, "Hey." He seemed to be questioning Perry, saying and pointing at her, "Did you mean to embarrass the impostor? Who told you to act like you were committing suicide?" Perry was surprised but still tried to retort, "Isn't it good that I completed the mission smoothly? Why are you deliberately causing trouble?" She seriously asked that Merlot, "Alright, where is His Majesty?" Merlot sighed wearily, "He's gone to the new continent. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait a few months." Perry's face fell sadly, "Is that so?" Perry remembered when she saw the blonde-haired woman and several soldiers off, managing a country on the verge of decline, having to run around myself. I understood this principle a long time ago. But I still wanted to report to His Majesty first. Merlot propped his hip and suddenly continued, "At first, I was also worried, but luckily you returned safely." He slowly opened his eyes, his blue eyes very sharp, observing, "Well then, report now, the specific things that have happened in the past." On the table at this time a cup of tea had been poured and placed neatly, so Perry began to report everything in detail. The group pushed Cecil to be the fake princess. There were 2 men behind Cecil. All 3 were very mysterious. Images of a quantity of gold, wealth, and jewelry appeared in 3 small mirrors. Someone is sponsoring this group. There are also superiors controlling those people. Perry slowly pushed a thick stack of documents forward. Perry pointed, glancing sideways seriously, "Just check each level like this, upwards, and you'll definitely find the person behind the impostor." Merlot picked up the stack of documents she gave him and carefully read each page, "And the person who appeared after that investigation is?" Merlot asked Perry, "Hotine Windham, it's him, isn't it?" The person they mentioned was Windham. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling gently but dangerously. Perry sat across from him, calmly answering, "Yes." At first, I was still wondering how Hotine Windham knew the real identity of the fake princess. It turns out he really has a relationship with the person behind her. Perry remembered when the maid Cecil smiled with pleasure when she heard someone say to her, "Roxer will also hear about your achievements." This is what Cecil's maid said. The middle-aged man close to Hotine Windham, he respectfully bowed before him. Windham smiled in satisfaction, although, to be precise, this matter is mainly led by Hotine Windham's uncle, Roxer, but he is Windham's man, and they must have the same intentions. Back to Perry now, she wearily leaned her head back in her chair, smiling helplessly. If the person behind it is Windham, then he can't be easily provoked. Could it be that the final investigation has become useless? Merlot sat silently. He also became a little worried and thoughtful when he heard Perry say, "We can't become enemies with the person with the greatest power in the Western Empire. The result can only be that we gain nothing." Suddenly Merlot spoke up, "No, maybe you have evidence that I want." Perry didn't understand what Merlot meant. Evidence? What does that mean? Merlot's eyes seemed to light up, his expression extremely serious. "Your mother's death and what happened in the tower were all done by that Roxer." Perry was extremely shocked and surprised. She couldn't believe the words Merlot said. "What?" Perry asked Merlot, "On what basis do you say that?" He lowered his face, hesitating, answering, "Actually, His Majesty and I, a long time ago, have." Every word that Merlot said was very clear, suspected that the fake princess was related to your mother's death. Perry once again received a new shock, suspected a long time ago? But how could you suspect? Merlot's eyes didn't dare to look directly, timidly continuing, "It was when the fake princess appeared." On an old newspaper at that time, a photo of the fake princess had appeared with news accompanying it. Her face filled the pages, and that face was strangely similar to yours. The image of the fake princess at that time looked very similar to Perry. She smiled gently, wearing a pair of sparkling earrings. "Don't you think it's strange?" Back to the study now, Merlot continued, "The image that outsiders know of you is only when you were 3 years old. So how could she perfectly recreate your face when you grew up?" Perry now only knew how to sit silently, receiving each shock of information from Merlot. She fearfully reached out, slowly touching her face, hearing you say that, it really is unbelievably similar. If they only knew what I looked like when I was young. Then it's true that they couldn't have made a face that looked so similar. So, could it be? Merlot looked up at her. This means that they didn't just rely on my face when I was 3 years old as reference material. Perry asked. Merlot immediately answered without thinking. That's right. To accurately recreate your face now, they must have the latest information about you. He began to make his speculations, for example, what you looked like at 11 years old when you left the tower. If they knew what you looked like then they could completely infer what you would look like as an adult. What Merlot meant was when the blonde-haired woman led Perry away by the hand. He also added, that's also why we sent you. To confirm whether the fake princess just happened to look like you or if there was another force manipulating behind her. Perry's hand on her thigh unconsciously clenched. In her mind at this moment were many questions. Is the person behind it Roxer Windham? Does that mean that guy knows what I looked like when I was in the tower? The question kept repeating in her mind, but why did His Majesty and Merlot hide this from me? After thinking, Perry immediately spoke up, I understand the reason I was sent. But why hide such an important thing from me? Every word she said now was like a question for Merlot. Everyone should have told me, so I could investigate myself, or at least remind me before I entered the Exel family. Merlot revealed his hesitation when he heard her question like that. Well, he kept hesitating, not knowing whether to say it or not. We secretly investigated but didn't find any clues. What could it be anymore? Remembering the past, when Perry slowly stepped into the carriage and left, Merlot always carefully watched her back. Of course, it's because I was worried. If you knew this, could you still remain calm when facing the Exel family and Hotine? I wondered if you would be okay. The space inside the study became increasingly gloomy. Merlot tried to find a reason to tell Perry, we were afraid that you would be discouraged after knowing the truth. In contrast to her state just now, Perry calmly closed her eyes and slowly shook her head. All right. She spoke and slowly stood up, keeping that from me because you were afraid that I might participate in the mission with a biased mindset? I don't mean to blame you. The sound of Perry's footsteps echoed in the quiet study. Merlot worriedly turned to ask her, wait, where are you going? Perry kept walking. Well, her face full of melancholy slowly opened the study door. I need to clear my head a bit. Merlot wearily raised his hand to rub his head, sighing. I didn't tell her the exact reason. The door was now closed. Merlot was lost in thought. We can't hide this forever. But looking at her reaction like that, my heart is uneasy. He slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes was full of anxiety. Besides, there's actually one thing I haven't told Perry. He gradually remembered the past. The first time His Majesty and I had doubts was when Perry's hair color changed, showing that she belonged to the legal bloodline of the Exel family. At that time, the creaking door was opened. Little Merlot walked in. His Majesty saw him and said, Merlot. She was very concerned about Perry. How is Perry now? Merlot scratched the back of his head uncomfortably and said, he's sobbing in the basement. His Majesty still spoke very gently, I understand. Just leave her be. His Majesty only reminded, just let her cry. Cry loudly once. Little Perry was in the basement at that time. She was constantly sobbing, raising her hand to wipe away her tears. His Majesty's eyes were full of determination, but, you can also feel it, right, Merlot? There's something wrong about everything related to Perry. He was young at that time, but he still understood what His Majesty said. Merlot felt that there was a mysterious man behind. Yes, we've always thought that the chestnut-haired man who took Perry away was his biological father. His Majesty sat at his desk, slowly raising his teacup, listening carefully to Merlot, to be able to declare himself as the biological father in front of Lesser Exel. Who loved the Duchess so much? In that situation, one could lose their head. If he's not the biological father, he certainly wouldn't do such dangerous things. Little Merlot just said all the things that he felt, but if Perry really has the blood of the Exel family, then that man is definitely an impostor. Why would he lie like that? His Majesty's hand gently frowned together. The answer is very clear. Little innocent Perry was always being controlled by some hand. Their initial purpose was to control Perry in their hands. The scene of someone's arm lying on the ground, surrounded by blood, was not because the Duchess had passed away that Perry was driven away, but because the Duchess was assassinated. Possibly to target Perry. Merlot hesitated a little after hearing His Majesty say, "Then, his life is not a tragic coincidence." His Majesty immediately replied, "That's right. This is a large organization that can use tricks. In the Duke's family, things that were planned from the beginning," she said without a trace of emotion on her face, "therefore, absolutely do not leave any traces that could allow them to follow." Then His Majesty didn't forget to tell Merlot more, besides. Merlot was startled, listening carefully to see what His Majesty said. The sunlight outside shone in, making her smile even more gentle. "Keep this secret from Perry." Back to the present, Merlot was still sitting there, lost in thought. "After that, His Majesty and I began to secretly investigate the true identity of these people. Of course, we couldn't tell Perry. How could we say that they killed her mother just to kidnap her?" His hand was placed below, lost in a pile of thoughts. "At least, I can't hurt her." The more he thought, the more worried and scared he became. If from the beginning, the fake princess hadn't appeared, we would never have sent her to the Eastern Empire. But it's also true that thanks to Perry's infiltration into the Duke's mansion, we were able to obtain useful clues. The image of the black-haired man appeared. His face was also very dangerous. That father seemed to be holding chess pieces, adjusting the situation. Hotine's uncle. The person who held the decision of the Western Empire, Roxer Windham, was related to this. Although I thought that behind her was an important figure, I didn't expect it to be such an important person. Merlot stood up and slowly walked away. "If we continue to act recklessly like the impostor did, I don't know what losses that will bring to our holy nation. We must slowly reduce his political influence and put it in our hands." He reached out and touched the window pane, looking far outside, "But, the holy nation is already finding it difficult to maintain its foundation. Just relying on our strength, then, really?" Drops of sweat began to fall on Merlot's palm. "In fact, there is a way to confront Windham. The magnificent palace was shrouded in the darkest darkness, with political prestige, and if it relates to the issues of the tower, they will definitely cooperate unconditionally. An influential presence can also fight against Windham." Merlot gritted his teeth angrily but still had some helplessness in it. Those people of the Exel family. He remembered when Perry stood in front of the 3 Exel family members. Just by giving up her pride, she can do whatever she wants. But if I discover all of this and ask them for help, I have to say the truth that Perry is the real princess. Thinking of that scene, Merlot unconsciously slammed his hand hard on the window glass. He continued to be immersed in thoughts. Just provide what they want. Merlot still stood there. "If I have the power of Exel, I don't need to worry so much." Merlot cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Outside, the sky was clear, and the magnificent palace was like that lying between the sky, at the same time, at the city of Duke Exel. Pandarian sat inside the study, attentively writing something. He was writing when he suddenly heard laughter coming from outside, immediately stopping. Pandarian turned his head and looked towards the window. Down below in the courtyard, 2 maid servants were walking and joking with each other. Pandarian sighed wearily. Her voice is completely different from that maid servant. "She's so stupid." He remembered the image of Perry again, the naive way she looked. "Before, I wasn't like this. Why every time I think of that maid servant, I act so unlike myself." Or the time when Pandarian gently held Perry in his arms. She was stunned, now thinking about taking her back to her room myself. Pandarian stood there gently and softly, and said things to her that he didn't need to say. "I don't understand why I'm like that anymore." Pandarian was holding his pen when he suddenly stopped. "Wait." He remembered the moment, when Pandarian met Perry outside on the balcony. The moonlight shone down on the 2 of them. Now thinking back, from the first time I met her, I used honorifics with that maid servant, right? Pandarian's face was full of sadness, thinking, "I've never done this with other servants. If I could meet her again, I could understand the reason why." The hand holding the quill pen slightly stopped in the air. "Forget it, she's already left. It's no use continuing to think about it." Pandarian tried to tell himself, "Anyway, the 2 of us won't meet again," thinking when he suddenly heard a voice. Pandarian immediately turned. "What sound is that?" The sound came from a blue rock nearby. On the rock were strange magical formations in the middle of the air. "It's the communication device that was exchanged with Hotine. After confirming it could operate normally, I've never used it, so what's suddenly going on?" Pandarian suddenly saw that on it. His eyes clearly showed confusion. In the middle of the air, those lines began to appear. "I'm coming to the holy nation, to propose to your maid." The quill pen in his hand was immediately snapped in half. Pandarian hugged his head angrily. biting his teeth tightly. What the hell is this madman planning to do again? Over on Perry's side, she was inside her bedroom, sitting on the bed and thinking, the connection between the fake princess and the things in the past may be more important than I thought. Perry still couldn't escape from those thoughts from earlier. How could His Majesty and Merle hide that from me? She wearily closed her eyes, sighing, maybe I understand the reason why they hid it from me, but that only makes things more complicated. Merle tried to cover it up, but it wasn't hard for me to see through. They just wanted to hide it so I wouldn't worry. Perry remembered the time before when she and Fenos sat talking under the tree. Actually, this is the same as when I didn't reveal the truth to Fenos. I just wanted to protect, not exclude him. Perry sat on the bed silently, from behind looking at her back, very lonely. Her hand on her thigh was also clenching tightly. It's true that they hid it from me, but no matter what, they will always stand on my side. Also, even if I knew that from the beginning, the mission is still the same. Perry had now regained her composure. She clenched her hands resolutely, looking up. So instead of worrying about nothing, I just need to focus on what's ahead. The backs of two men stood alone in front of their mansion. The surrounding space was extremely gloomy, the darkness like covering half of the palace. Now I know that the Windham family is involved in my mother's death as well as the events at the tower. The next step is to uncover the secrets about them, but to investigate a powerful family like Windham. Perry thought of the Exel family again, and the most suitable force for that position is the Exel family, definitely them. She seriously thought for a moment, but if I want to get the support of the Exel family, I have to reveal that I am the real Princess Perry and... Thinking of that, she suddenly stopped a bit. Wait. Merlot's back appeared, because Merlot knew about the connection between the fake princess and her mother's death. He must have foreseen this, but he still hasn't mentioned a word to me. Thinking of that, Perry immediately stood up and hurried away. That idiot. She hurried to run forward. I know it. Merlot was standing in the room when Perry suddenly opened the door and rushed in, startling him. You're planning something stupid again, aren't you? Perry questioned. Merlot unhappily blamed Perry. Before you left sullenly, now suddenly you're doing what the hell are you doing? Perry sighed, not caring. I came back because I was afraid you would be sulking because of some petty things. Perry began questioning Merlot. Perhaps you were thinking of ways to control Roxer before, weren't you? Then you thought that exploiting the Exel family was the best option. Merlot froze, listening to Perry. She was now very serious when talking to Merlot. As Perry spoke, she pointed and wondered, should I reveal to the Exel family that I am the real princess, right? After a moment of silence, Merlot finally spoke. What's so foolish about that thought? Even if we need to use the Exel family. His face was filled with sadness. Merlot didn't dare to look directly at her. How can I say that you are the real princess? That. I don't want you to suffer. Perry's expression remained calm as she said, that's why I told you you're foolish. Perry took a step towards Merlot. Merlot, it's just for the benefit of the Holy Kingdom. I can even deceive those foolish Exels. I don't care that much. Despite her bold words, Perry's hands were tightening. But if the reason for me to act is because we cannot face the Western Empire on our own, then that's a completely different matter. Perry firmly stated her views, restoring justice for my mother, exposing the truth, finding clues about what happened during those 8 years, and overthrowing Roxer from society are all things I must do. The old map reappeared, detailing the paths and movements of an area. Borrowing the strength of the Eastern Empire to confront the Western Empire? If so, we will never be able to stand on our own 2 feet. This is something we must do ourselves. As Perry spoke, she extended her hand towards Merlot, who stood still. I told you before. She smiled radiantly now, her voice full of confidence, we will make the Holy Kingdom glorious again with our own strength. Merlot blushed at Perry's courage. Perry, make the Holy Kingdom glorious again. He recalled when he was a child, little Perry also extended her hand and told him, you know my abilities, right? With these abilities, I will make the Holy Kingdom strong again. At that time, she also had that innocent, youthful look, smiling radiantly with her arms outstretched. This place is my home. Merlot lowered his face, secretly smiling. This little girl hasn't changed at all. I'm afraid she'll be very hurt when she learns about what happened in the past. Perry hadn't noticed Merlot's expression. As she spoke, she glanced to the side. Alright, to begin disrupting Roxer's schemes, first we must. Perry made a rather surprising suggestion. interrogate that fake princess. How's Cecil? Has she said anything useful? Merlot was stunned by Perry's unexpected question. After a moment of silence, Merlot replied to Perry, not much. She's more tight-lipped than I thought. Perry stood with her arms crossed. Alright, I thought we could get something about how to create monsters from her. Merlot said with some concern, let's investigate deeper. Don't act rashly. I know you're skilled, but considering this enemy, we should still prepare thoroughly. Merlot was so worried that he gave Perry all sorts of advice. If they notice you and recognize you, things will become more serious. Perry replied calmly, I understand. I also don't want anything to harm the Holy Kingdom, so I will report before acting. Perry turned around. If there are no immediate measures, we need to discuss the next steps carefully. As she spoke, she slowly walked out of the room. Merlot, I trust you. If you find anything, let me know. Merlot watched Perry walk away and couldn't help but ask curiously. Hey, where are you going? Perry quickly replied, there's nothing urgent to do right now, so I'm going to my favorite theater to relax. Merlot stood there, staring. But then his eyes narrowed immediately. I lied again. Merlot had many thoughts. I didn't tell Perry, but actually, I learned a few more things when interrogating Cecil. At that time, Merlot angrily questioned, using processed monster parts means they have conducted experiments, killing countless people for research. He stood outside the iron bars of the prison, looking at Cecil inside. So, where did they get those bodies? Cecil gripped the prison bars tightly and quickly replied. I don't know exactly. I didn't kill anyone. She lowered her face, speaking and thinking, they brought those corpses from a place where there were no signs of decomposition, but there was something very strange. Merlot was curious, strange? Cecil affirmed again, inside the prison, it was lit by brightly burning torches. She began to describe the strangeness she felt, the corpses all resembled each other to a frightening degree. Merlot adjusted his gloves and listened intently to her. But what Cecil said next made Merlot freeze in place, with Princess Pandarian. Merlot recalled the previous days. Merlot sat at his desk, intently looking at documents and thinking, I've always found it strange. Monster experiments always require a lot of bodies. But we still haven't found any traces of mass disappearances. At that time, inside the prison, Merlot gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, but if those corpses resemble Perry, then they must all be the puppets she created to survive in the tower. The scene of Perry sitting alone in the tower, with the dolls she had created scattered on the floor, Merlot remembered it all. So they must all be the puppets she created to survive in the tower. They exploited everything that remained from her struggle for survival, even the traces of that desperate fight for life. Back to the present, Merlot still stood motionless, constantly thinking nervously, I hid the truth that she was their target, hid the fact that they used her puppets. But how long can I keep it hidden? His eyes were both anxious and thoughtful. And will she still be able to act as if nothing happened when she learns the truth? At the theater in the central city of the Holy Kingdom, a rustic theater nestled under a clear blue sky. Perry looked up radiantly. It's been a long time since I came here. It's still the same. She happily looked at the posters introducing today's performances hanging on the wall. Let's see, what should I watch today? Perry remembered when she was a child, His Majesty gently led her by the hand. This theater holds a special place in my heart. When I was rescued from the tower and became afraid of adults, His Majesty disguised himself and brought me here. Young Perry, sitting inside the theater, looked with adoration. In that play, adults weren't as scary as the ones I knew in the tower. On the stage at that time, a young man held a small girl in one arm and a sword in the other, looking very imposing. Both smiled radiantly. They are heroes, fathers who help children. His Majesty then turned and smiled gently at Perry. The duty of adults is to protect children, Perry. My healing journey began there. I also stopped coming to the theater every day. Perry stood still, thinking in front of the theater entrance. Even though I know these plays by heart, I'll watch them for old time's sake. While she was thinking, she didn't notice someone had walked up and stood behind her. The person spoke from behind, Here you are, Perry. Hearing someone call her name, Perry slowly glanced back. Who is it? The person who appeared was none other than Hotine. He was elegantly dressed and spoke to Perry, I've been looking for you. As he spoke, he looked at her with gentle eyes and a slight smile. Hotine, Perry thought to herself. When she saw him, Perry seemed to freeze, her eyes wide with surprise. Why is this person here? Perry only dared to think to herself but politely said aloud, "Oh, hello." Her hands clasped tightly due to tension. Why did he bother coming to the Holy Kingdom? Did he discover my identity? Whatever it is, I'll just go along with him. Hotine stood in front of Perry and gently asked, "How have you been lately? Are you well?" Perry tried to remain calm and replied, better. But why are you here? Did you come to watch a play? Hotine's eyes were full of tenderness, and his cheeks were slightly red. No. If it were just to watch a play, why would I travel so far to get here? I came to see you. Hotine's voice still echoed in the air. There's something I want to tell you. Hearing that, Perry immediately looked at him warily. Something to tell me? If he bothered to come to the Holy Kingdom, it must be something important. She wondered to herself, what exactly does he want to say? Hotine called her name once more, Perry. Hotine spoke with a very calm smile, "Will you marry me?" Perry hadn't fully processed Hotine's words. Marry? He immediately replied, yes. It was hard to discern her expression now, but she seemed worried. Hotine, is it? Then she put on an innocent facade, producing a book from somewhere, and spoke non-stop. You're attracted by stories about contractual marriages, aren't you? Those are quite popular in the theaters. Here. I've watched many of them, so if that's why you came here, it's understandable. Hotine replied, looking at your expression, I'm starting to regret proposing to you. Perry showed no concern on her face. Slowly, she looked up and said, if it's not as I said, then why did you propose to me? It can't be because you like me, can it? Hotine closed his eyes. That's right. Perhaps I should explain everything to you from the beginning. Shall we go somewhere else? The sparkling sunlight now gently shone down on the Holy Kingdom. The atmosphere seemed to shimmer. Perry and Hotine were now sitting in a cafe. Both were somewhat silent, facing each other. Hotine looked around and began to speak. Is this the coffee shop you usually visit? It looks quite cozy and nice. Perry thought to herself, this is the biggest coffee shop in the Holy Kingdom. Her eyes were still focused straight ahead. Well, I thought he knew my true identity. Around them, there were a few guards also sitting and talking. But seeing his limited attention towards me, he probably just thinks I'm an ordinary person. Perry thought, the image of a young girl in a beautiful dress dancing, followed by the image of Merlot and another blonde woman. However, based on his actions so far, it's possible that he suspects I'm the abandoned princess. Even so, there's no way he knows I'm a spy, that I use earth magic, or that I have a close relationship with the Holy Kingdom's royal family. Returning to the present, after thinking, she tried to calm herself. I guess I can relax a little. Then Perry finally replied to Hotine, so what exactly is the reason you proposed to me? Hotine crossed his arms, still with that gentle smile. I'm sure you've tried to guess, but my proposal isn't just born out of romantic feelings. The symbol of the Hotine family appeared. To be honest, it has to do with my family. He began to recall, there was a group of unidentified nobles looking at something on the ground, and another man walking on it. On the surface, the Windham family seems peaceful. But there's a faction opposing my becoming duke. They've even started targeting those loyal to me, trying to set traps for them. Hotine's radiant expression disappeared as he seriously explained to Perry, initially, I intended to wait until I officially inherited the ducal title, but their actions have become so excessive that I can no longer ignore them. He added, unfortunately, my current abilities are not enough to resolve this matter. That's why I decided to proactively claim the title. Perry listened obediently to Hotine. Then he suddenly added something, however, there's a very formidable obstacle on my path. Do you know what it is? Perry thought, trying to guess. If it's about inheritance. The cafe is quite quiet, not too many customers here. Perry quickly guessed, is it because you're not married yet? Is that right? Hotine nodded gently. Yes, being unmarried makes it almost impossible for me to obtain the title. His eyes became contemplative now. But marrying someone I don't know isn't what I want either, so I've delayed finding a suitable partner. Hotine recalled the party where he and Perry happily chatted and smiled at each other. But then at the ball, I met you again, and after that, I couldn't stop thinking about you. His words were full of emotion. I had to leave early due to diplomatic matters, but I kept worrying about your injury. Perry was dumbfounded, not knowing how to respond. Hotine looked at Perry's small hands neatly placed on the table. I want to make you happy. He even raised his hand to touch his chest, showing utmost sincerity. If I have to take someone as my wife, I want it to be you, Perry. Perry's eyes widened, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hotine, this man is truly. But her expression immediately changed, becoming cold, with no emotion showing. Perry thought to herself, lying through his teeth. The papers with crossed-out faces fell. Perry remembered them all. A faction preventing Hotine's inheritance? How can that be? He's already dealt with his rivals and his faction controls everything. The Duke and Duchess of the Windham family are now like prisoners in a giant cage. Saying that being unmarried hinders inheritance is also a lie. Even though he hasn't officially inherited the title. Yet, the current Duke and Duchess do not hold real power. Perry knew all of it. Yet, Hotine's face became sinister, his eyes seemingly capable of devouring others. I want to be the one to make you happy, he said with an expression that made it difficult to believe him, Perry thought. Perry remained completely unmoved, even in her thoughts. From beginning to end, it was all lies. Hotine, with a pitiful expression, continued, earlier at the theater. You mentioned a contractual marriage, didn't you? As he spoke, he placed his hand on Perry's. Yes, a contractual marriage is fine, even if it's just for a few years. Hotine tried his best to persuade her with his words. After all, I'm the one who made such an unreasonable offer. Perry looked down at his hand on hers. He's suddenly so humble. Perry let out a faint, amused smile. I guess he didn't think I would refuse. And thinking about it, I'm going to drop this current facade anyway. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to get revenge on this detestable man. Thinking this, she immediately and quickly pulled her hand away from Hotine's. I'm sorry. Her expression was weak and pitiful as she spoke, pointing outside. I know what you want, but I don't think I can give you the answer you're looking for. Hotine understood Perry's meaning. His hand instinctively tightened. Why not? This is clearly not disadvantageous to you. Now, from a distance, his expression was unclear. If you have any conditions, I can accept them. Perry stammered, no, it's not like that. It's just. Perry was very skilled with her words. I find you quite uncomfortable. Hotine listened, then chuckled, asking, uncomfortable? She now stood up, her hand gently touching the table. Anyway, let's pretend this conversation never happened. Then Perry quickly said goodbye, I have to go. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Perry was a little stunned for a few seconds. What was that? Why did he appear so suddenly? Standing outside the shop was none other than Pandarian. He looked quite tired, breathing heavily and continuously. Perry. Pandarian looked intently, a hint of worry visible on his face. Perry saw it and thought, Pandarian. Pandarian quickly approached Perry, constantly calling her name, Perry. Perry still didn't understand why Pandarian was there. Huh? What's Pandarian doing here? His face showed a hint of anger. Are you going to marry Hotine? Perry, still processing, was confused. What? Perry slowly glanced towards Hotine. How does he know about this? She then saw his amused expression. Hotine's eyes lit up as if he saw a good show. Perry, seeing that expression, guessed, it must be Hotine's doing. Perry closed her eyes and calmly said to Pandarian, Duke Pandarian, I don't know what Lord Hotine told you. She added, it's true that he mentioned marriage to me, but that was simply a jest, not serious at all. The surrounding atmosphere became silent. Then she turned to look at Hotine and said, I suppose Lord Hotine called you here just for his mischief. Hotine maintained his gentle demeanor. Perry, your words hurt me. His eyes, full of affection, slowly glanced over. I wasn't joking. Pandarian surprisingly stood in front of Perry. Hotine, this isn't something you can just say so lightly. Behind Perry, some men began to whisper to each other. Pandarian continued to speak enthusiastically, Perry isn't like the other people in the Holy Kingdom. She's being scrutinized by the public because of that fake princess incident. Pandarian said seriously, if you marry her now, it will certainly stir up rumors. Hotine suddenly stood up, his hand still on the table. Yes, of course I know. He wasn't angry but acted vulnerable, speaking as he put his hand on his chest. But what else can I do when my heart has been stolen by her? As he spoke, he moved closer to Pandarian. I called you here not for political reasons, but to avoid any misunderstandings that might arise with the Exel family. I am prepared to bear the consequences and be with Perry. Do you still have a reason to prevent this, Duke Pandarian? But then that cunning look in Hotine's eyes reappeared. Could it be? He only said a few words that made Pandarian flinch as if hit a raw nerve, personal feelings. Pandarian was silent, not knowing how to respond. Perry stood behind Pandarian, seeing Hotine's confident smile. She secretly judged, he's really glib. Anyway, he's still Hotine. When this happened, he must have already thought of a way to make everything perfect. He probably still thinks everything is going according to his plan. No one noticed that Perry was also secretly amused by this. But he made a serious mistake, dragging me into this. Hotine's face remained impassive as if nothing had happened. Looking at that shameless face, ignoring everything to exploit me, makes me furious. Perry recalled the past, when she sat on the ground and looked up to see Hotine standing in front of her, staring intently. I can't just sit there and watch. Especially when I remember what happened back at the academy. Now that this opportunity has come, the plan will change accordingly. There's no need to hold back when investigating the Windham mansion anymore. Perry was still thinking. I don't know the reason behind his attempt to exploit me, but at the same time, she spoke aloud. I understand your feelings now, Lord Hotine. If Hotine had decided to exploit her. His eyes trembled slightly as he heard Perry speak. I didn't expect you to be so serious. Hotine didn't know that Perry had calculated everything. Then, I will exploit him back. Perry smiled gently like the morning sun, soft and warm. She put on an expression of utmost sincerity. All right, I'll marry you. As a child, Perry once stood on the academy's balcony, looking down at others walking below. During my time at the academy, I practiced my abilities by placing earth puppets all over the campus and observing everyone. Hotine was also within Perry's observation at that time. He was talking to another female friend. Then, by chance, I discovered Hotine. I immediately realized he was an incredibly cunning person. Her eyes at that time seemed to be able to see through Hotine completely. Although others might find it difficult to realize, only I, who had observed Hotine for hours through my earth dolls, could see through it. Hotine always maintained that elegant, gentle, smiling demeanor. Outwardly, he was so excellent that he was beyond reproach and always appeared friendly to everyone. In that academy, there would be a mysterious group of people always standing on a raised platform, as if revered. The rest of the people would stand below. But in reality, just like classifying meat by grade, he would categorize people. Those he deemed to have the potential for greater achievements were placed higher, while those he considered worthless were pushed lower, arranging everything according to his own rules. Hotine seemed to be playing a game of chess. His hand, from the shadows, controlled each piece. If that action stemmed from malice, then at least it could be seen as more human. But in my opinion, Hotine had no personal feelings in those actions whatsoever. He sat there emotionlessly, intently gazing at his chessboard, but an ominous aura always surrounded him. He behaved as if it were a duty, as if it were natural for him to manage everyone. Young Perry at the academy always nervously observed everyone's conversations. And furthermore, by his standards, I, a foreign student from the Holy Kingdom, a small and weak country, was also classified as useless and needed to be eliminated. In the class, there were students from different grades, and all the members of my original group were replaced. And I had to study with those who only knew how to cause trouble. The people in Perry's group were always those who only chatted and fooled around with each other. The ordinary members before were replaced by a group of scoundrels. It's hard to believe, it certainly wasn't a coincidence. Perry always told herself, I must be careful not to cause any problems. As she was thinking, a brown-haired young man in the group suddenly glanced over and said, Oh, that's right, you're from the Holy Kingdom, aren't you? That guy suddenly became curious and asked Perry, those rumors about the Holy Kingdom, are they true? Perry, the only girl in the group, asked him confusedly, what rumors? The guy happily said, oh, you know, that thing. The young man's words made young Perry freeze in disbelief. Her eyes seemed to lose their soul at that moment. The story about the Holy Kingdom's emperor using his body for diplomacy. They didn't pay any attention to little Perry's expression. Her eyes shifted from one astonishment to another. I heard the Emperor is always on overseas business trips for that reason. Right? That's really crazy. Perry, at that time, didn't know what to do and quickly ran away. She didn't know what she had done to them. Very soon after, there were several grown men standing around, doing something unclear. The fact that I used violence to retaliate against insults towards His Majesty. Who saved me, that's the truth behind the violence that happened during my academy days. To this day, I have never regretted that action. But at the academy, it was an unavoidable major issue. And at the time, rumors of expulsion were spreading. Perry was strong, yet at that time, she sobbed, tears falling, and thought to herself, this is the school His Majesty and Merlot sent me to. Perry sat leaning against a bookshelf, her face buried in shame. Suddenly, someone approached. Tears still glistened in the corners of Perry's eyes. She slowly looked up in confusion. What is it? Who would come to the library at this hour? Looking up, it was none other than Hotine. He was looking at her with cold eyes and an emotionless face. Hotine. At that time, Perry couldn't stop thinking, he must have come to look at me, right? If not for that reason, there's no reason for him to come all the way here. Suddenly, Hotine spoke coldly, Perry. What was even more surprising was that he actually asked Perry, are you very sad? Perry looked at Hotine in confusion. Tears still lingered in the corners of Perry's eyes. What? A completely new scene unfolded, a magnificent palace with a beautiful blue dome reflecting the deep blue sky. That was the first and last time I met Hotine. And strangely, the incident that should have resulted in expulsion was resolved by Hotine himself. Thanks to his position as the heir of the Windham family, the largest family in the empire, he was able to persuade the victims and the academy. From that day on, Perry occasionally stood on the balcony, intently watching Hotine gently talking to others, his expressionless face, his actions to alleviate the pranks he played. Although I couldn't understand the meaning of those things, still. Her hair gently swayed in the wind, while her mind was still deeply in thought. Well, it's fine. If he doesn't bother me anymore, that's good. I just need to graduate from the academy peacefully. Back to the present, Perry still stood opposite Hotine, with Pandarian also standing there. I certainly dismissed that matter as unimportant, but Perry thought to herself, if he tries to play games with me again, things will be different. But on the outside, her smile was radiant. She happily said to Hotine, all right, I'll marry you. Hotine, of course, also smiled radiantly and gently replied to her, really? Thank you for accepting my heart. I'm very happy. Perry politely smiled and continued, then we'll discuss the details of the marriage next time, shall we? First, I need to talk to Duke Exel, he came here to see me. Perry and Hotine seemed to be in a warm space while Pandarian stood observing as if frozen for a long time. Perry happily added, the fact that I, once a maid of the Exel family in the Eastern Empire, will become the lady of the Windham family in the Western Empire. Hotine was now also happy with what Perry said. That's right, clarifying one's position is very important. He walked to the door of the cafe, not forgetting to turn back and smile at Perry, then, I'll leave that matter for you to handle first, alright? Hotine even affectionately said goodbye, see you later, Perry. Pandarian stood watching, gritting his teeth in anger. Pandarian, both angry and tired, rubbed his head with his hand. Damn it, I thought I came here to help, but in the end, it was useless. Suddenly, Pandarian spoke, Miss Perry. Perry heard him and turned around in confusion, huh? Pandarian stood solemnly, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through her. He asked, his voice full of skepticism, do you really believe you can become the Duchess? As he spoke, he recalled a dark room where a pitiful Perry knelt on the bed and Pandarian stood looking at her. I heard you requested national sovereignty from the previous Duke. I thought you at least knew how to calculate basic benefits first. Pandarian's gaze was slightly downcast. One could feel the coldness and sharpness in it. Now, you've lost your last thread of survival, caught up in an illusion unworthy of yourself. Perry looked with wide, round eyes, standing still, her face stunned. Duke. The atmosphere quickly became lighter as Perry innocently said, if you're worried that I'll badmouth the Exel family to the Western Empire, then you can rest assured. As you know, I'm just a maid. I have no secrets to reveal. Pandarian's face wrinkled at Perry's thought. Do you think I'm worried about that? Perry gently smiled meaningfully and then asked Pandarian in return, "Then what are you worried about?" Pandarian was stunned by Perry's unexpected question. What? He himself didn't even know the answer. Perry, still with her gentle, warm demeanor, continued to ask, "Why does the Duke care so much about me?" Pandarian froze in place, his eyes not daring to look directly, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It's just." Perry lowered her eyes, her voice tinged with sadness. "I know why you're the only one who doesn't use intimate language with me." Perry spoke as if she understood everything. "Perhaps it's because Princess Periand is still important to you." Pandarian was stunned again. Behind him, it was as if a gentle but unidentifiable woman was gently embracing Pandarian's neck. Perry didn't stop but continued, "She is the most important person to you, the one you admire more than anyone. That's why you still unconsciously respect her. Even with a maid like her." His expression was stunned, and his eyes widened in confusion. Pandarian's hands also clenched tightly. "What do you know to say such things?" Perry moved one hand to embrace the other. "You're right, I don't know anything." Perry recalled the scene of Pandarian walking alone in the silent corridor. "I can't imagine how you felt when you came to the Duke's family for Princess Periand, and then she disappeared." She gently took Pandarian's hands in hers. "So, Duke, because I resemble Princess Periand, I have something to tell you." Perry tightly held Pandarian's hand. She happily spoke as if expressing her heart. "You can let go of Princess Periand now." "That's right, this is what I wanted to tell Pandarian." Pandarian gritted his teeth, looking awkward. Perry closed her eyes, her voice still filled with emotion. "It's something I absolutely had to tell you one day. Even without her, you are truly a perfect person." But then, quickly after, Perry released Pandarian's hand without any regret. "I hope, Duke, who was once dominated by the Exel family because of me, will no longer be weakened by Princess Periand's existence. I hope you will live for your own happiness from now on." Pandarian's back was now as still as a statue. "Please, you don't need to miss her anymore." Pandarian's clenched hand now tightened even more. He was deep in thought. "That was too arrogant and rude to say. I'm not weak or pitiful enough to need comfort from someone below me. I should be angry right now, and yet." He looked at Perry again. She was still smiling gently, her eyes seemingly offering sincere advice. Pandarian's mood was unclear now. He kept asking himself, why, even though I know she's completely different from her. There were many unexplainable questions in Pandarian's mind. "I don't know what to say whenever I face her." Pandarian turned his head away, not daring to look directly into Perry's eyes. "What makes you think you can advise me?" Perry, without any emotional stir, still maintained that calm expression as she said, "Of course, I'm not in a position to say such things. I just mean, you don't need to worry about me anymore, Duke, as you did today." Suddenly, as she spoke, she slowly began to walk forward. "As you said, I'm someone who knows how to calculate basic things. I didn't accept Hotine's offer just to be exploited by him. Therefore, please don't worry about me anymore." Perry simply walked past Pandarian. "See you, Duke Pandarian." He stood silently, watching Perry's retreating figure. Pandarian stood there dumbfounded, unable to stop thinking, no need to worry about being exploited by Hotine, and now she says I shouldn't care about her anymore. Perry's back gradually faded in the sparkling sunlight, her smooth hair swaying with her movement. "It's funny. Hearing these words directly from her, I finally realized the truth. I came here not because I was worried she would be exploited by Hotine, and certainly not because I saw her as a substitute for Princess Periand." Pandarian raised his hand to cover half of his face, but his flushed cheeks were still clearly visible. "It must be because of me, damn it." 3 days after Hotine's proposal, the atmosphere was incredibly peaceful and clear. In the sky above, a train was moving. Hotine and Perry were sitting on the same sofa, not too far apart. Both were intently looking at something. The whole world was abuzz with the news of our engagement. Inside a notebook, there was also a picture of Hotine gently embracing Perry's waist. The successor of the Windham ducal family, the most influential family in the Western Empire. And a maid from a ducal family in the Eastern Empire, a fairy tale love story. This is the kind of story that can make the whole world buzz, crossing the boundaries of empires and kingdoms. Recalling a few days ago, Perry's hair was messy. She looked worried and flustered as she spoke, raising her hand. "Furthermore, what? You proposed yesterday. And now you're saying we'll be married in just 3 months. Hotine smiled gently, showing no surprise at her alarm. Oh, you don't have any plans for the next 3 months, do you? Besides, you don't have a job anymore. Perry scowled. She looked at Hotine and cursed under her breath. He's not wrong, but why does it make me so angry? Returning to the present, she put aside her emotions and focused on the papers in her hands. Things are progressing too quickly. Now I'm on my way to the Western Empire to prepare for the wedding. With Hotine. Because of this, the public can't stop talking about me. In the stack of papers Perry was holding, there were many writings accompanied by pictures of mansions. Hotine Windham decides to marry a fake maid. Is it brainwashing or a trap? The mysterious past of the fake maid. Fashion secrets to conquer the imperial heir. Perry was shocked reading the headlines on the articles. How do they write these articles nowadays? I wonder? Suddenly, Hotine handed the stack of newspapers he was reading to Perry. Perry, look at this article. Called by her name, Perry immediately turned her attention to him. The image on the article was an airship hovering in midair. National Treasure Number 3, Special Luxury Cruise Ship begins operation. Is that maid really worth so much? Perry read it, then immediately turned away and closed her eyes, uninterested. Enough. Don't show me these news articles anymore. Hotine began to offer comfort, don't be angry. Then he smiled brightly and warmly at her. Isn't it very interesting to see everyone talking? Perry's face was pale with annoyance. It's not interesting at all for someone directly involved like me. Hotine sat beside her, smiling faintly. Suddenly, she glanced over anxiously. Anyway, as seen in the newspaper Hotine gave me. From the outside, one could see that they were both sitting in a very special train car. This train car was decorated very luxuriously. This is a special luxury cruise ship. Also a national heritage of the Western Empire. It travels throughout the territory. The train moved gently through the blue sky and white clouds, like something out of a fairy tale. In the gentle sunlight, this cruise ship is an airship consisting of dozens of connected cars. Originally designed as a means of transportation for luxury tourism. Perry walked through the train car. There were not only her but also many other elegant people standing there. However, this time, it will deviate from its original purpose and travel throughout the Western Empire, just to introduce me to the nobles from each region along the journey. Perry, without much emotion, just stared intently and thought. Hotine had the idea of organizing a cruise through the empire and hosting local nobles on the train to officially introduce himself before the wedding. As she was deep in thought, Hotine had already stood up, bowed, and said, "It won't be long before the guests start boarding the train." He gently extended his hand. "They are coming to judge." His face darkened slightly as he looked at her, appearing somewhat dangerous. "So don't disappoint them," Hotine said as if warning her. Perry quickly and gently extended her hand. "I understand, Lord Hotine." Hotine, hearing her strange form of address, was confused. "Lord Hotine?" But instead of being annoyed, he smiled radiantly and said, "Just call me Senior." Hotine gently took Perry's hand. Perry didn't bother to look at him anymore and tiredly agreed vaguely, "All right, Senior." Hotine seemed satisfied upon hearing that. "Good. We'll be at the first stop soon, so get ready." 666, Hotine smiled contentedly and secretly glanced over. At the Windham ducal family, the first guests to board the train would be the Duke and Duchess Windham. The door was now open. Hotine and Perry elegantly stepped forward. A woman in a purple dress was already waiting. Perry's eyes widened as she thought about the people she was about to meet. Not far from them stood the Duke and Duchess Windham. Both were dressed very elegantly, but strangely, their faces showed no sign of joy. "Currently, the Duke and Duchess Windham will be my parents-in-law." Other nobles standing nearby, behind Perry, began whispering to each other. This will be her first meeting with the Duke and Duchess, right? Hotine and Perry moved closer to the Duke and Duchess of the Windham family, but the whispers around them did not subside. "I'm curious how they will react. They even rented a cruise ship. She must be a cherished daughter-in-law, right?" Even so, with the bride's background, Perry didn't care much about those things. She gently smoothed her skirt. "It's a great pleasure to meet you." And just like that, following proper etiquette, she elegantly bowed. "I am Perry." Hotine stood beside her, glancing over with a satisfied smile. But it seemed the Duchess Windham's gaze was not very friendly. She was silent, as if scrutinizing her. Then the Duchess slowly walked forward. Without bothering to respond to Perry at all, she simply walked past her coldly, as if uninterested. Perry froze in place. Hotine's expression was also very strange. He appeared incredibly calm, closing his eyes as if it were a matter of course. The Duke also walked past her now. He looked apologetic and turned to say, "Nice to meet you." And just like that, the Duke followed his wife. "My lady." Perry and Hotine still stood there. Very soon, behind her, the murmuring resumed once more. The Duchess's reaction clearly shows she doesn't approve of the bride's background, yet she behaves so openly in front of everyone. Perry's eyes showed a fleeting sadness, a hint of self-pity. "No, she didn't mean to belittle me. It's because of her condition, Savior Windham's depression." The Duchess always maintained a cold demeanor, she never smiled. Duchess Savior Windham, born into a noble family and raised with a life full of privilege. There was a time when Savior Windham was in a state of collapse, kneeling in a dark space. She was known for her picky and sensitive personality. However, my research shows that her behavior was not a panic attack but actually the result of a deep-seated psychological illness. At this moment, the Duke, walking behind her, gently stroked her back with his hand. The cause lies within her family, and unlike a physical illness, there is no simple cure. Her languor made me understand that she no longer had the strength to react to me. Perry turned her head back, her eyes still intently following Hotine's mother. In the greenhouse upstairs, Savior Windham stood alone, silently, deep in thought. This greenhouse was not too grand, with only a few small plants growing. The greenhouse on the train has been refurbished. I can't believe they recreated the Windham greenhouse so perfectly. What is Hotine thinking? She seemed very anxious, her hands tightly clasped, unable to stay still. More than anything, Savior Windham thought of Perry's gentle image from earlier. The girl that boy chose to marry, ignoring countless other marriages, is a maid like her. Her eyes now became anxious and filled with sorrow. In fact, meeting her directly, the resemblance is even more striking to the real Princess Pandarian I met long ago. Old memories once again returned. 12 years ago, young Savior Windham was still young, with little Hotine following her. Perry's mother came forward, smiling radiantly in greeting. Holding little Perry in her arms. Little Perry was placed in front of Hotine. He was confused at the time but still extended his arms. During the time when Duchess Alice from the Eastern Empire frequently visited, Hotine had met Princess Pandarian. Hotine, not yet very old, already knew how to cradle little Perry in his arms, looking very affectionate. At that time, the boy who was originally cold showed a rare flicker of humanity. But only in her presence. Alice and Savior Windham were happily smiling at each other. Both were young and very beautiful then. I was very happy to witness that side of the boy back then. Back to the present, Savior Windham's face showed no flicker of emotion. I thought he had completely forgotten about it, because all these years, I never heard him mention it. She thought of her son's appearance again, Hotine's gentle yet dangerous demeanor. It's not for a marriage with good intentions, so why that girl? It's completely incomprehensible. The son I gave birth to has no human feelings at all. He's really very. Savior Windham stood in the dimly lit greenhouse, gazing into the distance. Truly, a troublemaker. At the Exel ducal estate, the space became sparkling with sunlight. Lyion was sleeping on the bed. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. His face was strangely peaceful now. Lyion seemed to be dreaming. In the dream, a younger Lyion knelt in front of little Perry. "Alright, which one should I read to you today?" Little Perry held a book almost as big as herself. "This one, read this one." Lyion picked up the book and looked at it intently. "This is..." He seriously asked little Perry again, "Kraken fairy tale again?" Our princess is really obsessed with monster collections. Perry immediately whined and cried out. Hurry up, hurry up." Lyion sighed helplessly. On the floor at that time, there were many other books scattered around. He began to adjust his voice. Ahem. Little Perry sat on Lyrion's lap, intently listening to him tell the story. Once upon a time, there was a princess named Kraken. Princess Kraken was the youngest daughter of the Kraken kingdom. The voice in the dream kept echoing, and one day, the dream ended when Pandarian suddenly opened the door wide from outside. Pandarian's face was scowling, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. It's such an important day, and you're still lounging in bed? This is unbearable. Lyion woke up at the sound of the scolding. He was still half asleep, sitting on the bed. Pandarian turned and walked away, but didn't forget to say, "We're leaving early, so get ready quickly." Lyion tiredly propped half his face with his hand. It's been a long time since I dreamed of Perry. I don't want to wake up at all. There was a slight redness under his eyes, and his face was full of fatigue. But it's okay. I'm about to see the face I've longed for day and night, because this time I'm going to meet the maid who looks like Perry. And the image of the train running through the air reappeared once more. I heard that Hotine Windham has even prepared his wedding to that maid, and even activated the Western Empire's national treasure. Train for this visit. Lyion quickly dressed neatly, smiled gently, and walked towards Pandarian. After the Duke heard this news, whether out of concern or worry, he ordered me to go to the Western Empire under the guise of supervising the maid. Sending me alone like this is to avoid any potential diplomatic issues, otherwise, Fenos or the Duke himself would have gone. Lyion closed his eyes as if enjoying the relaxing atmosphere. Whatever the reason, just thinking about meeting a face that resembles Perry makes me happy. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, I wonder what her expression is like now. Over at Perry's side, her expression looked very uncomfortable. A blonde young lady, elegantly dressed, was sitting at a tea party table. She happily said, "Miss, try this. This is a sweet pastry from the Western Empire. It's very delicious." At that tea party, there were also several other elegantly dressed young ladies. They echoed the blonde woman's words, "That's right, it would be a shame not to try this." Ho ho, exactly. Perry smiled shyly and replied vaguely, "Haha, thank you." She's Miss Riemann of the Western Empire, isn't she? Suddenly acting so familiar, even though just recently. Perry recalled the conversation she'd overheard earlier, where that woman and others were badmouthing her. She's only half decent looking. She must have used tricks to seduce Lord Hotine. Talking about me like this. They didn't care about little Perry's expression. Her eyes shifted from one astonishment to another. I guess they want to use this method to belittle and bully me. Right? Has she perhaps relied on Duchess Windham's attitude to think she has the upper hand? It seems others think similarly. The earth puppets I placed throughout the train keep relaying these meaningless whispers to me. Her eyes showed a hint of worry. Of course, I ignore these whispers, but the real problem is. Perry was looking out the glass window, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. We are on a constantly moving train, shaking every minute of every second. Perry closed her eyes and wept inwardly. She thought, recalling the sight of her earth puppets being crushed by large cabinets. My earth puppets are made of very fine dust. In such a constantly vibrating environment, it's hard to maintain their shape. As I predicted, the puppets started breaking one by one. She kept thinking about the earth puppets. To maintain their shape, I have to make them bigger. Therefore, I can only place them in invisible places, and espionage becomes incredibly difficult. Suddenly, as she was thinking, the young lady spoke up, "Now that I think about it." She smiled shyly, but her eyes were full of scheming. "I heard you used to work as a maid in the Eastern Empire, right? Does Lord Hotine know about that?" The blonde young lady's words were full of innuendo. "I'm only asking this out of concern. If you've hidden that from him, there might be problems later." The other young ladies at the table also started giggling. Perry looked at them with cold eyes. Now that I'm no longer pressured by the atmosphere, they're openly provoking me. Well, I'll just deal with her vaguely. Suddenly, someone spoke up, of course. It was a woman, but her face wasn't clearly visible. Lord Hotine knows all about it. It was a blonde woman, not too formally dressed, standing behind Perry and speaking. After he found out, he liked it even more. Perry's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? That voice? She immediately spun her head around. The woman was none other than Yuri's. She was smirking. Yuri's? Why is Yuri's here? I was so busy fixing those puppets that I didn't even know she had boarded the train. The blonde young lady's face now showed a hint of confusion, but she still spoke boldly. Who are you, to rudely interrupt someone else's conversation? Yuri's put her hands on her hips, showing no fear of the young lady. I As she spoke, she slowly leaned closer to Perry. I am the escort of this young bride. Yuri's even didn't forget to glance at her defiantly. Perry's mouth dropped open in surprise. What? Escort? Since when? A moment later, as they walked away from the tea party table, Yuri's walked ahead without saying anything, and Perry slowly followed. Yuri's, what brings you here? Yuri's turned back and replied with amusement, what do you think? I told you before, I'm from the Western Empire, and I came back here looking for a new job. She added, after I returned, I was looking for a job when I happened to meet you. When he found out we were friends, I was hired immediately. Perry listened, innocently wondering, hired by whom? Yuri's quickly replied, who do you think could allow me to be your escort? It must be your fiancé. Perry paused for a moment. Hotine hired Yuri's? The entire space seemed to fall silent at that moment. How many people does he have that he would let Yuri's, someone close to me, be my escort? Yuri's had no idea what Perry was thinking at the moment. She still smiled gently and innocently. Perry looked at her and continued to think, on the surface, it seems he's concerned about his lonely fiancé, but in reality, he's just keeping a close eye on me. Everything is neatly disguised under the pretext of protection. She stood there frozen, lost in thought. I know Yuri's won't be bribed by Hotine, but if that were to happen, I'd have to be careful when she's around me. Yuri suddenly spoke, oh, Perry. She suddenly asked, there's something I want to tell you. Perry's eyes became extremely wary at that moment. Yuri's now stood very close to Perry. She raised her hand as if to whisper. There's a room I just passed by, is it a double room? Have you two shared a bed already? Perry angrily retorted immediately, what is this? You're not here as an escort, you're here to tease me, aren't you? Yuri smiled with amusement, I'm just kidding. Alright. This person, I'm thinking seriously and you're just. Perry muttered to herself. Yuri smiled radiantly and continued, anyway, it's good to see you again. Perry now relaxed her face and replied to Yuri's, yes, it's reassuring to have you escort me. We'll be seeing each other often from now on. Time passed, and the train arrived at its next destination. There were many people already present. Perry and Hotine stood side by side, full of affection, chatting with the guests on the train, and beginning to welcome other guests. Perry always appeared gentle and smiled gracefully. I was made up from head to toe according to Hotine's instructions. He introduced me to everyone. I also cooperated with him and told insipid stories. Perry's face immediately changed when she sat alone on the sofa. Her face was exhausted, pale with exhaustion, and pitiful. So, 2 weeks had passed in no time. Today is the first day we enter the palace. Hotine sat next to her, solicitously asking, Perry, are you tired? Perry turned her lifeless face towards him. Hotine was completely the opposite of her. He was still as fresh as a flower, maintaining his calm and warm demeanor. Perry tiredly closed her eyes. Honestly, Senior, you're amazing. She sat upright like a child and began to confide in Hotine. I only stood next to you and chimed in, and I'm already exhausted. But you, talking to so many nobles without showing any signs of fatigue. Hotine, still with that innocent, carefree look, replied, this is what a duke should endure. Perry looked at his reply, feeling helpless. He's clearly not officially the duke yet. Hotine crossed his arms, his eyes warm as he looked at her and continued, it's true, but try to endure a little longer. Today, we'll meet a very important person. Perry's eyes widened in surprise. She maintained that expression, thinking to herself, that's right, this is truly a very important day. The image of the dark-colored mansion nestled in the stark white sky appeared. And among those who boarded the train at the palace, someone's hand lay on the ground. There was a lot of blood around it. Someone caused my mother's death, sending an old father to frame her. Perry, at that time, sat alone in the tower. The suspect in the incident that eventually led to my imprisonment in the tower. The person she had been referring to was none other than Roxer Windham. Perry vividly remembered that malicious look and face. Perry sat tensely on the chair, thinking, he's coming here. Perry also remembered a rather formal invitation card with small pieces of paper and writing on them. Actually, the reason I avoided Roxer Windham wasn't because I knew he was the suspect in the case. It was when I was 17, when I was still studying at the Western Imperial Academy, I heard that the Western Imperial Military Factory was developing weapons, so I went there directly to verify. That day, Perry gently sneaked into the factory. It was pitch black inside. Alright, the infiltration was quite easy. At that time, Perry was extremely anxious. She thought to herself, but ever since I stepped in here, I've felt that something isn't right. As expected, this isn't a normal factory. Ordinary people certainly wouldn't realize it, but from the moment I stepped in, I was sure of it. She gently took a step forward. I am currently in a secret underground space, a dark and gloomy place. Inside that secret basement, there was a room. The people in the room were dressed like doctors. Their bodies were covered in blood. Perry peered in from outside the door. Cautiously. Step by step, I quietly went deeper into the basement and witnessed with my own eyes how they exploited humanitarian causes to develop weapons and conduct experiments on human bodies. Suddenly, countless large and small wooden beams fell down, piling on top of each other. The scene was incredibly messy. Seeing that sight, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Therefore, I used my abilities to cause a large earthquake in the factory area, capturing the leader alive and escorting him back to the Holy Kingdom. Scene change. Perry's face was full of worry as she spoke. So those human experiments were researched to create perfect biological weapons, then? Merlot sat with his arms crossed at his desk and replied, that's right, but there's still one suspicious point. Perry couldn't help but wonder, a suspicious point? Merlot's eyes were serious as he slowly explained the suspicious point he saw. Normally, when one wants to develop something great, wouldn't they try to add as many powerful features as possible? Like some kind of strong power? But these people. He paused, then continued, focused on creating flaws. Perry's eyes widened in surprise. Merlot carefully added, eliminating their sense of pain and self-awareness, making them lose their emotions. They tried to create a perfect weapon that would never be controlled by emotions. Perry clearly remembered what Merlot said at that time. In other words, they can no longer be called human. Back in the room, Hotine was still sitting there, doing nothing. Perry glanced at him intently. After learning that the factory belonged to Roxer's organization, I stopped the investigation. If it was an experiment aimed at pursuing perfection, then it's highly likely that Hotine was also affected by that experiment. She recalled the time she stood near the railing, looking down at Hotine standing with others below. The unusual feeling I got from Hotine when I was in school. It's very likely it stemmed from that experiment. Hotine always maintained a nonchalant expression. He seemed to be intently playing a game of chess, his eyes observing each piece. It's obvious that he evaluates and controls others. That's probably because he had his emotions removed to become a perfect monarch. Suddenly, as she was thinking, Hotine suddenly leaned forward, close to Perry's face. Perry, what are you thinking about, looking so distracted? Perry was a little startled. Perry, startled by his sudden question, stammered slightly, that. Hotine was still looking directly at Perry. Suddenly, Hotine pulled Perry's cheek hard, making her cry out in pain. Perry, with her cheek pinched like that, scowled in anger and said, what are you doing all of a sudden? Hotine smiled brightly and replied, you seem too tense. So I thought I should help you relax a bit. Perry was even more displeased by that answer. Is this how you relax? Hotine smiled gently, his smile blossoming. But I think it worked, didn't it? Perry thought to herself, but, from the very beginning, every time I looked at Hotine, I always felt that. One of her hands was still on her sore cheek from Hotine's pinch. Her face was tense with thought, her eyes full of scrutiny. Such an inhuman person, why is he acting so childishly with me? I'm not confident or think I'm special to him. Objectively speaking, this is truly very strange. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. Hotine and Perry heard it and glanced over attentively. A voice announced, the train is about to arrive at the palace. Perry's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Hotine asked Perry, do you want to go to the reception room first? She couldn't help but tense up, clutching the hem of her dress. That's right, from now on, I need to focus. Very soon after, in the magnificent, red-carpeted corridor, the door was already open. Because I'm about to meet the mastermind behind everything. Hotine and Perry walked side by side, slowly approaching Roxer Windham. Roxer Windham. It seemed there was another young man standing there. And it wasn't just Roxer. The surprising thing was, standing next to Roxer Windham was none other than Lyion. Both of them were smiling gracefully. Because I will also have to confront Lyion Exel. Perry, at this moment, couldn't help but show tension on her face. Even though I had checked beforehand with earth dolls placed at the entrance, meeting them directly. It's truly a stranger combination. Roxer Windham smiled gently and brightly, then spoke, Lord Hotine. To the man who might be connected to my mother's death. Lyion, beside him, was still looking with that intent gaze. And he's also someone who doesn't know that but still clings to the family in the past, even following them to imperial events. Lyion brought his hand to his mouth but his mouth shape could still be seen. Perry, don't be nervous. Your brother is here. Perry's face was gruff as she exhaled in anger. What a fool. He doesn't even know who he's standing next to. Roxer Windham now turned his words to her. So, this is the bride from the rumors? He still maintained his gentle demeanor, placing a hand on his chest, his voice full of solemnity. Lord Hotine, could you introduce this bride to me? After all, she will be part of our family in the future. Hotine quickly agreed with Roxer Windham. All right, say hello. This is the bride I went to great lengths to bring here. Perry raised one side of her skirt. Finally, it's my turn? Perry lifted her face, but there was still tension and worry in her expression. She reassured herself, since I've simulated confronting Roxer many times, there's no need to worry. Just be calm. Roxer Windham smiled sinisterly, looking at her with eyes that seemed to want to devour her. When he spoke, the surrounding space seemed to grow dark. First meeting, bride. That sinister expression, along with his headlights-like eyes, seemed to double his cunning. All the calmness Perry had tried to maintain vanished. Her face seemed to have lost its soul, her eyes filled with horror. Her whole body froze in place. Roxer Windham's image was reflected in Perry's terrified eyes. The night sky was pitch black. Roxer's image smiling at me. Her entire body now trembled uncontrollably. Drops of sweat, from unknown sources, rolled down her face. I remember now. This scene. When I was trapped in that tower, I saw it. The scene from that time reappeared once more. Roxer Windham turned back and ordered a doctor there. Try a few more methods, understood? Everyone, gather and discuss. Perry was also there at that time. Half of her body was covered by shadow, only her 2 small feet were visible. Roxer Windham still spoke nonchalantly, don't let there be any dead bodies. I need more intact things. The better the quality, the more. Little Perry's whole body trembled. Tears streamed down her face. Ah, that's right, Roxer Windham suddenly remembered something. Roxer Windham's eyes lit up in the dark night. His smile was filled with amusement. This time, should we use smoke to suffocate them? Perry recalled that scene and suddenly clutched her neck, coughing continuously. She looked incredibly pained. Roxer Windham immediately asked anxiously, Bride, are you all right? Perry was still clutching her neck, coughing nonstop. Perry remembered that scene very clearly. With her small body, she tried to run up the tall stairs, breathing. No, I can't breathe. Smoke. At that time, her appearance was incredibly pitiful. Her face was weak, with tears of various sizes. The smoke kept chasing me. Perry still tried her best to run quickly in the dark night. Come here, mother. Save me, father. Brothers. Or anyone, please. At that time, the little girl only thought, save me. Someone's hand was slowly reaching out. Lyion, like a prince, tightly grasped Perry's hand. She froze for a moment. His eyes were cold, but his words were full of concern. Perry, are you all right? Perry's eyes still brimmed with unshed tears. She seemed to have just been saved from a terrifying nightmare. Star-flecked hair. When I was suffering, trapped in that tower. I longed to see that image. Perry slowly closed her eyes. But now, it's too late. It means nothing anymore. Yuri silently looked towards the closed door of the reception room. There were still quite a few people inside. She recalled earlier when she saw Roxer Windham walk past. The person who just entered the reception room was clearly Roxer Windham. Just as I predicted, he walked straight past and didn't recognize me. Yuri slowly raised the glass of juice in her hand and drank, her eyes still wary as she observed. Perry and Hotine must be in the reception room. They must have met by now. Yuri's eyes began to show worry. Perry. Yuri's was still engrossed in anxiety. How should I treat her? What if she marries Hotine and also gets close to Roxer? Suddenly, the reception room door swung open. Yuri's was completely astonished, wondering to herself, They just entered the reception room not long ago. Why are they coming out so quickly? Her eyes shifted to surprise, but there was still a hint of confusion in them. Someone's footsteps were slowly coming down the stairs. Why is that person? Yuri's thought to herself. A big question popped into Yuri's mind now, carrying Perry like that? Lyon's calm face slowly descended the stairs, step by step. The special thing was that he was carrying an unconscious Perry in his arms. Perry was now neatly placed on the bed. She slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Huh? Perry sat on the bed, looking around. This is, where? I was clearly just in the reception room. Her eyes were full of astonishment now, as if she had recalled the incident from earlier. Thinking back, just now, Perry remembered Roxer Windham's sinister smile and eyes. The moment Roxer and I made eye contact, it brought back memories of what happened in that tower. She now thought to herself, so many years have passed, yet those memories still haunt me. Roxer. The scene of little Perry, weak, leaning against the wall. Not far away, a few scientists were talking to each other. It's truly a result beyond expectations. From now on, there's no need to risk these kidnappings anymore. Then, when a human puppet, covered in stains, lay motionless on the floor, those people didn't care and continued to discuss among themselves. The continuous kidnappings made me worry about being exposed, but now it's lucky. A stable supply of people has been found. I can't believe such realistic dolls can be created. Even heaven is helping us now. Perry, at that time, was innocent and only listened to all the conversations of those people in fear. Now, calm down and express your opinion. The unrecognizable scientist spoke to Perry in unison. How can we fully utilize this body? Dolls in the shape of various small girls lay scattered on the floor. Around them were other small children. At that time, I was too young to understand what they were saying. But now I understand. To create monsters, one needs corpses. These guys turned my dolls into corpses to create monsters. Perry's lips pressed tightly together. The power I possess is very useful to them, because without this source of my power, the process of creating monster products would be much slower. Her hand unconsciously gripped the blanket on her body. It's not like that. This isn't my fault. Perry thought of the scene of a desolate town. There were no people on the ground, and the walls of the buildings were covered in blood. If the dolls hadn't existed, they would have killed the villagers to create their products. She closed her eyes, slowly breathed, and comforted herself. Therefore, if my power can save the lives of the villagers, then that's enough, because all my misfortunes have gained meaning. Perry remembered it vividly. Earlier, as she walked down the corridor, she had come across a white-haired boy not too far from her. But in this part of my memory, I seem to have met someone who wasn't part of Roxer's group. Little Perry, innocent and wide-eyed, looked at the stranger. Who is it? I don't think I've ever met that person before. They don't look scary at all. They even seem to emit a sparkling light. Perry, upon seeing the boy, immediately imagined, he looks like a prince. The boy, with wide, round eyes and white hair, stood there, dumbfounded, and spoke, Princess Perry. Then she associated that boy with Pandarian. That boy looks quite similar to Pandarian. So much time has passed, perhaps that child is now as old as Pandarian. Perry raised her hand and nervously thought again, are that child and Pandarian the same person? But when he met me, he didn't say anything. If they really are the same person, then it's not surprising that he believes I'm dead. Then she recalled the old scene, her small hand reaching out to Pandarian. He was sitting on the ground, deep in the shadows. On the floor, there were still several puddles of blood. Big and small. Because that time, I died in front of him. She anxiously held her head, tiredly thinking, but why was Pandarian in that tower? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Huh? Who is it? The door slowly opened. The person who appeared was none other than Yuri's. She looked worried as she entered the room and asked, Perry, you're awake? Perry wondered, Yuri's, why are you here? Yuri slowly approached Perry's bed. This is my room. You fainted, so I brought you here. Perry was quite surprised to hear that. You? You were in the drawing room then. How did you? Yuri's immediately recounted to Perry, when you fainted, Lord Lyion supported you. I was afraid there would be unnecessary gossip, so I brought you to my room. Perry turned, both bewildered and with a slight frown. Lyion, she muttered to herself. A bride-to-be carried out by her old master? That's certainly good fodder for gossip. Yuri suddenly gritted her teeth in anger. There were already many people saying you came from the Exel family. Yuri's continued, a little agitated and worried, so there's no way Lord Hotine would let Lord Lyion do something like that. Yuri's cared deeply for Perry, every word showing it. If I truly cared for you, would I let that happen? Perry froze for a moment at Yuri's words. Yuri's, truly, let me. Perry muttered to herself, when I heard she was coming as an escort, I was always wary of her. But it seems she has no connection to Hotine. Thinking this, Perry closed her eyes and softly said. Thank you for worrying about me, Yuri's, but I'm fine. Then she looked up, smiling radiantly, her hand placed on her chest, affirming, this won't happen much anymore. Yuri's, though still worried, softened. She thought to herself, still that nonchalant attitude, as if nothing happened. She said the same thing before when Princess Knight brutally beat her. I really don't know what she's thinking. The reception room door was now slightly ajar, not too wide. Roxer Windham stood close to the door, looking outside. Fainted suddenly like that? It seems this new bride is weaker than I thought. Then he turned and said, however, when I saw her face, I was truly surprised. Little Perry and adult Perry stood as if in opposition. Roxer Windham's voice still echoed evenly. She looks very much like the Exel princess we once had in the tower. Hotine showed little emotion. He closed his eyes and thought, do they look alike? Of course they do. Then, when Hotine opened his eyes, his golden eyes lit up, and a calculating smile spread across his face, because Perry is the real Exel princess. Hotine looked at Roxer Windham, who was still deep in thought or observing something. But there's no need to tell Roxer about this. In his thoughts now, Perry's weak, frightened face appeared. Her eyes were always guarded. She's nothing but straightforward about being the Exel princess. She can't even reveal that publicly. Just a humble person, only knowing emotions. No matter how much she struggles, Roxer will ultimately be the winner. Hotine slowly walked towards the room. No need to interfere in this matter, because the outcome is already predetermined. So, at this moment, the room door slowly opened, using the event on. Light from outside streamed onto Perry's face. She was now wearing a simple white dress, her innocent eyes looking up. All of it is just a fleeting spectacle that will soon disappear. Hotine slowly approached and said, are you feeling any better? I was very scared when I saw you earlier. He gently bowed before Perry. I'm sorry, Perry. Hotine took Perry's hands in his and began to express his affections. I was truly thoughtless not to know you weren't feeling well. His face was full of guilt, his eyes incredibly pitiful. We are the ones who forced you to marry. I should have cared for you more. Perry's eyes were cold, as if she saw through the pretense. Hypocrite. Clearly, if I were carried out by Lyion, it would cause misunderstandings, but he still ignored it. But when it comes to hypocrisy, I'm no worse than him. Rested, she put on an annoyed expression and turned her face away, not looking at Hotine. Because you didn't notice my health condition, I'm truly disappointed. I trusted you, Senior, and came here with you. Then in her voice, there was a hint of sadness and hurt. Of course I know, Senior only needs a fake marriage partner. Hotine was still listening intently to Perry. But even so, Senior chose me. Is it because you have a little bit of concern for me? Hotine closed his eyes curving into a smile. Of course. Did you just realize it now? Perry still looked very self-pitying. Her eyes were downcast. If Senior is truly interested in me, then show it with actions. Their hands were still tightly clasped. Made me feel insecure. The atmosphere was ambiguous now, both blushing as they looked at each other, eyes meeting. I know everything. Hotine leaned in, gently kissing Perry's cheek. The feelings for each other are not love. Perry's and Hotine's eyes were as close as possible at this moment. Both looked intently at each other. And also the fact that we are using each other. But on the other hand, Perry smiled, but her smile and eyes were truly full of intention. Hotine was no different, his eyes lit up. But in the end, the winner won't be him, but me. The entire room fell silent. Hotine gave Perry a deep kiss. It must be so. Savior Windham was now standing in the conservatory. Savior Windham's face was still very cold. She began to look around. No matter how many times I look, they're still terrifyingly identical. Alice used to visit the Duke's castle greenhouse often. Suddenly, Savior Windham noticed someone slowly walking in. That person was none other than Perry. She looked a little confused, but then immediately smiled and greeted, "Hello, Lady Savior." Savior Windham stood not too far from Perry. "You." Perry smiled, delighted. Just in time. Savior Windham still stood there, looking incredibly elegant. Perry thought to herself, today I came to the greenhouse to meet the Duchess. To carry out my future plans. I must turn Lady Savior Windham into my ally. Her eyes now looked at her with extreme caution. One could see the suspicion in them. Perhaps due to the influence of her depression, she looked so lifeless. But that still cannot hide the arrogance deeply etched into the Duchess's bones. Perry thought of the scene of herself and Savior Windham sitting at a tea party table, chatting happily. It won't be easy to build a good relationship with the Duchess. But I have a secret weapon, becoming a cheerful and optimistic daughter-in-law. The scene she imagined immediately shattered in a flash. It's not quite like that. She recalled a tea tray appearing, but it was filled only with syringes, vials of medicine, and medicine cups. With modern medicine, drugs, and even a companion. Medication is crucial for patients with early-stage depression. So I added a small amount of medication to the Duchess's food and drinks. Perry was still deep in thought. And by now, the medicine must have taken effect. So now, if I talk to her, she probably won't get angry and kick me out. Suddenly, Lady Savior Windham spoke. "Is there something you want?" Perry, hearing the question, politely replied, "Well, I just arrived and still feel a little unfamiliar with this place and the ceremonies here. So I find it a bit difficult when meeting nobles." Her hands now began to clench the hem of her skirt. "But if I avoid meetings because of that, it will make them gossip about the Windham family. Therefore, I want to learn the ceremonies from you." "My lady." Perry spoke with an embarrassed expression, a little awkwardness in it. "Madam, could you teach me?" Savior Windham, at the same age, was still as cold as ice. A gloomy aura seemed to envelop her. She still showed no reaction. Perry looked at her expression and whispered to herself. But then she spoke, "You want to talk to me?" Perry stammered, "Yes." Savior Windham continued, "Then, first." Her next words made Perry slightly stunned. "You should try. Beau." Perry's eager expression turned confused. "Beau?" Her eyes were wide, her mouth agape in confusion. "Huh? Beau? What is that? Is it a slogan? Or some kind of code? What on earth is it?" Perry, timid, still tried to keep the conversation going. "Lady Savior, I'm so sorry, but I don't know what that is." Her voice still echoed in the now quiet space. "Madam, could you explain a little?" Savior Windham listened silently to Perry. She sighed slightly, looking tired, not even glancing at Perry. "If you don't know, then forget it. If you have something to say to me, say it quickly," Savior Windham said impatiently. Perry stammered, not knowing how to continue. I just wanted to talk to you, my lady." Savior Windham opened her eyes and cast a cold glance. "Don't make me repeat myself. What do you want to say to me?" Perry complained inwardly, there's almost no way to approach her. Perry tried to reassure herself deep down. It's okay. After all, today is only the first day. I'll talk to her later, arrange a few earth puppets, and then leave. She spoke with a pitiful, sad expression. "Ah, I understand." Perry was silent for a moment, then said, "Actually, I just wanted to show you who I am, madam. I know some people are speaking ill of me. Of course, I don't intend to ignore that judgment." The sunlight from outside gently shone into the greenhouse. Perry's voice was resolute and firm. But she no longer hesitated and stood in front of Savior Windham, every word flowing seamlessly. "Even if the Duchess doesn't like me, I don't hope that you will judge who I am based on those one-sided comments." Perry spoke very sincerely, her hand placed over her chest. "Therefore, although I know it's a bit abrupt to come here." Perry's touching words caused Lady Savior Windham's expression to change slightly. "What's with Lady Savior's expression? It's not like before, It seems to hold a hint of sadness. Perry thought to herself. Perry still had a slight worry in her eyes. Although she's still looking at me, she seems to be thinking about something else. Savior Windham suddenly turned and walked away. I don't want to discuss matters like cooperation in this place. She had completely turned away now, but her words still came out, but it would be rude to outright dismiss a guest. Suddenly, Savior Windham extended an invitation to Perry, therefore, please stay and enjoy a cup of tea before you leave. Perry froze at that moment. But then she quickly caught on, smiling brightly, her eyes curving. Yes. Although she couldn't guess the changes in her mood, after receiving her permission, the next day, Perry, dressed in different clothes, happily came and spoke. Lady Savior, I'm here again. She was holding a teacup and looked up at Perry upon hearing her voice. Perry even brought a basket and presented it to Savior Windham. Today I even brought some tea. Would you like to try it? She maintained her calm demeanor and replied. You're too noisy. Sit down quickly. Inside the white teacup were warm, golden brown sips of tea. Single pieces of information, but the most striking is Lady Savior Windham. She always maintains her elegance. Even when holding a teacup. I've come here whenever I'm free, and this has been going on for 3 weeks now. During this time, I personally managed Lady Savior's meals, trying to treat her depression and nourish her. Both Savior Windham and Perry sat at the tea table in the greenhouse, gently enjoying tea. And the result was. Suddenly, Savior Windham spoke up, it's strange. I don't know why, but every time I see you, I feel so comfortable. Her face, as she spoke, was no longer as cold as usual. Perry replied in her heart, that's because you're taking antidepressants, but she only dared to think it, not speak it aloud. Perry smiled happily and replied. I'm also very happy to have become closer to you, madam. Savior Windham looked at her slowly picking up a piece of cake with adorable eyes. I feel the same way. She recalled a few days ago, Perry standing in front of her, bravely saying, I hope you won't judge me based solely on others' comments. At that time, her eyes were somewhat surprised, suddenly, this child. She seemed to see Perry's mother, Alice. Both appeared in parallel in Savior Windham's eyes. She really does resemble Alice. But then her eyes became slightly melancholic. Alice, with the current circumstances, how can I accept this? The train was still flying nonstop in the dark night sky. Hotine slowly entered the room, closing his eyes in thought. Today was really busy. I originally wanted to go back early for Perry. As soon as he entered, Hotine spoke, Perry, I'm home. But what answered him was the frightening silence of the room. Hotine glanced around. Is she coming home late today too? The clock now struck 12:35. Since the day she fainted, because I didn't want her to feel too restricted, I told her to move freely. I never expected her to come home late every day. Hotine slowly sat down on his bed. He recalled that night, when Hotine had kissed Perry's lips on this very bed. Although we weren't like other normal loving couples, after that day. Hotine's hand clenched the bedsheet. She seemed to have disappeared from my sight. His face became extremely tense and a little angry. I have to find a way to resolve this. A moment later, Hotine entered a room. Roxer, he called to Roxer, who was standing by the window, gazing at the sky outside. Roxer Windham slowly turned his head. Hotine. He was holding a glass of wine. Roxer Windham looked at Hotine's icy face. It's so late. Why are you here? Could it be that it's this late and the bride still hasn't returned? Roxer Windham's face showed a hint of evasion, his eyes darting around. Actually, I recently heard that she often goes to Lady Savior's place. Hotine cut him off before he could finish. Let's not mention that for now. The grand banquet will be held next week, right? Roxer Windham immediately replied, that's right. His lips curved into an amused smile. Excellent, then. Hotine spoke with a face that seemed to have just come up with a brilliant idea. That day, I will bring another woman to attend the banquet. Roxer Windham was confused. What? He couldn't help but ask further, so who will she go with? Hotine, with a very calm expression, said, well, since this is a banquet gathering the most prominent figures in the world. Hotine imagined Perry in a ball gown, standing alone amidst a crowd where everyone had a partner. If she attends without a companion, she will surely feel embarrassed. After imagining it, Hotine smiled brightly again and continued, then let her attend alone. Anyway, this doesn't concern me. After their conversation, Roxer Windham walked down the dark corridor. Hotine. He recalled their recent conversation. He couldn't help but wonder, wanting to abandon his newlywed wife and choose another girl to attend the upcoming banquet. As expected. Roxer Windham smirked, clearly amused by this. Hotine truly has no feelings for this newlywed wife. He began to remember that day. Roxer Windham was a little anxious as he held papers and read. The first time I saw the wedding photo, I was shocked. The two resembled each other so much that I thought the person who lived in the tower at that time was still alive. Roxer Windham looked into the distance, but his mood was unclear. Small and large stacks of papers were neatly arranged on the desk. But no matter how hard I tried to investigate, I couldn't find anything suspicious. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that they resemble each other. The scene of Perry, weak and cornered at that time. On the floor lay the doll she made and puddles of blood, big and small. Furthermore, if this new bride were a monster, Hotine would surely have appeared and told me immediately. Roxer Windham thought of his back, reaching out to touch each stack of papers. Because half of Hotine's body and Princess Perry's earth doll were tightly bound together, inseparable. Suddenly, there was a sound in the room. Roxer Windham immediately glanced over. Roxer Windham turned. Nearby, sitting on the sofa, was a white-haired woman still cradling a boy with hair identical to hers. He spoke coldly, reminding her, "I told you not to make noise." Roxer Windham called that person Princess. That white-haired girl was Arla West, the Princess of the Western Empire. Arla West glanced at him with wary eyes, her lips slightly pursed. Who do I have to blame for this situation? Looking at Roxer Windham again, he was smiling gently. Roxer Windham said to Arla West again, "Princess should learn to hide her emotions better, you despicable traitor." Arla West's hand held the small child tightly. He added, "Anyway, Princess can't change anything." His voice was incredibly nonchalant. Whether in the present or in the future, it's the same. Over at Perry's side, she was a little surprised. What? Thanks to the earth puppets, Perry heard the entire conversation of Roxer Windham. Perry's face was disbelieving of what she had seen. A princess of the Western Empire could be imprisoned in Roxer's room. Perry thought of the magnificent, pure white castle, looking incredibly luxurious yet strangely gloomy. He abused the emperor and princess to become regent. It's clear that after the first emperor of the Western Empire and his wife died. At that time, some nobles were expelled from the castle, while others coldly walked in. The emperor's faction wanted to support the royal bloodline's succession. But they could not defeat the Duke Windham family's faction and were forced to accept defeat. Arla West, at that time, lonely, hugged the small child in her arms. The nobles stared indifferently and then walked away. And then the faction that supported the late emperor abandoned the two princess sisters. The nobles who supported the royal family at that time were completely helpless. They stood outside the door, some bowing their heads, others weeping. This was simply an act to weaken the self-esteem and enthusiasm of the royal supporting faction. It was simply a play. The child Arla West was holding was a very adorable boy. He was placed in a red cloth. When the Civil War situation gradually stabilized, Roxer took his name to name the prince who would inherit the emperor's throne. In a certain room, a book lay on a table. Around it were a few candles. According to the laws of the Western Empire, the throne would be passed down in order of royal descendants. Therefore, by principle, the legitimate heir to the throne was the princess. But he relied on the law of succession to the son in the ancient book and changed the heir to the prince. Princess Arla West always smiled happily, holding a book in her hand. Her father and mother lovingly caressed her. From a young age, the princess and the little prince were taught to inherit the throne. The choice of heir was already too clear. Perry sat in the room, her face serious, deep in thought. But power is not based on moral principles. The princess immediately lost her right to succession. Fortunately, she thought of Princess Arla West's eyes just now. That was a look of disgust and hatred. When the princess looked at Roxer, she showed no discouragement despite her failure. Perry suddenly smiled. That's right. Thinking back, it was the same. She recalled earlier, Princess Arla West tiredly placed her younger brother beside her on the ground, where he fell asleep without realizing it. Before, I secretly infiltrated the Western Empire, bringing a little powdered milk and food for the abandoned. At that time, the princess was younger than she is now, but she still managed to survive. Perry thought, smiling warmly. It's fortunate that she still hasn't given up. I'm so happy I could help her. I need her to be strong for my future plans. But how can I approach her most naturally? It would be good if I could meet her at the appointment with Lady Savior. Suddenly Perry stood up abruptly. That's right. She suddenly remembered. Tomorrow I'll go to meet her at our prearranged place, and I heard the princess will also be there. Starting tomorrow, I might be able to meet the princess. On the second day, warm, sparkling rays of sunlight shone in the peaceful space. Perry, with a radiant smile and lively eyes, gazed at the scenery. Wow! Savior Windham was also standing right behind her. Perry, like a happy, excited child, spoke as she pointed to the sky outside. A tower this tall inside a train? It always looks wondrous. Savior Windham replied without emotion. There's no need to make such a fuss. Her face still looked as if she was about to lose all strength as she said, this is just a combination of magic and science. Perry pouted and replied, you're not romantic at all, madam. Her hair gently swayed in the wind. Her face also relaxed a little. Her condition has indeed improved a lot. We can talk comfortably with each other now. Savior Windham stood not too far from Perry. The space now became strangely peaceful, no longer as distant as their first meeting. Our relationship has grown closer and closer. Looking at Lady Savior Windham, still cold but with a little more emotion. It's good that my lady agreed to walk with me. Although medicine is very important for depression patients, physical activity will be much better in improving their condition. Then she looked into the distance, thinking, favorable, favorable. Suddenly, someone called from behind her, my lady. The soldier leaned close to her ear and whispered, the emperor and the princess are at the foot of the tower. Savior Windham immediately said, please invite them here. The soldier respectfully obeyed and immediately nodded, yes, my lady. Perry still looked bewildered. I was already worried about how to meet the princess most naturally. I didn't expect my lady to invite the princess and the emperor here. She continued to think, although she might be meeting them to discuss something, it's still very fortunate. After a moment, she turned around, holding the hem of her dress, and asked Savior Windham, is something the matter, my lady? She closed her eyes and calmly replied, the emperor is waiting at the foot of the tower. Perry showed surprise. His Majesty the Emperor? Savior Windham replied briefly, yes. Savior Windham recalled how Lyion had carried an unconscious Perry out of the reception room the other day. That day, when the train passed the palace, it so happened that she fainted and couldn't meet His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, take this opportunity to greet him. Perry suddenly realized something and immediately thought, wait a minute. Could it be that she invited the Emperor here because of me? She gently closed her eyes. She truly is someone who is cold on the outside but has a warm heart. Perry secretly thanked her in her heart. Thank you, my lady. This truly helped me a lot. A moment later, Perry and Lady Savior Windham stood together, waiting. Someone approached. The person who arrived was Princess Arlo West, the princess of the Western Empire. And the adorable boy in her arms was Emperor Roxer West. The princess's eyes showed little goodwill as she glanced over and then spoke, you are Hotine's new wife? Perry was startled by the question but immediately replied, yes, princess. As expected, she has a strong aversion to me. It makes sense, after all, the Windham family is her enemy. Princess Arlo West suddenly smirked contemptuously. Look, it seems Hotine's judgment of people is getting worse and worse, isn't it? Her words were full of meaning. You're not even a noble. You don't even know how to greet a princess. Perry was a little stunned by the reprimand. Perry immediately remembered and awkwardly bowed in greeting. It's an honor to meet Your Majesty the Emperor and Your Royal Highness the Princess. At this moment, she seemed a little hesitant, clearly. I apologize, I'm really not used to situations like this. Perry thought to herself, because of this princess. She was clearly very obedient when I helped her hide her identity that time. She looked at Princess Arlo West's annoyed expression again. Her hand was still tightly clutching her younger brother in her arms. After all she's been through, she's gradually become wary of those around her. Helping her wasn't a big deal, but why do I feel so proud? Little Roxer West looked with his sparkling, adorable eyes. Suddenly, the boy spoke loudly, pointing at Perry. Hug. Hug. Perry was completely bewildered and surprised. Huh? Arlo West was also a little surprised to see her brother's action. Roxer. The boy kept reaching out and saying, hug, hug. Perry still stood there, staring. What's going on? Does the prince want me to hug him? Then she seemed to suddenly realize something, a look of astonishment in her eyes. Could it be? Perry recalled the day she delivered food. At that time, Princess Arlo West was sound asleep, not noticing that her brother Roxer had been carried by Perry. When I secretly provided them with food. By instinct as a child, the prince still remembered that I carried him and lulled him to sleep. But my appearance then was different from now, so how could the prince recognize me? Back to the present, Perry still didn't know how to act. How on earth did the emperor recognize me? Savior Windham glanced over and exclaimed, how interesting. She added, I heard the emperor is very distant with strangers. Roxer West, in his sister's arms, was still reaching out, hug, hug. Princess Arlo West also didn't know why. That. She gritted her teeth, a little angry. It seems the emperor is a little confused. Then the princess immediately turned the emperor around. We'll go ahead. Talk to you next time. Perry was surprised. Wait. I haven't said anything yet. She then awkwardly called out behind them, Princess, please wait a moment. Perry's face was a little embarrassed. Do you like candy? She thought to herself, I absolutely must give this to her. Arlo West's face was cold and disgusted. What? What are you talking about? It makes no sense. She asked Perry back, are you making fun of me? Perry immediately explained, no, it's not like that. There are many kinds of flowers here with not so bright but very beautiful colors. Saying that, Perry took out a jar of colorful candies from her bag. These candies were made by my friend. These candies are very special, their colors look like shimmering, beautiful cosmic hues. These candies are infused with magic that can maintain optimal body temperature. They're both delicious and strange. I always carry them with me, thinking I could give them to the princess if I met her. As she spoke, she smiled radiantly, extending the small, pretty jar of candies in her hand. Can you accept it? On the jar, a small note was carefully affixed, Perry for the princess. Princess Arlo West's eyes widened when she saw it. Candy. Her hands tightened slightly. Why candy? I don't know why, but it reminds me of something from before. The scene of Arlo West, still holding her younger brother in her arms. Lonely, abandoned by the royal family, those days when Roxer neglected us, even lacking basic necessities. At that time, she tiredly slumped her head. Her innocent younger brother was still sleeping beside her. At that time, when I was desperate with everything. Surprisingly, suddenly there were a few items like blankets, milk bottles, milk, and especially a jar of candy placed on the table. At that time, a benefactor helped us. Arlo West reached out her hand, looking at the items placed on the table. Powdered milk, blankets, and other necessities. Everything was prepared for us. She reached out and touched those items. It turns out there were also forces loyal to the emperor who were willing to risk their lives to help me. That's right. No matter how difficult it gets, I can't give up hope so quickly. Suddenly, Arlo West noticed something. In her hand was a jar of shimmering, colorful candies. Candy. Arlo West held the candy jar in her palm, seeming to feel the warmth in the space. Only these candies aren't necessities, but these can't be given to children either. At that time, she smiled, intently looking at the candy jar in her hand. So these candies are for me? Why treat me like a child? What a hateful name. Back to the present, Arlo West was still staring intently at the candy jar in Perry's hand. Perry, seeing that the princess didn't answer her, cautiously asked, Princess, don't you like candy? The princess, startled by the sudden question, bristled. Then, without a word, Arlo West snatched the candy jar from Perry's hand. Holding the candy jar, the princess glanced at it and said, only out of politeness. I can't ignore your kindness, so I'll accept this. Saying that, she immediately walked away. Then I'll go ahead. Savior Windham and Perry still stood there. Perry let out a sigh of relief. At first, I was worried she would refuse. Luckily, she accepted. She recalled the scene in Roxer's room, when he was standing and looking at the two princess sisters. Last time, their living situation didn't seem very good. With these warming candies, they might be able to sleep soundly. Although the candy jar was small, inside were sweet and shimmering candies. Furthermore, my note was still attached to the candy jar. Even if Roxer saw the pile of candies, he wouldn't take them away. Perry stood, deep in thought. No matter what Roxer thinks of me, by name, I am still Hotine's wife. She stood watching the princess's back slowly approaching the door. When I saw Roxer's room through the earth puppets, I always felt uneasy. But after giving those candies, I also feel more at ease. Even though I can't talk to her, for now, that's enough. A moment later, sweet pastries were placed on the table, and a teacup was also placed nearby. Savior Windham and Perry sat opposite each other. Perry suddenly thought, just now. She looked at the lady, who was now slowly sipping her tea. Lady Savior's reaction was colder than I expected. Her family belongs to the former emperor's faction. I thought she would sympathize with the emperor and princess. Perry's face was a little stubborn. Waiting until the princess inherits the emperor's throne later, I think we will become allies. That expression on her face immediately disappeared when Lady Savior Windham suddenly spoke. As expected, Perry's eyes widened in attention. She still maintained her emotionless expression and said, "Not all children are adorable." Perry still didn't quite understand her meaning. What? She gave an awkward, foolish smile and asked, "Are you talking about the emperor, my lady?" Perry thought to herself, after all, he's the emperor. How can I speak ill of him directly? Rested, Perry awkwardly laughed again and said, "Oh, how high are your standards, my lady? Are you comparing the emperor to Lord Hotine when he was young? That's too unfair." She closed her eyes as if thinking, then concluded, Hotine does look quite all right. Then Lady Savior Windham slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes were now incredibly sharp. But compared to him, her next words made Perry freeze for a moment. Princess Periand is much more beautiful. She was a little confused, pretending to ask again, huh? Princess Periand, of the Exel ducal family? Perry questioned herself, how does Lady Savior know about my childhood? Lady Savior Windham calmly added, she used to be a very adorable child. Perhaps she knows quite a lot about Princess Periand. I also understand why Captain Alice was so proud. Perry was stunned once again. Captain Alice? The suspicion in her eyes became clearer and clearer. Lady Savior, someone who was once in the Western Empire, how could she, with my mother? Because of worry, Perry's hands constantly moved underneath. Did you meet Lady Alice? She replied immediately, The image of Lady Savior Windham was reflected through the water in the teacup. She was a very capable woman. It's truly a pity she died so young. Then she added, if Alice were still alive, perhaps. Perry listened intently and looked at her. She still looked very bewildered. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere spoke. Speaking of this, it cannot be ignored. Perry, tense, immediately turned her head. That voice. The person who appeared was none other than Lyion. He elegantly smiled gently, his hand placed on his chest, expressing respect. It seems I'm also involved. May I join your conversation, ladies? Perry, seeing Lyion, thought, Lyion, just when we were having an important conversation. Then, very quickly, Lyion approached the tea table and said, today I dreamed of my sister, and it was a beautiful dream, because I was able to hear this precious story. Perry, listening, said to herself, dreamed of me? That's really sickening. Thinking this, Perry turned to look at Lady Savior Windham with sparkling, pitiful eyes that seemed to twinkle like 1,000 stars. Lady Savior, please make this hateful name go away. She closed her eyes, coldly ignoring Perry's plea. If the Duke wants to sit with us, there's nothing we can do, as this also concerns Duke Lyion. Lyion, given permission, smiled happily. Thank you. Perry was helpless and could do nothing. Here, I'm the only outsider. I can't refute anything. There were many beautiful climbing flowers in this greenhouse. All three sat down at a tea table. Lady Savior Windham spoke, beginning to recount, because the first time I met Alice. She spoke in a very serious tone, that was not long after I gave birth to Hotine. Perry suddenly interrupted Lady Savior Windham, but how did you two meet? At that time, didn't the Eastern and Western empires completely cut off relations, madam? Then Lady Savior Windham immediately recounted, Alice once sneaked in here alone. Perry was surprised to hear that. Sneaked in where? She then asked Perry back, where else? Lady Savior Windham's eyes suddenly glanced downwards as if remembering. Of course, to my castle. Perry was extremely surprised. What? Lyion, on the other hand, looked very nonchalant. He still smiled as if he had known for a long time. Alice's figure appeared in Perry's memories. She had beautiful, flowing blonde hair. Before, when Yalbebri told me about my mother, I knew she wasn't an ordinary person. But every time I heard people tell me little things about mother, it felt unreal. What kind of person was mother, really? Lyion suddenly smiled and said, my mother is someone who can calmly do things others cannot. I'm sure she's the most outstanding person I've ever met. Then he added to Lady Savior Windham, she must have foreseen that the two empires would reconcile, so she sought to befriend Duchess Windham early on, right? She heard the question and didn't even lift her head, replying as if relaxed, this? To this day, I still don't know why she came here. She was also unsure about Alice's actions at the time. Alice just came to my castle as she pleased. After giving birth to Periand, she brought the child here. Lyion continued, I didn't even know mother had brought Periand here. Then she continued to talk about what happened back then. She didn't say much, just came to show off her child. Also, she mentioned marriage to Hotine. Perry's face froze in helplessness upon hearing this. What? Lady Savior Windham continued, it just came up in conversation, so I mentioned it. She didn't go into detail. Lady Savior Windham's eyes were now a little sad. That's all. I don't remember anything else that could prove a special relationship between us, between me and Alice. Our fate together only extended this far. Nothing more. A moment later, Lyion prepared to leave. Thank you, my lady, for telling me these precious things. I will visit again sometime. Perry and Lady Savior Windham stood not too far from him. Lady Savior Windham said impatiently, I don't like you coming here. Leave quickly. Lyion heard her words and didn't get angry at all, but instead smiled. Then, if you'll excuse me. Saying that, he immediately left. Lady Savior Windham and Perry stood watching him go. It was unclear what her emotions were at the moment, but she suddenly spoke, this person seems very glib. Perry turned to look at her. What? Savior Windham's face was full of judgment. It's still better not to get too close to him. Perry smiled helplessly at her. Today, Lyion seemed the most normal compared to all the times I've met him. How did she know that Lyion is usually very strange? Is this experience? She then agreed with the lady, I hate him too, so you don't need to worry, madam. She let out a sigh of relief. Then that's good. But then her expression darkened. Now. Lady Savior Windham suddenly said, that person has also left. Let me tell you the real situation. A big question mark appeared in Perry's mind. Huh? What is it, my lady? The sunlight now gently cast warm rays into the space where the two stood. Lady Savior Windham slowly began to recount, something related to Alice. Perry's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. The truth about mother? Is there something else she hasn't told me? But why is she telling me? Perry immediately asked curiously, but Lord Lyion is Lady Alice's biological son. Why are you only telling me? She turned around. Sometimes. Her hand slowly reached out. Lady Savior Windham gently touched Perry's head and replied, there are also things only women can talk about among themselves. Perry was stunned at this moment. Lady Savior. Her hand was still on Perry's head. Actually, Alice. Despite the action, Lady Savior Windham's face showed no discernible emotion. To help some foolish woman. The scene from the past reappeared. There was a young girl with long hair, looking very helpless and weak. Behind her, there were thorny vines as if holding her captive. Half of the Duke abandoned everything in his life. In other words, she came to help me. That woman was young Lady Savior Windham. When she was young, she had no hint of innocence, always with the shadow of her parents behind her. Previously, during the time when the Western Empire's imperial power was still strong, I was born into a ducal family loyal to the emperor, becoming a noble among nobles. Young Lady Savior Windham later married She was wearing a white wedding dress, slowly walking towards the altar with her husband. To me, being placed as the mistress of the most prestigious ducal family in the Western Empire, the Windhams, was a given. Little Hotine appeared very quickly. Not as cold as he is now, he had an innocent charm as a child. Though small, he held a very large book. After giving birth to a frighteningly intelligent heir, Hotine, there was nothing left in this world for me to envy. At that time, Lady Savior Windham walked past the hall and noticed two men talking. Although I occasionally received news about the Duchess, one man started the conversation. A Duchess acting as a pioneer? The other replied, I heard she appeared and ordered the troops to retreat. Lady Savior Windham walked straight past, unconcerned. I used to think those things had nothing to do with me, because I had the most fulfilling life in this world. There was no reason for me to feel envy or jealousy towards her. Suddenly, at that moment, Lady Savior Windham's entire body swayed slightly backward. That's right, it was clearly like that. Her husband at that time suddenly grabbed her hand roughly, his voice full of panic. Savior, calm down. Her husband's face was both fearful and pleading. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for you. Her husband seemed to have made some mistake at that time. So, please forgive me. Lady Savior Windham's eyes widened in astonishment. Tears still glistened in the corners of her eyes. You. After that day, Lady Savior Windham once stood alone, observing another small boy being led by a servant. After being acknowledged, that child entered the Duke's castle. While I could only stand and watch. Even though it was an illegitimate child, I couldn't deprive him of the rights he deserved. Then one day, a man whose face was unclear suddenly said, Lady Savior, you can scold that child as much as you want. Even if you do, no one will blame you. That person was none other than young Roxer. At that time, he stood in front of her, speaking respectfully, I, Roxer, assure you, even though that child's biological father is my brother, he wouldn't dare say anything to you, madam. Her hands beneath the table had, at some point, clenched the hem of her skirt. I know that, but, no. Lady Savior Windham's eyes, full of coldness, glanced and then replied, even if that child's birth was illegitimate, I cannot hold him responsible. Roxer's eyes suddenly became sharp and scheming after hearing her reply. As expected of Lady Savior. No matter the moment, she never forgets to maintain the demeanor of a noble lady. That is self-evident, because I must be perfect. I cannot lose myself just for an illegitimate child. Scene change, Savior Windham was now standing in Hotine's room, looking at him. And he, as a child, already knew how to sit at a desk. Furthermore, I also have. Hotine sat at the desk, intently reading a book. A son more perfect than anyone, Hotine. Lady Savior Windham smiled gently, bending down and saying to little Hotine, son, you can read such difficult books already? Let mother help you. But then the surrounding space immediately became gloomy as Hotine looked at her with strange eyes, softly saying, no need. I can do it myself. Don't worry, mother. Lady Savior Windham's face suddenly clouded over upon hearing that, and she fell into a daze. Her eyes became lifeless. She walked away, but her mind couldn't stop thinking, at this age, children, by nature, don't need their parents' help. Lady Savior Windham recalled Hotine's eyes as he spoke. Those were eyes that needed no affection. No, his condition was no longer at the level of no need anymore. As she thought, she seemed to fall into extreme despair. Negative darkness seemed to cover half of her body. It's as if he finds me annoying. I have always been a perfect existence. My perfect existence was shattered by my husband's betrayal. My overly intelligent son doesn't need me either. So, what do I exist for, after all? From that day on, Lady Savior Windham's face became melancholic. She only thought all day, after all, no one needs me. Even someone who could understand me. As she sat there, someone suddenly spoke from behind her. It seems the rumors about Lady Windham are true. She turned with cold eyes. No one has ever entered before. Lady Savior Windham couldn't help but wonder, who could it be? When she turned, she immediately saw a young woman with a confident face smiling at her. It was Alice. Her eyes were momentarily stunned. She is. Alice was still smiling confidently and radiantly, the manipulator of the war situation, the Duchess of the Eastern Empire. Lady Savior Windham was so stunned that she immediately sprang up. The entrance must be guarded by Windham's elite guards. How did she get in? Did she defeat everyone? Alice slowly took a step forward. While on another mission, I heard about the Windham family, that the Duchess was increasingly deteriorating, always in a state of frenzy. Lady Savior Windham's face flushed with anger upon hearing that. Who is it? Who dares to insult me like that? Alice quickly replied, calm down and listen to me. I once read in a parenting book that during growth, if a child doesn't have someone they can communicate with on equal terms, they can easily get stuck in their own framework. I thought about it a bit and realized it's quite applicable to your current situation. Alice's eyes were full of vitality as she spoke. She placed her hand over her chest to show trustworthiness. As it happens, I often have business in your empire. I thought each time I come here, I could conveniently visit you. You and I can be considered equals. I want to talk to you. Lady Savior Windham fell into a dark void upon hearing that, stunned and thinking, what is she saying? I don't need anyone's concern, nor do I need anyone's pity. In her thoughts at that time, she always affirmed to herself, I have put in so much effort to become the person I am today, and yet she dares. Lady Savior Windham's body trembled slightly. Someone like you. Alice still stood there calmly, watching. Lady Savior Windham couldn't control her emotions. Tears began to stream down her face. Her voice also lost its composure. What do you know about me that you dare to judge so casually? She was so angry that she even said, get out. Alice leaned slightly to avoid the immense force of Lady Savior Windham's voice. That was the first time I lost all reason. Yelling, cursing, frantically throwing things. Alice, at that time, was not afraid but bravely walked towards Savior Windham, who was in a frenzy. Someone with a completely different life showed me pity, while I couldn't stand that woman who remained calm and composed even after I cursed at her. After a while, Lady Savior Windham seemed to have calmed down a bit. But at the same time, I don't know why I feel so relieved. She looked down at her constantly trembling hands. Am I really the type of person who likes to make a fuss? Alice approached her, gently touching Lady Savior Windham's body. And at this moment, she had begun to sob. Have I been pushed to this point? Yes, the first person to tell me these things was Alice. In the following days, in the garden with many flowers, Alice and Savior Windham sat together at a tea table. Thus began our secret exchange. But then that peaceful scene immediately shattered once again. But in the end, the two had nothing in common. Savior Windham was always in a pitiful, weak state, while Alice was always cold and indifferent. In terms of personality, I am too sensitive, while Alice cannot understand my worries. Conversely, Alice is too insensitive. For example, Lady Savior Windham suddenly spoke with a worried face, what if Hotine is inferior to Heroine? He's still excellent now, but... Without letting her finish, Alice interrupted, you're worrying for nothing. Alice's face as she spoke was strangely nonchalant and calm. Anyway, Duke Windham is also supporting Hotine out of guilt towards you. Moreover, even if Heroine is better than Hotine, that child should be grateful to you for not treating him badly, so he probably won't covet that position. Alice spoke but did not put herself in Lady Savior Windham's shoes. So even if something like that happens, it won't be resolved by worrying. Therefore, it's a meaningless emotion. Lady Savior Windham listened and began to grit her teeth in anger. She once again flew into a rage, jumping up and yelling directly at Alice, just one warm word to comfort each other, why is it so difficult? You talk as if it's someone else's problem. The more Lady Savior Windham spoke, the more she lost control. Her face became full of anger. Will your sons truly be safe in the struggle for succession? And then, when they face each other with knives, can you advise them that worrying is meaningless? After speaking, she became astonished again. I didn't intend to say that much. In contrast to her, Alice calmly spoke, well, there's no other way then. Alice crossed her arms, speaking very calmly, if that is the children's decision, there must be a reason for it. Alice sat leisurely and continued, although I am their mother, the children live their own lives. Whether they fail or are unhappy, that's not something I need to worry about. Savior Windham's face sank. Her eyes were filled with thought. Unbelievably cold. Truly, I can't understand Alice. Then Alice suddenly spoke with a mocking expression, are you still angry? Well, just like the first time we met, you can be angry. Savior Windham's face went blank in helplessness. Wanting to tease someone else again? Savior Windham, now calmer, slowly sat down. At that time, there was every reason to be angry. You should thank me for not calling the guards then. Alice, still with that nonchalant demeanor, said, no, on the contrary, it's you who should thank me. Savior Windham heard her and was confused. What? Alice immediately replied, at that time, I stormed in and stopped you from making an extreme decision. Savior Windham couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes became lifeless. Then she immediately became suspicious and worried. How did you know? Alice began to recount. Alice went into the office and read some papers. Do you think I would act so recklessly with you without thinking? When I heard rumors about the Duchess, I stopped by and accidentally saw the will in your room. Then she added, when I knew you were desperate, I intervened. If someone is so sad that they want to die, helping them is obvious. Lady Savior Windham fell silent. So Alice knew everything from the beginning? Her hand, placed on her thigh, instinctively clenched. What exactly were you thinking when you were alive? The image of Alice's valiant back, her long hair neatly tied, fluttering in the wind. It was as if she was playing above others' heads. Everything she did was effortless. She seemed to overcome the very feelings of despair that others felt. Savior Windham's face became melancholic. If only I were as strong as Alice, how wonderful it would be. Such days continued to pass. Sparkling sunlight shone down on the space of the Windham mansion. Savior Windham stood in front of a mirror, dressed by 3 or 4 servants. Although I envied and admired Alice, in truth, I couldn't escape living the life of a stereotypical noblewoman. Savior Windham stood looking at her reflection in the mirror, thinking to herself, indeed, I cannot escape this life. Even if Alice despises me, there's no other way. She suddenly stood there blankly, looking at the servants who were some distance away from her. My feelings, Alice would never understand. And then, one day, Lady Savior Windham, as she was about to enter the room, heard her husband talking. I heard that Duchess Exel asked for a child from outside of wedlock. The other person replied. If it's Exel with that hair color, it will surely be discovered immediately, so why would she do that? Lady Savior Windham's eyes became full of suspicion upon hearing that. What? A child out of wedlock? That cruel woman went to meet another man and had feelings for him? Someone who knows how much I suffered because of an illegitimate child would do something like that. In her mind at that time, she kept thinking, no way, no. Even so, how dare she? With what right does she have that power? Lady Savior Windham rushed straight into her husband's room. He immediately startled and turned. Savior. He was afraid she would misunderstand and quickly explained, the matter about the illegitimate child is not heroine's, but Duchess Exel's. Her face now became incredibly agitated. Her teeth clenched in anger. Then, without a word, she slapped her husband directly across the face. After acting, Savior Windham suddenly became frightened and froze. Her husband, holding his slapped cheek, said, she. Savior Windham didn't want to hear any more and immediately turned away. This is the first time I've used violence. Even when I knew about heroine's existence, I still endured. She stood alone in her greenhouse garden. The surrounding space seemed to grow dark. Why couldn't I control myself like that? Savior Windham stood there, her face devoid of clear emotion. I must hear directly from Alice what happened and what the truth is. The garden with its colorful flowers now became strangely gloomy. But I can't go to Alice's residence, because I can't leave the castle alone, nor am I strong enough to protect myself. So, Alice, please come here. Tell me the truth with your own mouth. Come here before I go crazy. Then suddenly Alice appeared from somewhere behind Savior Windham. She immediately turned her head. Lady Savior Windham only wanted her to appear with her usual confident face, but Alice appeared completely opposite, her eyes still red and looking incredibly pitiful. Holding a small baby in her arms. Savior Windham didn't know how to react, her face worried. Alice. Alice slowly took a step closer to Savior Windham. Savior. She covered her face and said, my daughter is too weak. Tears appeared in the corners of Savior Windham's eyes. She quickly rushed forward. I thought Alice was a superhuman. Savior Windham tightly embraced Alice in her arms, as if comforting her. Because she always lived a perfect life, I thought I would never have to worry about anything again. Alice, in Savior Windham's arms, was weaker than ever. However, at that time, Alice was the weakest person in this world. The baby in Alice's arms was very obedient. She closed her eyes and slept soundly, not crying. And she passed down brown hair to her daughter, because she created a reason to be criticized for life. Back to the present, Lady Savior Windham reached out and touched Perry's cheek. Because of that weakness, she also became weak, and what she loved so much was the heart of a mother like that. She was incredibly gentle now, and the surrounding atmosphere also became unusually warm. Perry, do you understand? Lady Savior Windham's eyes were filled with love. Tears, without her realizing, streamed down her cheeks. You are the child your mother loved so much that she was willing to change her entire life. Always remember that. Perry awkwardly tried to explain, Lady Savior, I am not Princess Perry and. She continued, afraid that the lady would discover her identity. Perhaps because I remind you of the past, you're so flustered. Since I resemble her, it's only natural. Please don't worry too much. Savior Windham suddenly spoke again, I won't ask why you're still alive. Her face, as she spoke, was full of pain. There must be an important reason why you have to hide it. Along with Lady Savior Windham's words, the figure of Mother Alice seemed to reappear behind Perry once more. I want to tell you how much Alice loved you. Perry's eyes were momentarily stunned. Mother. She recalled what the pink-haired woman had once told her. Purple eyes are inherited from mother to daughter. Normally, if children inherit their mother's abilities and talents, then that will be inherited. But actually, there's another condition. The pink-haired woman stood in front of Perry and stated clearly, that condition is love. The figure of Mother Alice reappeared. Even though it was just a figure, it was very warm. Love to the point of being willing to sacrifice one's life. How about that? Romantic, isn't it? Perry remembered all the words that woman had said. So, your mother must have loved you incredibly. Back to the present, Perry gently touched her face. Her eyes became sparkling. It turns out, to mother, I was such an existence. Each fragment of memory rushed back. Little Perry extended her small hand towards her mother. Someone who could change her life. Someone mother loved so much that she was willing to sacrifice her life. Perry's hands, suspended in the air, clenched. She was lost in thought. Mother, I will cherish and protect myself, just as you protected me. I will not let those who treated me badly off the hook. Then her eyes filled with determination, and the sinister images of Hotine and Roxer also appeared. So, watch me. I will definitely make those people pay.